biscuit butter. La Diva.
There you go. Does that fix it? That should be, that should fix it. How's it going? Yeah, again, every now and then OBS just like decides that, like the mic input and everything and all the settings work. But just like every now and then it just like decides that the input device gets reset to nothing. I'm not entirely sure what does that, but it does want to do that sometimes. Also, hold on, my glasses are all fucked up. I'm gonna clean them up. Can you hear you now? Nice. What happened to these things, man? I looked at the character select screen and I noticed that it was like a bunch of smudges. And I was like, why? Why would this be the case? Why is Fairy on my screen? Don't worry about it. She's safe. Sorry I fell asleep, but watch the stream back and congrats on the Grandmaster. I mean, don't apologize for getting some rest, brother. But thank you. Pet the little guy, so true. Hello, Wakatu. How you guys doing? Let's see if we can make some progress here. Who are we gonna punch? Let's beat on Catalina. Pretend that we actually can. Congrats on the Master. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was looking a little grim yesterday. There was a point where we failed like 3 or 4 promos in a row, and then we almost demoted to S++2, and I was like, oh god, oh fuck, oh jeez, oh man, oh crap. Things are going sideways, but we eventually closed it out, so I'll take it. Did we get a little lucky on our final promo? Yes. Is Perseverance the better part of Valor? Also yes. Norma's really fast? Yeah, she ended up being about, I guess it was 150 fewer matches than Eustace, right? Eustace was 543, Norm was 300 something. I think like low 300s, like 307 or something like that. Carry Dina, is that what they're calling her now? I just do this because, you know, there's no way in hell that I could ever actually do this to a real Catalina. This is probably Diva's worst matchup that you're looking at right here. So, I'm throwing darts at my board of Supermen. Because I cannot defeat him in the marketplace of ideas. But yeah, Narm was in fact the fastest climb so far. I mean, again, in part, it is just the fact that, like, people are really bad at stopping Flip below Master Rank, certainly. And you could really see the difference when I fought someone who did and didn't know what to do about Flip. But it is also in part that we're just getting better at picking up these characters as we go, right? Is her carry confirmed? Yeah, no, that's not necessarily the outcome from that. But it's true that Narmaya is probably quite hard to stop at lower skill levels. I'm fine just going through it with it and playing UL because he's my favorite character in every aspect other than tier list placement. I really hope she gets buffs next patch. I've been hearing some talk. I mean, I've been hearing some people say that UL was maybe underrated. I'm not like so sure that I believe that, but she is. Again, like she, you know, despite the UL players not being quite as happy with the patch, I think. Hair looks good, thank you. But despite UL players not being super happy with the changes she got in the patch, I think she is definitely better now, right? She's definitely stronger, and she actually does something. Like she actually has a reason for you to fear just down backing her forever. So I think I could see the vibe. I would not call UL like a bottom tier character as she currently stands. She's not, you know, she's not blowing anyone's socks off, I don't think. But that's what I've been. Some people have been talking about this UL lady, not as like a top tier. I don't think anyone thinks that UL is like top 10 even, right? But I have heard some people talking about her as like, oh, you know, this UL champion's actually pretty good. Which, to be fair, someone has said that about literally every character on the roster. So it doesn't mean too much. But make her carried like Belial. Dude, this is the nasty truth people don't want to hear, man. That Belial is kind of a force multiplier, right? While Belial is very good, I would say Belial doesn't so much carry the player as much as he's like the best tool for good players to play the video game. You know what I mean? Like that's the I feel like that's sort of the nasty truth to it. Like Belial is very good. He has everything you need, but I don't think Bilal's carrying anyone, personally. Maybe that's just me. Hello, this game is ass. What the hell? Okay, okay. Hey, we were just talking about how yesterday I have not fought a lot of Versujas on anyone, it's even Ladiva. So it's, we'll definitely take a little bit more Versuja. A little bit more experience in this. Oh, wait, spot dodging, that's a really bad idea. I'm just never ready for people to do it. Because, like, in my head, I would never. But I can see why, because some of the other lariats you actually do want to spot dodge, right? Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, sure. Could be way worse. Okay. Take a brave point off it. I'm okay with that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Hit. Oh, it's 6-6-0. It didn't reach. I need to, yeah. I need to run a little. I think I have been, one weird bit of muscle memory that's been put into me by some of these characters I've been playing on these roads to master is, their dash speeds are much higher and their 6XLs go much further than Ladiva, and I think it's got me a little confused. I do have an M Lariat addiction too. So I feel people spot dodge uses 214M and never ready for it. Yeah. Spot dodging that M Lariat should be a guaranteed like full combo, but I'm just like, oh, why would you do that? Do. Sure. Oh. She's in SPD range a lot of the time there, but I'm not sure if she was right there after the far HH. Huh, see what I'm talking about? Like, I think, like, you know, Eustace or Narmaya or whatever, their 6XLs reach there, and that confused me a bit. I thought she was gonna backdash again, but I guess she was tired of running. That's my bad. Had the wrong hard read there. Ow. Sure. Oh, right, yeah, she's a very nice brave counterbait. I gotta put a little bit more respect on the name. No, ma'am. Bonk, bonk. 1, 2. One of these, one of those. One of these, one of those. Get grabbed. Versus new, indeed. Get put down. And I'm gonna do it again, I think. Ah, okay. No, I'm not. Fair enough. But I wanted to. Oh, shit. Her lariat's better than mine. That's unfortunate, certainly. I was worried about that. Yeah, did not think she was gonna reversal. She did indeed, unfortunately. A little bit of light. We can mix up the lariats that we use as well. I do have an M lariat addiction, but if I, you know, use slightly different lariats every now and then, it'll make it a little bit harder to tell which one's coming out. Her buttons are bigger than mine, that's why I walked back that distance there. Make it a little bit harder for her to just poke me out. Get down here. Oh, okay, backdash is not quite gonna beat her reversing there, unfortunately. Oh, good check. Owie. At least she doesn't get like her full corner to corner off that. Oh, God. Good check. Okay, yeah, I'm a fan of light lariat. I gotta use a little bit more light lariat in my life, I think. Okay, sure. You're not dead, because I don't have the meter for the follow-up here, but you are in the corner, which is pretty cool. Oh, I did not confirm that properly, but you know what? We take it. She was dead. I love the out of my airspace line from Ladiva. Yeah. Got a lot of very good voice lines. Yeah, this light lariat guy, he's kind of, you know, it's a pretty good 6XL in a way, if you think about it. Yeah. Like, it's a kind of a very slow but very large replacement for like a proper, you know, a better 6XL for Ladiva. It's got its uses, man. Oh, I tried to delay my 5H. I should not have done that. Understandable. Uh-oh. Where are you going? Stay a while. Misses versus New. Yep. Fake safe jump on his ass. Should be dead. Oh. Not if that happens. Also, I didn't convert even when I got the close out. I did not hit confirm it properly. That's fair. I'm okay with this in the grand scheme, because then I can just do this again. Yep. Never ask a lady. Switch converted that to a link. Never.ask.a lady. Had a session late last night and kept running into Masters GMs. It's a good thing I don't lose any rank crystals and losing to them. Yeah, and you gain twice as many if you beat them. So it's like, holy, there's nothing but, except for your mental potential, there's nothing but gain to be had there. Oh, good crouch. Nice. Yeah, Light Lariat, the thing with Light Lariat is that it has a lot less startup, but it has a lot more recovery than M Lariats, right? So while it is a lot harder to actually call out like that, if you do, your reward is significantly better. don't know. That's punishable. Throw punishable. Oh, good spot dodge. Oh, okay. Could have died there, so I'll take that. Interesting. Circle. No, ma'am. Okay, okay. Didn't quite catch the backdash. Which is unfortunate, to be sure. That's a little, yeah. I got that. That's unfortunately the M Lariat brain rot right there. I was like, but if it hits, you're gonna get killed for PCing Versuja close H one of these days. I swear to God, it happens. Hey, what's going on, J-Man? Oh, okay, okay, fair. I do have a bit of Lariat brain rot. It's true. It's not my fault. They made the move way better. Well, you could argue they made it worse because you lose the dash starting time. They made H Lariat worse, sir. They made the other Lariats much easier to use, though. This is not my favorite spot. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. H pillar used. Makes my life a little easier, but we still do have H Lariat to worry about. Uh-oh. Okay. Could be worse. In the grand scheme of things. Bonk, bonk. 1, 2. One of these. One of those. I thought they were gonna reversal again. Out of dissatisfaction. Bonk. Tap the glass on his ass. Oh, I tried the 2. Oh, they thought they had 5U there. I tried the 2M. And bad things happened to me as a result. 2, 3. Bonk. I didn't convert that properly. I tried to cancel that. Nice. Okay. I thought they would try to go for something a little bit more aggressive. They did not. Ricardo, hello, Tubby. Someone doesn't want to neutral today? Listen, man. Ladiva does not really neutral very well. It's true that I should definitely, you know, do a little bit more. Ladiva is usually always doing some sort of high-risk guess to get in neutral if the person is playing defensively, right? Ladiva does not really neutral in that way. She can, it's not very good at it, is all. If a Versuja is playing defensively, I'm not really going to get in there, honestly, I don't think. Maybe I'm missing something, but that is my understanding of the character as stands, right? I'm not gonna have a Versuja who's very clearly aware of what she should be doing in the matchup, walking back, 2M'ing and far M'ing and shit. I'm not gonna get in on that with the footsies, right? I understand, but you need a little. There's a little. We were doing a little bit of walking back and forth sometimes. It just a lot of it was lariats and shit, guessing, hoping they, you know, they guess the wrong lariat, the wrong jump, stuff like that. Apparently putting the What Makes the Sky Blue story chapter to read in verses, kind of neat. That is cool. That's like the big, sort of like main anniversary storyline, right? With like Sandalphon and Lucilius and all that shit. Beelzebub, maybe? Something like that. This is my neutral right here. Maybe Panini was right the whole time. This is the neutral that I desperately need. Is far H. Look at that, look at that, look at that range. Look at that, look at that, look at that reach, that distance, bro. And if they block it, guess what? If they block this, it's an uncrouchable light lariat, see? Even if she tries. Sabotage for the gotcha? That's why I thought when I read that they were saying like, oh, you can go play the gotcha to see the story. I did not think that like it was a thing they were putting it in versus, right? Was that correct? But yeah, when I read that, I was like, hey guys, don't forget, you can go play the gotcha to learn more about Sandalphon. I wonder how much I have to spend on side game stocks to have a say in what they do with Granblue. If you had enough money to do so, you probably wouldn't care very much about what they were doing with Granblue. Let's just say that's my guess.
Here begins Fate's episode. Cagliostro.
Cagliostro.
Versus
Well, Albion. Squeak fiction, so true. Vicala player who just went back to Cagliostro when she released. Hello, Oni. Okay, sure. Fair enough. I was being a little too defensive. That's true. Trying to jump. That's my bad. Yep, there's the lariat virus coming back to haunt me. Okay, I thought she was going to backdash, not do like a delay far H, but still works out. We take those. Get down there. Well, attacks paid. Understandable. Oh, I should have JM'd. I thought maybe I was worried that for that I might need to cross up there. I meant to lariat, but sure. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Wait, that was a reset? The hell? Nice. Right back at you. Whenever I tab into playing Ladiva, it's almost always against CAG, you know? They're finally paying off their 5-year gambit and publicizing propaganda for the gacha game on the Rising Twitter page. I mean, that's, yeah, I mean, that is the, at the end of the day, probably one of the main goals of all these different spin-offs of the IP, right? It's like, hey, go play the gacha and maybe spend $1,000 on it. Less than 3. Bonk, bonk, Perth. Bonk, bonk, bonk. It's just kind of, you know, it's a knowledge-checky matchup, for sure. So maybe a little bit of CAG experience is exactly what the doctor ordered. That was my misinputted lariat. Killing me, but it's fine. Bonk, bonk, bonk. 1, 2, 3. And get safe jump. And get real safe jumps. Okay. Oopsie. I thought they were going to put What Makes the Sky Blue in Versus. I don't believe they did. Oh, no safe jumps on a grappler. Who do you think you are, Mrs. Leostra? That's not how that shit works. Ow.
Not even a professional duelist could close it. What now?
You can't safe jump a grappler. Preposterous. Truly.
Battle 1.
Okay, what if I super jump though? Neutral? Neutral! Guys, I did it. I played neutral. Are you proud of my neutral? It's neutral. It's motion. Okay. Ow. If I scream neutral hard enough when I do it, is it neutral? Neutral! Oh my god. Wait, maybe it works. Maybe this is the way. Have you guys considered that I've solved Grand Blue? That might actually be the answer, man. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I don't think you're dead here. Isn't the main story of Versus just an abridged version of What Makes the Sky Blue? Wait, is it actually? I think if I yell neutral hard enough, then what I'm doing becomes neutral, yes? Neutral! Oh my god. Wait, am I the world's greatest? Getting Grandmaster for the culture? Exactly. Now you understand. I think I've figured it out. I might be the best Ladiva on the planet now. Ash was right. All I needed was more neutral. Holy shit, Ash was right. All I needed was more neutral. Oh my god. You guys see that? You guys see those footsies? This character is so stupid. Again, I love Ladiva. I love Ladiva. He's the most fun I've ever had with any grappler in any game that I've ever played. This character cannot be allowed to be good. Please, like I like season 2 is we're getting the patch note. We might be getting the patch note. The patch notes in season 2 like in 4 days during that stream with Samdathon. It might happen, right? And Psy Games, this character can't be good. I beg you. Like, you cannot, whatever you do, just, like, keep this character inconsistent and, like, pseudo bad, like, at least, right? I know a lot of people don't think that Ladiva's, like, bottom tier, but, like, she's definitely not, you know. 4 MS or more, no rematch. Oh? If Ladiva gets an armored command grab before Voss does, I'm revolted. Average Ladiva round is either her or her opponent looking like they can't play the game. Yeah. It's you know. Okay. I mean, this the M Lariat Mind Virus, man, it's so bad, but it's so good. Oh, okay. I delayed my close H rolls. I do have a bad habit of that, where, like, Ladiva's close H is essentially delayed baseline, just by virtue of being a 12-frame close H. So, like, where most characters you have to, like, delay their 2 H's a bit, I really should be more careful not doing that with Ladiva, just because the delay is kind of built into how slow the move is. Like, if you have, like, an 8-frame close H and you delay it by 4 frames, which would be like a little bit of a stutter step like that, then you've essentially done just Ladiva doing her close H immediately, right? You complain about other people's ping at 200 MS. I mean, it is, his ping is going to be like, it's distance based, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that his connection's bad. It could also be that his connection's bad. Maybe that's his secret though, right? He plays on Wi-Fi, has his card tag be more than 4 MS equals no rematch, and then, so that guarantees he can one and done everyone and have like a pseudo justification for it, right? It's kind of clever actually, if you think about it like that. My 2U's getting this shit rocked. Okay. No, sir. Nice. I'm just gonna put you down like this so you can get some proper Oki here. Yep. I live for the duel, is the thing they don't tell you about. I think he's gonna Raging Strike my ass. Soares does just do a lot of chip damage that I'm not particularly excited to take, personally. Oh, my 720, I messed it up. I really gotta start just doing I think 236 S plus U kills him there. I'm trying to practice the 720 to get better at it, but I did mess it up there. I think he might have been in range. He was right on the cusp if he wasn't. Bonk, bonk, bonk. He tried to roundhouse kick out of that shit. I'm afraid not. Good sir. That's fair. Used to be easier to crouch and hit to do that shit. Not anymore, he doesn't. Oh! It's true, I'm Monk. The allegations are true. That shit's -7. So Ladiva actually can't punish that very well, I don't think. That is his little roundhouse kick there. Nope. Bonk. Actually, I guess I 2U it, huh? Yeah, I 2U it. That's what I do. That makes sense. Bonk. If you fight me and you're an NA or EU, my MS is definitely in the 150 to 300 MS ballpark. That's because I'm in Asia. That's fair. Is he gonna? Yeah, okay. I mean, to be fair, again, listen, to be fair, he did say more than 4 MS equals no rematch. I wonder if that holds even if he loses. What do you guys think? You think that rule still holds if he like beats the shit out of the guy? Brick coming back around to 2U is something I never expect. I think it's like basically what I like. I had to accept that Ladiva does not do anything safely. He does incredibly risky things that are very high reward, right? At least, same thing in her defense, too, right? Like, 2U? 2U is not a very safe way to get out of the corner, but it's incredibly good, right? It's 7 frames, it's heavy clash level, so it'll, like, crush 2Ms and shit like that, and it gives her a side swap, right? And Ladiva's defense is not based on, like... Oh, this is the same guy. He's gonna... Okay. Ladiva's defense is not based on, like, let me just play real clean and hope for the best. It's, let me use the fact that I have some of the best risk reward in the game when I do get a hit to do my best, right? Hey friends, sorry for not rematching. The rollback was a bit scuffed. The woes living in southern Brazil. Oh, I mean, listen, your card said more than 4 MS equals no rematch. And we had 170 MS. So, like, you're being consistent, you know? You're being consistent. GG's, friend. GG's. Also, hello, more Leostro. Ah, nice. I did try to bait a BC right there. That's where, like, BC being minus is going to be so... Oh, I didn't actually get hit into the traps. I can't believe it. Holy shit. But yeah, that's where BC being minus on block is going to be so nice. Because, like, if I want to bait BC there, I can just do the safe jump normally, right? I don't have to necessarily spot dodge to bait it. So I don't have to open myself up to that risk of throw. Thank you, wishing you good matches. You too, man. 2,700 MS? I've never seen that. The highest I've experienced personally is like 700, and I've been told of like nearing 1,000. But like 2,700 MS is something I have never even smelled. Oh, I thought you were gonna backdash. Oh, you jumped. Okay. Similar kind of idea. Bonk. Oh, that doesn't work like that. So true. Try to get custom with it. That is throw punishable. No one knows that shit is throw punishable. Because it didn't used to be. I don't think I've ever triple headbutted someone and gotten thrown for it unless they also played Ladiva, basically. Unless it was in the mirror. Ah! Okay, I thought it was so smart rolling the thing, but, you know, there's still the problem of what to do about the Cagliostro behind it. I did. Oh, goddamn! I'm gonna do it. Uh-oh. You know, fair enough. I could have noticed them super jumping there. Grandmaster Kage, it's true. That means gems are on the line, fellas. Lock in. Lick in. Okay, I'll take that. I'll eat a couple of spikes if it means I can clear the traps. This guy loves... This is an airborne-ass Cagliostro. Eularia does not move fast enough to get past this, I feel. Foil attacks is fair. Oh, God. I tried... Okay. I thought they'd be minus after that, but they... Oh, he's -1 there! Yeah. Cag's only -1 there. I can't medium. I have to close out. Oh, right. Fair enough. Yeah, I can't... she's -1 after the L Spear. I tried to close M and therefore died. I should throw her, I guess? Yeah, I should throw her. Before... Because it pushes me towards her as well. Fair. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. A little bit of overhead, actually. Yeah, that's fair. I can't really... Can I... I guess do I throw that? She just runs up and does it like that? She's not invincible right away, right? Fair enough. Little toilet attacks. 2U not really gonna work out for me there. Oh, boy. They're using a lot more H-Spear than I'm used to seeing, honestly. Bonk, bonk. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that must have been some kind of fat finger. But we will take that shit. Don't get it twisted. She's not dead. She's closer to dead than you think, but she's not dead, which I do not appreciate, personally. I'm gonna expect a teleport out, and I'm gonna try to smack. Wait, is she dead? Oh! That was supposed to be Lariat, and it was on cooldown? Was it on cooldown? I don't think it was on cooldown. I think I just, you know, might just fat fingered that shit really badly. Sorry, chat room, it did not kill. It, you know, it's a lot of goddamn damage, but unfortunately, it's not quite enough goddamn damage. Bonk. I'm over here. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Get safe jumped upon. Brave counter, yeah. That is, I think, almost throw punishable right there. No, ma'am. It's throw punishable in the corner, but I don't think we were close enough there. Was that -6 or -4? I think it's -4, right? And again, it's one of those ones that's if your back gets to the wall while she's pushing you, she's punishable. That's fair. It's on me. It's okay though. It's a CAG with no traps, so it's not really the scariest thing in the world, damage-wise. Get grabbed. No brave countering for you. Toilet tax is totally fair. Oh, thought they were gonna backdash. They jumped. Not what I was expecting. I like to have a little bit more meter here. Yeah, that 50 is pretty big. JM, my beloved, once more, as always. Okay, that was a little fake. I did let them do some fake shit. That's fair. Yeah, okay. Stay down. I said stay down, Mrs. Leostra. I can't kill you here, even though I really wish I could. But we can do our best. If I had SSBA, then, you know, yes. But the gap between SSBA and SBA is very large. Oh, okay, nice. Get some gems. Does your SBA go through projectiles? The running one, yeah. Lydiva has an anti-super SBA. It's not the command grab one, it's the punch one. Has a pretty decent amount of projectile invuln on it, and it gets full animation from anywhere. It's pretty damn good for anti-projectile SBA. It's not like, it's not, you know, it's not necessarily the best, but it's pretty good. Stay down, misses, Leostra. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? I could have converted that way better, but oh well. Okay. No. Oh, I thought he was going to 6XM maybe, but not. I got far H'd instead. Should be reacting to 6XM, not trying to preempt it. Oh, he's -1. Yeah. Close M. Good thing he DP'd there. Oh, God. Close M still not the way. I just do it by habit sometimes. Should be dead here, I think. Oh, no. That's probably what I did. Oh, she appears on the other side. Right. I forgot about that. Cat combos look so cool. Yeah, with the traps and everything, you can do some serious geometry shit. 2U didn't quite work out, unfortunately. He's a little bit less gapful than I thought. No, Matt. Nope. Bonk. And one. And get grabbed. Oh, boy. Alright. No traps, at the very least. Oh, but Raging Strike, okay. If they're willing to spend that, that will get them a little bit better damage, so... No, man. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And get down here. Ah, shit! Oh, I didn't mean to roll. I was trying to switch from block to guard. Nice. Her reversal's better than my reversal, unfortunately. It's no longer invincible in the air. What a messy setup. Yeah, but you can't really 2-8. I guess I could jump, huh? Yeah, oh, I guess the answer is to jump and meet her there. Yeah. Because you can't really 2-H her because the you're sitting on the traps. But I guess I could jump and meet her in the air and air-to-air her before the traps go off, probably. I think so, right? I believe so. Like, say, for example, that's a damn good point. Yeah, it should work. Yeah, because like you can't 2H her, but you could try and jump and meet her in the air. Probably just air throw her. Yes, yeah. Now that especially now the chair is no longer invincible. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Actually, I'm a pretty big fan of that. Still though, I mean, that's the nice thing, right? We 2-1'd against that Cagliostro, but we got like a shit ton of gems for it. Just because that such is the nature of fighting a Grandmaster as a non-Grandmaster. We gain like, we go like plus 50 there for winning the one game. I play Cag, but I don't like it when my fighting game characters make me do trigonometry to do combos. You would hate Vel'Koz. I gotta remember that if you're gonna end in super with Ladiva, it's usually it's better to do only one hit in the air here, so you can get more close H juggles. Fit in more close H's after the headbutts, after the raging strikes and shit. Like, I wonder if I could have killed on that combo actually. Hello, Grandmaster 2B trying to get back. He's got the S rank with Sora's here. This is where the game starts getting hard. It is a jump for sure, I would say, because that's where you can start D-ranking as well. Oh boy, okay. A little bit of laggy 2B means that Ladiva M Lariat should be harder to react to as well, on the bright side. Get grabbed. For the duel. Oh, nice check. Stay in the corner though, please. DP is fair. You will no longer be staying in the corner. I underestimated the Smash Bros. Neutral air. How could I do something full of such folly? Love me, my light Lariat, M Lariat. Switch. Sure. Gives us some screen space at the very least. Alright, yeah. I did try to roll through a potential baseball swing there. No such luck. Come on. That does not punish. We do get far L into U-Lariat there, thanks for the buffs in 1.5. Side games. Okay. Do the balls. Do the balls. Do the balls. Ha! Hit! Ho! He! Okay. I got an orange square for the first time playing any fighting game uses that sort of grading system over the weekend. Not a trip over myself until next patch. Don't worry about the squares too much, but it is an indicator of win rate for sure. So like, good job. But like, don't worry too much about keeping or anything. Like, it'll fluctuate. Sometimes, you know, you'll have days where you're pink. Some days you'll have days where you're like green. But congrats. That is a sign that you are winning more. So that's pretty cool. Uh-oh. Ow. Totally fair. It's on me. Sure, I'm okay with this. Oh, fuck! I thought I was so clever. I was like, you're safe jumping? Me? But no. 2B can do her own little fun stuff right there. Oh, the nerfs! Side games, I was just praising you for the buffs. And then you kill me with the nerfs? I thought we were cool, man. I thought we were friends. Okay. Is this the same set? Yes, it is. Haha. I am 2+ for your shenanigans, Mrs. B. That close L after you're +5, right? So it basically is the same as getting like a meaty close L a little bit. Orange square looks like poop to me. So true. Hey, how bad does fighting 2B feel as Ladiva? Oh, can I be real with you? It's not that bad. It's 2B's a much better character than Ladiva, but the thing 2B forces everyone to do, which is kind of just like admit that you're not winning neutral, is Ladiva's game plan anyway. To be completely real with you, right? Ladiva does not win neutral against anyone in the cast almost. So like, you know, it kind of play like it just kind of her unique advantage does not necessarily apply to Ladiva too much, and she's got bad defense. It's still like, I don't know. It's not one of Ladiva's like worst. I don't think. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe the 2Bs I'm fighting are too aggressive. But I think in general it's not like horrifying. I was under the impression that her speed and ranged options would make it rough. Yeah, I mean, so Ladiva can't. 2B has maybe the best neutral in the game. Ladiva has the worst, right? So like, we're not doing that. Like, listen, I'm not playing neutral on this character half the time anyway, man. Right. The sort of like you kind of have to like let her win and try and find your way out. It's kind of like what Ladiva is forced to do against the whole cast by and large. Also, hello, Lupa. See, now this shit can be tough. I thought you were gonna backdash. Oh, you were gonna backdash. Just not quite on the timing I thought you were. The nice thing is Ladiva's 2L does not get low crushed by UL's overhead kick. It's kind of nice for defending yourself in this matchup. Oh, okay, I thought I could check them. I could not. A little too late. Not enough plus frame, or not enough. They had too many plus frames for me to far out. Laggy and one and done. I will say I have noticed. I mean, people do like the one and done, the Diva especially. Nice. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of guess for game action there. That's one of the nice things about having a real 50-50. Once like the less threatening option of your 50-50 starts to kill, you get you're very good at closing out rounds, right? UL is like the worst at this of every character that has one of these, but he does also have like the safest Oki out of every character that has one of these. So it's a give and take. Oh, my 6-6. Yeah, again, I have definitely been like my understanding of how far Ladiva's 6XL goes has definitely been skewed a bit, right? By just playing other characters with higher range on their shit. Take a couple overheads. No man. You can't. You might be able to save jab UDPs. That is essentially a parry, and that is not how that shit works. Oh fuck! I tried to be funny with it. I was like, you can't block when you're doing this. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's particularly bad on UL, I suppose. UL combo is clean. Yeah, Lupro's a good UL. This is a strong UL for sure. But what if I 5U'd them again? Thoughts? Is it neutral if I super jump? No, it's not. It's okay. I empty jumped. UL does have a very nice 2H, which can be a problem for the Diva and her kind. God damn. Okay, sure. Did not expect the far H into far H. So what? Nice. Thank you for the buffs. Games. That shit didn't used to link. Far L into Eularia like that. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Perish, perish. 1-2. ULs do love their reversals, so the safe jump is nice. Oh, I tried to jump out of that last second. I didn't quite react to the backflip in time. If the UL does something right away, you can, like, on backflip, you can jump or you lariat them or something, but I reacted a little too late to them backflipping. UL's GM threshold's above 1100? Really? I can see that. I mean, there's not, like, a ton of ULs, but I can imagine them being grinders, you know? Oh, dude, I just barely out of range on so many of these. That's pretty good by Lupro, I think. Yeah, you know, his spacing's pretty nice. It does feel like I should be in range for so many of these, and then I'm just barely not. Oh, my lord. I think he tried to brave counter that. Oh, JM, my beloved, but defeated this time. Unfortunate. Okay. That's totally fair. That's fair. No, that's pretty fair. That's true. That's pretty true. You see, now, UL can be a little bit tougher is because the big thing that Ladiva is not, like, meterless reversals and brave counter are some of the things that, and backdash are some of the things that cause a lot of trouble for Ladiva, and UL has, like, basically 2 backdashes and 2 reversals, if you think about it. It can be pretty hard to get your pressure going on that lady. I've not labbed it out, but I think one of her Fox Flames are spot dodgeable. Yeah, but it's on a read, right? So like if she does the other ones, you die, I think. But yeah, it's I definitely also, yeah, UL matchup knowledge is not my strong suit, certainly. Hello, Dust Storm. Another Versucha. The hay on her SBA with his precious, yeah. Hey!
Believe in victory.
Just wanted to hug you, man. Wait, you don't want to get a hug? Why do you push away everyone who tries to love you? Good round star backdash, that's fair. Keep that one in mind. Keep that in the pocket for later. Fair enough, should have JU'd. Didn't think she was going to run to me in time. He gets her momentum going on that dash a little quicker than I give her credit for sometimes. I thought she was going to backdash. She did not backdash, not this time. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought you were going to brave counter me back, not raging strike. That's my bad. Oh, no! Oh, fuck! Nice, yeah, she's just checking me. Okay, okay. She is just checking a lot. We gotta be a little bit more. I keep thinking she's gonna pick more defensive options in neutral, but not. I mean, these are defensive, but not like fully running away defensive. Oh, nice backdash. Should have tried to punish her for that 5U earlier. Oh, JM. Should have done JM. Did not need the horizontal range there. Needed to hit her earlier. No, man. Bonk, bonk. Get down here. Okay, sure. It's strange, but we take those. Okay. Bonk. 1, 2, 3. Get down here. No, ma'am. I think you're dead, right? Yeah, no brave points? This shit's like 7,000 damage. Straight to hell. You're not scared to spend all your brave points. I respect it. I mean, you know, they're there for a reason.
Battle 3. Engage.
Maybe I spend them a little too liberally. Is that a fair criticism? Probably. Oh, yeah, these backdashes are killing me, man. Yeah. As they tend to do to Ladiva, to my chagrin. They really are. I think they're trying to brave counter a lot of these and just being way too late on them. It's very odd. They've gotten like Raging Strike in moments where you would think they were about to brave counter very, very often. Well, she's minus there. There's no reason for me to do that. Okay, they whiffed their throw. We will certainly take those and her brave points at the same time. 0 BCs for real gamers. You're fine losing with all 3 is questionable. Yeah, but like, you know, when, like, spending them is good. When to spend them can certainly be a discussion, right? It's possible that I spend them at inopportune times or moments where I could, like, you know, for example, with that 6XM right there. They should make the stage legal in tourney. Nothing is going on. It's a stage that's not Coliseum. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know exactly. There doesn't seem to be very much to render here, so I can imagine this one's got to be pretty fine, right? This is Lucilia. This is like the Lucy stage, right? Or is it? Did this come out with Lucy? Yeah, we just need bigger buttons for this Versuta lady. Are those buttons a little higher commitments? Yes, but we need bigger buttons. What can I say? Sure. No, ma'am. No, backdashing allowed. I'm very happy to take your brave points off of you. Certainly. I'm very happy to take your brave points off of you. Certainly. Because now what shall you do, Anoki? What will you do about the second one, and the third one, and the fourth one, and the fifth one, Anoki? What then? Well. Right, I forgot the heavy one doesn't give you a safe jump. Problem's probably with the particles under your feet. Oh, I guess, yeah, there is stuff going on there, huh? I don't look at my feet ever, unless I'm fighting Seox or UL. But that's a damn good point, actually. Bonk, bonk. Get down here, please. Come back. So true, Musty. This is a cackling character, man. This character, I don't cackle with any character quite as much as I cackle with Ladiva. He preloaded that 2H, it felt like, and yet, right, nevertheless, she still gets counter hit because JM is just that much of a work run. It didn't feel to me like she was super late on that shit. But guess what? Not early enough. I can't even convert off it, it's so funny. I can't even convert off the button, it's so funny. Like I didn't think I was gonna hit her either. I miss playing this character, man. Bot makes me cackle like a madman sometimes. That's fair, that's fair. In Grand Blue, at least, no character makes me cackle quite as much as Ladiva. In general, I don't think any character makes me cackle as much as Ladiva, but like, when this character wins, it really does. Listen, like, I'm firmly of the opinion that like people who say like, I got robbed, or like this is bullshit, or this isn't like the right way to play the game, or whatever. Brick, please, you're hurting me. I'm sorry, Dust. I'm sorry, but like, this character is so goofy. This character is so stupid. Like, if someone really wanted to just say, hey, Ladiva is like not winning correctly, you're wrong. But like, I could see what you're talking about. This character is so stupid. Like when she wins, it always feels like as dishonest as possible, and I love it. I'm having so much fun with it. I'm having so much fun with it. God damn. Why? It doesn't even look that good, right? I don't know, like this, but it's like it's so nasty. It's so nasty. The grappler jumps, man. God damn. How's it going? I'm doing well, Snowbird. I hope you are as well. You know what I gotta start? Yeah. What is? I forget what my you can do. Like because Ladiva's best DP punishes are 2H. I'm switching to Abel so I die faster. I think it's probably a better matchup as well for. I mean, it's a better matchup for Abel on paper, but he can just explode. Right? Ladiva's like best DP punishes, at least for now, when there's no counter hits and everything, is 2H because you get this launcher and you can do stuff like this. But I forget exactly like what my. I think it's like this, and then that, and then you lariat, and then I think you can do an auto combo into an anti-air ender or something. I think so. They should give Charlotta Ladiva JM? You know, no, I don't think so. All good over here on the grind for Master? Yo, yeah, DQ yourself before you I want to see the design doc and their notes for certain characters because JM has to be intentional. Oh, for sure. I mean, grapplers are given pretty strong jump-ins a lot of the time, right? Because their whole goal is to cheat through neutral, basically. Hello, Steeler. How's it going? You guys see, Steeler got a $50 bounty put on his head? Okay, so this is the matchup where, like, you know, this is also one of the characters with the best neutral in the game. And all we have to do is try to get in once before he kills us. He did give me an out there. He took a risk. You flight again, please? Yep. That is also a potential way in for your boy. Dude, he's half dead. Isn't that insane? Isn't it crazy that he's half dead after winning the entire round so far? Oh, it's not fast enough. Okay. If I spot dodge, maybe? But just raw like that. That shit's not fast enough. I did not notice him doing that when I jumped. Oopsie. I should be dead here by 100 miles. Well, actually, I mean, it did start. Yeah, guys, it started airborne. Bump. Hello, Abel. How's it going, Abel? How much health is the advantage? How much does the health advantage help Ladiva against Abel? It's a big deal. It's one of the biggest deals in the matchup, for sure. The extra 4,000 health that she has over him, which actually ends up being like 8,000 because he also takes his own health, right? It's a big, big deal. I don't know if it's like that plus her own damage. It makes the risk reward a lot more favorable for her than it might otherwise be, considering Abel is like the highest damage character in the game on average, right? No, sir. Dude, would I have killed him if I did technical? Holy shit, I would have. God damn. But now Abel, which is good too, because we really don't want to get Abel to this health range. This is kind of the nightmare health range with Abel. I mean, I will say he knows his role. He's playing the zoning Abel, as he should. Oh, dude, good risk taking. He had to, right? Oh wait, what? Why? I was dead. No. Wait, wasn't I dead? Does the command grab not do damage like that, or did he drop? MDP, not anti-air hurts me every time. It's air blockable. That's the, you know, a lot of them are like that, right? That's sort of the power they lose for being faster and not taking a resource, unlike the HDPs. It's Abel so pro. I think Steeler might have just dropped. I'll take it though. Oh, nice. That's fair. I gotta be spot dodging these rocks. Oh, fuck! Okay, preemptive brave counter. Okay, now we get to see Abel do some Abeling. I'm not dead, because I am Ladiva, but like, ow. Wait, am I? No, he doesn't have SSBA. If he had SSBA, then maybe. This is the suicide combo. He's going. Wait, am I dead? He's going for it like I'm dead. Holy shit, am I dead? Oh! Oh! Oh my god, it was closer than it really should be, but wow. God, I have 18,000 health, man. Woo! That's insane. Okay. This Abel character, he's cool, but he's... They probably did a little too much with him in the last patch, I think. But he's real cool. I'm a fan. Like, but like balance-wise, I'm not sure I'm a fan. Oh god, nice. I'm dead again. Save me from S++. No. Perish. This time I'm dead for sure by like 100 miles, right? The combo was doable last patch, yeah, but they gave him that and also, well, increased his reward in the mid-screen greatly, right? And gave him other routes that do similar damage with less health, right? Just like, they added a lot to the character while he could also do that, is my point. Ow. Oh. Oh, no! That's not what you do against that. Oh, no. He's gonna kill me from half health, but at least do it a little faster? Listen. That's how I feel with Lance. Lance does not do this kind of damage. Let's not be too unfair to the boy. He can charge that shit. So true. Lance combos are long. It's true. They did lower his meter gain off his close age. They should give Ladiva a backwards 720 for an anti-air SSBA. It'd be very funny. Oh yeah, air unblockables. That's fair. Help me here. That's fair. Keep trying to cheat in all of the wrong ways. It's on me, certainly. You can't sort of like read a flight like that. Even the stomp there. I think maybe if he reacted, could he have stomped me? I'm actually not fully certain. I'm gonna command grab his ass. Oh, I messed it up, dude. And therefore I perished. Wow, that was intended to be a brave counter. Holy shit, but he whiffed his throw and I panicked. Lance's dog shit, I've always stood by it? Interesting. Would you classify Abel in the archetypes? He's weird. He's like a, you know, the archetype of like glass cannon certainly exists. Like Abel is, you know, he's the everything. He just doesn't, you know, the only thing he can't do is not die. Oh, that we were too far away that time. Yeah, yeah. So the stomp, I didn't actually clear the stomp in time. That was a miscalculation on the distance. Oopsie. Yeah, I've heard people call him like a boss Shoto before, like a super Shoto. I can see all of the intentions behind those, right? With the idea being, again, that he's just like, he does everything almost the best in the game, except he just fucking dies sometimes. Oh, damn, okay, I see. Oh, I didn't react. Oh, I guess I have to headbutt there, right? Yeah, I just spot dodged because I was afraid of the chip, right? But yeah, I guess I have to, probably my only way out of that is to headbutt at that point. He's like, Akuma, if Akuma had to die to do specials. I mean, again, it's hard to compare because they're like in different games, but yes, he's Akuma where like the glass cannon factor is turned up greatly. Like he's probably, like, if you ignore the health thing for a second, he's probably better than Akuma at all the things in the game compared to their games, right? But then he does just, like, he kills himself so much faster and is so much squishier than Akuma, right? Like, Abel is for real, he's like a top 5 zone. He's probably the best zoner in the game, for real, because all the zoners suck, to be fair. It's not really a high bar. But Abel's probably, he has no comeback factor due to the chip rules. I mean, I don't know that he has no comeback factor, right? Just because, like, getting Abel below 30% and not killing him feels like a mistake. Like, it feels like something you shouldn't do. Right, but sure, comebacks are harder in Grand Blue. But I don't know that I'm not gonna agree with that. I'm gonna say I think I probably disagree with that. But yeah, like the big thing, like he's like the best zoner in the game. He's one of the better. The only things he doesn't do basically best in slot is his offense is not as good as like some of the top tier, just like mix your shit out of your socks characters, and he dies really quick, right? The thing is that once Abel gets low health, he does the X goes into chip, so he can't block. Well, sure, but if he's at low health, you know, again, he can sometimes just kill your ass, right? He can't bait DP? He can't bait DP because he can't do EX moves? What do you mean? He can't bait DP because he can't do EX moves? Oh, he can't block, you're saying. Because he can't block. Well, okay, but I think that's a very special circumstance, right? Yeah, that's right. If Abel's at like 5% HP and then he does an EX, now he's on chip, that's true. But if Abel is spending that EX... Abel can do a lot more damage without having to spend his EX because of the presence of SSBA when he's low health, right? And giving a character like Abel a true 50-50 is something that's quite terrifying. Could you just spot dodge the DP then? Yeah, that's way more committal, right? That is way riskier, for sure. But yeah, like, giving a character like Abel is very intentionally not given a real 50-50, right? Because, again, the only things he isn't, like, absurd at is he doesn't have any real mix outside of SSBA, and he doesn't have, he dies, right? So when he gets down to 30% and he has a real 50-50, that's horrifying. So I wouldn't, again, I don't think I agree that he has no comeback factor. But it's true. He is much more volatile than Akuma in general, which is why he's worse, right? That's why he's worse, for sure. Do you think making it so Abel can't put himself on chip would be too strong? I just don't. Is Wings not a real 50-50? No, it's all reactable, right? It's scary, it's mental stack, but it's not mix, right? The command grab's reactable, the dive kick, the laser. It's all like that's just mental stack. None of it is like if Abel runs up to you with SSBA and you're waking up, you just guess. There's no way to tell if Abel's gonna hit you or if he's going to command grab you, right? Wings is a throw in some matchups too. Yeah. Only mix in the knockdown is corner SSBA grab versus SBA air unblockable is only true mix. Well, or just like, you know, wake up mash instead of S, because you have to, you know. You have to backdash or jump to beat the, he doesn't have to, like, the SBA does work, but also just a normal will work too when he's got SSBA. The SSBA is the important bit for the mix there. Fair enough. I'll take getting a Brave Point off him. He is already at fucking Blade level 5, which is not my favorite part of this. Certainly. Take another Brave Point off of him. One of us is gonna die soon. You're almost at Blade level 5, and I almost have you at 0 Brave Points. Now I'm at 0 Brave Points too, which means I'm the dead one. I'm like giga dead, right? Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah, one Brave point, BL5 Lucilius, Axion control, send me straight though. Just look down, Lucy already BL5. Yeah, I gotta be a little bit more, I gotta try and get on his ass a little bit quicker. Brook's about to give praise, it's true, it's true. I may not have much of a choice. Fair enough! Out, the 2M, checking my ass. Iscari at me, yeah, send me to help. Okay, almost a BL2. There's BL2. Should be OSing that as much as we can. That was a late 6XL, so I actually did have the plus frames to get the boy there. Sure. Destruction again and again. And minus after that. But people don't really seem to fully realize, because ever since the headbutts got nerfed. Oh, I'm dead! No! Oh, wait, I was dead, wasn't I? Didn't he got BL5 off the Iscari. Interesting. Oh, he's trying to kill me for real. Holy shit. Did you see that shit? He's trying to fucking send me to hell. That was just so scary. He did like H Iscari to neutral, and wow. Oh, there was vitriol in that shit. I'm scared. I'm truly. Oh god. It's on the first hit or second hit. Oh, did he get it too? He got BL5 like too late into the Iscariot, so he didn't actually get the ground bounce. I see. That makes sense. Get down here also. Brave counter is fair. Well, it's fair in that I'm not, you know, maybe not as a move in general, but in that situation I understand why he would do so. It's more so what I'm getting at. Uh-oh. Should not be spot dodging that. Should be 6XL and get really. Alright, well now we're in BL5 kill territory. I went for a risk. Guess what? The risk did not pay off. Hey, can you drop this? No. Okay. Good. That's fair. If that far L worked, I would have killed him too. But owie. I'm guessing this matchup's at least somewhat in Lucilius' favor. Yeah, it's somewhat. You could say that. If Lucilius gets BL5 off a move, the effects don't apply until the move is over. That is incorrect. If he gets BL5 off Iscariot, even if he's at like BL4.5 when it starts, he will in fact get the ground bounce. But I think, yeah, it does depend. Iscariot gives him the BL in like 2 chunks. I think the first part has to give him the BL5 to get it, is what people are saying. But in general, no, that is not true. Oh. You gonna whiff punish him? No, it's not. It's okay, that move is like disgustingly safe on block and whiff for some reason with Evil SBA. It shouldn't be, but the devs do not design reversals in a way that I consider to be very fair. Bonk. I mean, that one's not a reversal, I suppose, so that's something. Lucy ain't broken, he's lore accurate, so true. Yeah, also, yeah, if it was lore accurate, exactly, the captain would just shit on everyone. If it was going out of style. That's a regular throw call. Fair enough. I really gotta stop trying to 5-view this individual, but I'm like, you know, what if? I do have a little bit of brain rot. It's true. I don't like that he's just sitting there charging limit, man. What's a guy to do? Okay. The back dash is help. Give me a window. Oh, I misinputted. That's horrible. DP on your minus frames is understandable. Create. Dude, I've listened to this song so many fucking times from playing Relink. I can't tell if I love it or I hate it. You know, sometimes your misinputs save your life, and like Bob Ross said, we call those happy little accidents. Thoughts? Make Lediva top 1, people don't complain about 2B or Lucilius. Dude, if Lediva was top 1, you wouldn't hear anything else about anyone else, I promise you. The greatest BC bait of all time? Yeah. Sometimes you misinput, and you win because you're bad. Oh, the Jesus kick. The double Jesus kick. Whiff Jesus kick into Jesus kick. Through neutral. Like a fucking D&D alignment chart. Okay. Bonk, bonk, bonk. That's what we call gap? Something like that. It's something. You cannot make a grappler top 1 without people quitting. I mean, literally look at Strive. They did that and people stopped playing the game, for real. And it's not because, like, people are whiny. Like, this archetype is not, like, fair inherently. That's why it's so fun. right? That's why, like, you know, even though Ladiva's not very good right now, I have so much fun playing her, because she's really bullshit. Oh, I messed up the 720! It was gonna be the world's funniest thing! It was gonna be the world's funniest thing, guys! Oh, no, people are babies? No, listen. As a grappler main, people are not babies. People are, as a grappler main, it is, this archetype is, inherently kind of bullshit. Howie. Strive players are cowards. They won't survive the KOF winter? Mayhaps. I think that's right. You take that deal? I don't blame you. Damn good deal. No, sir, you can't do that when I have 50 meter, though. That's a damn good move when I don't, but when I have 50, that shit is no longer kosher. DP is fair. Ooh, a raging strike on us. Oh my god. Absolutely gapped, I fear. Get down here. Perish. City of the Wolves is gonna be so hype, and the OST will be sick this week. Or the OBT will be sick. Open beta test, yeah. That game looks fun. I agree. I'm looking at T-Zoc and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Let's just say that. No, man! I just want to hit him with 5U once! Why are you... maybe it's easy to react to, but like, why are you so good at reacting to it, man? Just mess up once, just for me. Should probably represent SPD on that sometimes. Like, when people are slightly minus, they're basically just putting themselves in a Ladiva, a good old Ladiva 50-50, right? Gotta think about that more earnestly. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's my bad for not teching the Aki way. Howie, some nice corner carry you got there, bub. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's pretty fair. Ow. I'd rather get a top tier grappler than a top tier zoner. At least I die in large chunks of health from grabs. I mean, maybe. That's the other pretty spooky archetype for sure. Depends on the zoner and how exactly they work, but yeah. That's the other pretty. What is Eva's GM threshold? It was like 9. It's pretty low. It's lower than other characters. I think it was like 900 yesterday. It might have climbed to like 9, or it was like 800 something. We can check in a sec. The last zoner that was top tier was Happy Chaos. Yeah, and that was pretty fucking bad. Right? That was not, people did not enjoy that very much. Found well to think Fairy had a DP in Versus. My biggest argument is every archetype can be top 1 because it's relative to the cast. Well, sure, yeah, but the problem, yes, a top 1 character does not have to be broken necessarily. Nobody enjoys top 1 anything. I agree, but certain things have more, you know. Yeah, it depends on how top 1 the top 1 is. Sure, yes. But at similar power points, I'm just saying that certain archetypes are much more designed around just. We can talk about it in a second. Actually, you know what? Maybe I want to make a video on this at some point. Maybe I want to discuss this in some greater detail. Uh-oh, spaghetti-os. Certain archetypes are much more like based around being balanced by their weaknesses that are meant to be handicapping them. So if they are top 1, it probably means that you've given them incredibly jagged strengths and no weakness. Versus just like, oh yeah, he's pretty good at everything, so like he's consistent and that's why he's top 1. It's gonna kill you, isn't it? Like, do you know the jokes about like, now give Belial Ladiva SPD? That is kind of what a top tier grappler would look like, right? If you just like forgot to give this character who has this like incredibly jagged toolkit a weakness. Matera Jam is higher than 1670? What the fuck? Yeah. The Materas are grinders. She's not like soup. There's not a ton of her, but the ones that do play her a lot. They're committed, dedicated even. We want 50 meter in this matchup really badly. Lariat really shifts the risk reward of the neutral here. Oh, like for right there actually. She should be, she cannot be doing this much rain of arrows. If I want to get a little closer. Uh-oh. Where I can really threaten the rain of arrows potentially. Behind the butterfly, it does make it a little easier, certainly. Ooh. Oh, shit's air unblockable, right? Yeah, see? Again, I know it took me a really long time to get close enough to actually illustrate it, but all of that rain of arrows is not such a good idea in this matchup usually. Okay. Bonk, bonk. Because it's very punishable by Lariat on reaction. On pretty late reaction, even, dare I say. They knew the fake safe jump. Oh, fuck. Wait, no, so yes, acid. That makes sense. Oh, I thought they were good. I tried the hard read a rain of arrows there. Did not come. I'm going to try ranking up with Natera after ranking up with 2 or more subs. I want to make sure I'm actually getting used to ranked match shenanigans before I turn to my mains. That's fair. You know, if you got like some sort of anxiety issue or something, playing on some subs can make it a little easier. You want to be walking a lot in this matchup too, because walking builds more meter than sprinting, besides it also just being a lot less risky, right? Come to me, yes, exactly. I like when the zoner stops zoning and decides to try and come kill me. That is my favorite, certainly. Oh. These 360 misinputs have been heartbreaking, you know that? Nice. Gets down here. It's not going to build me the meter I need, but it's still good damage. Oh, she was dead there. I misinputted you, Lariat. That's heartbreaking stuff. Okay, no arrow blockable. Oh, what the? That was bold. Oh, okay. I thought she had some landing recovery I could punish her. I think she does, but not quite enough for what I was looking to do there. Okay, let's try and remain somewhat patient here and look for an opening. That roll, I did not expect the 5U. Nice. Yeah, I misinputted the U Lariat at the end there as 623L somehow. Very unfortunate. Bonk, bonk. Sometimes you just gotta unga bunga at them though. Consider the follow. No map. Stay right there, please. Whatever you do. Out of my airspace. They really... I just don't expect this much rain of arrows from Natera. And it is genuinely catching me off guard. It's not usually a move they use that often in the matchup. Oh, God. Because it is so risky. GP is fair. Let's put it... Oh, that's meaty. I don't know why I thought that would just fly by me. It did not. Oh, yeah, yeah. Much as I hate his ass, I don't think Belial's a bad top tier. I would agree. I've said as much. If there's any character that they want to push as being top tier forever, out of the entire roster, Belial's, you know, the way they designed him, he's one of the better picks I can think of. Now, should any character be top tier forever? No. But, like, if assuming we're going to go with that, is Belial really the worst? Not really. Call it Stockholm Syndrome if you wish, but I don't believe so. That's why, like, I don't really like the argument that, like, oh, people just hate top 1 anything. No. Right? Trust me, top 1 Belial is 100 times better for the game than top 1 Ladiva or, like, top 1 Matera or something. I promise you. What if I just did it again? Unfortunately, what if is I die? Should have been UL? Yeah, exactly. Like, not UL either. Imagine top 1 Charlotta, the Nightmares. There are worse characters. There are worse characters. Don't let Grand touch top 1 ever? Really? I don't... That's an interesting one. I don't necessarily... He's an improvement over Nier already? I mean, yeah, Nier was... I mean, Nier was different, though. Because, like, that's where, like, you talk about, like, oh, top 1 is relative. Like, Nier was not top 1. Nier was broken, right? She was broken, so... That's a different story. That's not necessarily... I mean, it is sort of maybe an idea like puppet characters are not super easy to balance, but... Grand players are evil. Oh, I see. Yo, GBH, what's going on? Oh, wait, hold on. Lock in. Gems on the line. Grand players are evil incarnate. Interesting. That's fair. I mean, it's like Ryu players in Street Fighter, right? It's always how it tends to be. It's like, oh, they're playing, like, the default Shoto. I'm sure they will play, like, you know, strong fundamental footsies. As the character design intends. Never tends to be the case. Somehow. That's fair. That's totally fair. You did call my ass out. It's true. I've been called out. Oh, shit. That was outside of BC range? That was a tip-ass 6XL, I guess. Oh, nice. Yeah. This is not good. Mostly because I have no Brave points and he has 3. It's going to make it very hard to get much of anything started. That's a damn good trade, though. Overhead, sure. Oh, it's a low, right. Oh, you know, I tried to SPD in a gap there. If I blocked that overhead, I could have SPD'd him and potentially killed him. Nier would have been on a Carl Clover arc at the beginning of the game if they found all her tech. I mean, again, if Nier's tech was like known by the community from the start, there is literally no other character on the roster. The tier list is Nier at top 1, and literally like Belial and Fairy are the exact same strength. It doesn't matter. Luckily, we never got that Nier, but we could have. Luckily, she was like pretty complicated, so that did save us a little bit. It's not gonna work, right? Yeah. Too much gap in the fully charged black flies there. Where's the spot dodges? Wait, who are you and what have you done with GBH? Oh, fair enough. I forgot he could do that. I should jump on Karma. Sorry for putting you through that. It's okay. It's not that bad. At the end of like really like again really like Ladiva's worst matchups are not the zoners. Right? Ladiva's worst matchups are like Catalina and shit. You didn't put me through anything. Nier was worse than Brawl Meta Knight? I mean, Nier is the most broken fighting game character I have ever seen. Right? Release Nier. Which again, we never saw release Nier at full power, but like in hindsight, wow. Did they really fuck up badly. I'm sure there's like some obscure fighting game character from some old shit that I don't know about, but like, wow. Ow. Okay. It's interesting. That's it. And luckily it's Bubs, yep, so he's minus 83 on that shit. If I back jump Ladiva like that, I don't get a punish. But it's Beelzebub, so we're fine. So we're big chill. Oh, he gets real Oki off that, or real teleport off that. I didn't know. Oh, I tried to SBA that exact thing, him spot dodging like that. Time to go on LK's channel to do broken characters. Mayhaps. Go moment. Nice. Stay put, please, Mr. GBH. Didn't have enough headbutts to like properly fill out the thing. You know, GBH is a lover of the fake safe jump. I thought he would try it there too. What do I do about him? I guess I just hit him for charging the black flies like that, right? I really gotta be more careful doing this shit. Jumping at Bubs. I've lost a couple of rounds now doing that. Need someone to rep Nier and LK's broken character series. It was pretty wild, man. At least Nier. We never saw a full power Nier, but it was, you know. I don't know of something much more heinous. No magic. How dare you. Bonk. Look, it's John fighting game. He has a one-frame, full-screen, unblockable laser that insta-kills you. Holy shit. John fighting game.
Battle 2. Engage.
Spare me. I'm sorry, John fighting game. I did not mean to draw your ire. Get grabbed. Good sir. Let's stop misinputting these 360s, shall we? Yeah, there you go. Let's actually hit that shit. It's gonna work out pretty well for you. I mean, you know, I hit the 360, not the rest of it, though. No, sir. Unfortunately for you, I do not tech throws because I'm a bastard and an idiot. And a fool, even. You should be dead, right? Yeah, raw, 623, don't even need the technical input. Can you even access base rising anymore somehow? Base versus, yeah. Vanilla is still a game you can play. The game is still downloadable on Steam, is it not? Like, you can still buy that shit? They're two different games. So, I don't know, but can't you? Oh, base rising. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought you meant vanilla. You're talking about version 1.00. I don't know, actually. That's a damn good question. Hello. Get repped. Probably do version rollback somehow. Doesn't Steam let you do that shit a lot? I really thought he would spot dodge into command grab. Super. Oh, that's fine, honestly. I'll take that. I just didn't want to get command grab super. Oh, okay, so jumping, that's not really a good solution either. So true. Okay. No, sir. I think he's dead. Yep. You want to be able to play locally? Yeah. There'd be no servers for it or anything. But yeah, I think Steam does let you do that. If you really want to go back and see, get like a near player to tell you shit. See the kind of shit you could do. You will be if some of y'all did not experience pre-patch near, and no one ever experienced like the real pre-patch near. You know what I'm talking about? So like, it would be quite the thing to see. Yeah, what do I do about him doing that, huh? Can't really interrupt the needles that easily from ranges like that, anyway. I can do that! He went second! Wait, but he's plus, isn't he? Wait, how did he go second? Isn't he plus? I guess he delayed it, right? He must have delayed it on purpose. God damn. Clever boy. No, I'm not. Wait, you're not plus there? What? But I've been mashing, getting counter hit. Have I been mashing close up? Wait, you're not plus there? That did seem very strong. Well, okay, sure. He's not plus. I've been mashing and getting hit there like every time. I must be matching. I must be really bad at mashing. My bad. Bigger, later command grab, better person. Oh, now that's bad. He was giga minus there, but I'm just bad at the video game. Unfortunately, the classic GBH spot dodge. Trying to do the funny. No, sir. No funny for you. Muda, 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 muda. Indeed. Sure. Oh, I didn't have my lariat, dude. Fair enough. No, sir. Could be jumping that when he tries to suck me, but this is fair. Oh god. That second jump, maybe not fully intentional. Just keep jumping. Just keep jumping. I'm confused. Can SSBA invuln beat command grab supers after the flash? Yeah. You're full invuln with supers, right? You're full invuln with super. Also, GM! Enjoy your GM? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Ladiva's GM threshold's not very high, right? I never knew that. Yeah, you're full invuln. The big thing is that usually, and that's, listen, command grab supers, especially Ladivas, are a little silly in how they're designed, for sure. But the big weakness that they have is they have significantly less invuln than every other super, right? Ladiva, I think, has 7 frames of full invuln on her SSBA. So if you like super in response, you're pretty much always gonna win, right? But yeah, GM. Okay, we can play for a little bit more. We could also I wanted to do some replay review and stuff like that. We could also talk about some things, right? I kind of want to make a video about. I already did the healthy top tier thing, but we could do like the opposite, where we talk about like unhealthy top tiers, I suppose, right? Waku waku. Thank you. Let's see what. So yeah, Ladiva's GM. I'll 16k gems. Yeah, some people are fucking grinding, man. Yeah, so we're right on the. Wait, actually, I guess we wouldn't be, but someone lost some points. This Kyoku Red individual, for example, must have like lost a set or something. We'll get kicked out pretty quick, but we'll try and keep up a little bit of a grind here. I'll try and play off stream as well. But you know, the goal for here was to get back to GM, and we managed it. So hooray!
Nerds.
And Dav Z Kurobot, hello, thank you. Thanks for the Waku Waku and also the follow. Majin Gabagool is still in there. Yeah, J-Man, of course, #1 as he like always is whenever he bothers to do it. Do one on healthy low tiers characters that need to be bad for the game to stay good. That's gotta be the same thing, right? The idea of like, you know, like why you wouldn't want Ladiva to be top tier. Trust me, promise. Like from a person who loves playing her, why you don't want her to actually be like really good. Some people will tell you that she's top 1 or not top 1. Some people will tell you that Ladiva's like secretly actually broken right now, which is really that's really a sign for how much you don't want this character to actually be good. People hate playing her, fighting her so much right now. When I would argue, me personally, I argue she's more like bottom 5, right? Maybe she's not quite that bad. Maybe she's like, you know, a little bit higher up. But like people really hate playing her right now when she's not very good, or fighting her right now. I gotta grind GM with Siegfried at some point. I've missed playing him. Indeed, congrats, thank you. Play against a cat and say that again. But yeah, I haven't fought enough Ladiva to hate her. That's fair. Can Fairy get a real 2H, please? I don't think so, unfortunately. Yeah, in fact, just be glad the button still does something when you press it. That's what I say. Nice. Okay, GM. Yeah, let's talk about some stuff. Then we might do some replay review to finish off the day. But there are a couple of things that I want to sort of discuss here. Seeing the people crashing out on the grind, they hate playing her too. Well, yeah. I mean, she is in many ways like she's a frustrating. Like you could make an argument. I think it's good to have her there just because, like, you know, I mean, I definitely want her in the game, things like this. But you could make an argument that Ladiva is sort of just like an anti-fun character design, and the fact that like you know, like, he can oftentimes feel a bit frustrating to play just because, like, you're, you know, slot machine gambaying all the goddamn time, and then you do pretty well and you lose the guess once and die, and you're like, well, you know, why do I even bother? And also, you know, you're beating her the whole round, and then you guess wrong twice and die, and you're like, why do I even bother? Like there's an argument that, like, in the general utilitarian, like, matrix there's more times that Ladiva is less fun, like, for everyone involved than she is fun. You know what I mean? But people have to ask for refunds if they made Voss top 1. Dude, people were, like, Voss got buffed pretty notably in the 1.5 patch, and, like, people were crashing out real hard when that happened, man. He's not anywhere close to top tier, in my opinion. I think he's better. He's much better. Voss is a good character now. Voss is a strong character, where I think he was a little bad before this. But, like, could you imagine if he, could you imagine if Voss was actually, like, Lucilius, Belial, Catalina level? I mean, they should refund the game, because that's a horrible idea. My training partner plays Ladiva, and it's horrifying to fight him. Yeah, like, yeah, it's like, you know, like, there's, like, you take, like, the weighted average, right? It's like 25% of the time, the Ladiva player is like, feeling incredible, like they're a god amongst men. And, like, you know, 50% of the time, they're like, why can't I play the video game? 25% of the time, they're neutral. And, like, 100% of the time that someone's fighting Ladiva, they're like, why is this happening? It's like, if you take the whole matrix, it's probably a net negative, but I like her. I like playing her. Should make Voss and Ladiva top 1-2 for a week and see how people act. So let's talk about this. I want to go into training mode here so I can pull up characters and show examples, right? I think it's somewhat of an interesting topic. We don't have to go about. I don't think I'm gonna yap about this like forever and ever, but we shall see. We shall see. When she feels good, she feels good. Yeah, I mean the highs. It's a slot machine, right? The slot, you don't win half the time on the slot machine. You win less than half the time. But when it hits, when it goes, the fucking little jingles and shit. Me on my way to make Ladiva a 2B top 1, Ladiva top 2. I mean 2B is closer to that at least than Ladiva is, but I still. Personally, I'm not quite so sure that 2B is in, like, she's, like, really, like, literally, she feels like Uno to me. You know what I mean? I'm calling it now. If Fairy loses GG and the whip, she'll need to fight with honor. Alright, okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a goddamn minute. Me giving her release skill regen? Yeah. Alright, so what do I want to talk about here? I mean, yeah, let's, you know, we'll wing it a bit here. I can always edit it together later to make it more coherent for the video. Fairy, but it's actually Source. There for 2 minutes to streamer GM. Yeah, we just barely got there. We'll get kicked out. We probably already got kicked out if the person at 10th or at 11th is playing. Like, you know, we got there, and we will continue. I'll continue grinding off stream and stuff to try and maintain it to an extent. Yeah, let's talk about this. Because it's something that we kind of like. It came up naturally as we were playing Ladiva, and I kind of wanted to. I thought it would maybe be good to make a whole concentrated video about this. I have already kind of done the inverse in this, in why I talked about why, like, if there's any character in the roster that we had to agree was going to be top tier forever, as much as people might not want to hear it, just because, like, people are very sick of Belial, very understandably so, don't get me wrong, but if there's any character that I would pick on the roster to be like, he's going to be top tier for 6 years, it probably would be this asshole, right? Now, again, should any character be top tier for 6 years? Probably not. But, like, oh well, right? They have the bias, right? Season 2 is coming up, Belial's probably not getting nerfed there either. All we can pray is that he doesn't get significantly buffed, right? We'll see. But, you know, because, and the reason for that being that, essentially, in my opinion, Belial is good because he can do everything pretty well, but he is not necessarily, like, he's not a super jagged character design, is the words that I usually like to use for it, right? In the sense that, like, I mean, the topic of this video is why, for example, you would really hate the game way more than you maybe currently do if, like, that lady over there was top tier, right? Like, people will make jokes a lot of the times about
incredibly smart and attractive.
Loot FTC, thanks for the prime, man. Much appreciated. Loot's like a musical instrument. That shit is fancy. But yeah, like, you know, people sometimes make a joke about, like, oh, they're gonna buff Belial in all of these different ways and whatnot. And sometimes people will jokingly say, like, oh, they're gonna give him, like, Ladiva SPD next patch, right? And if that sounds insane to you, if Belial with his whole toolkit and like real looping 50-50 mix off of command grab, even if it is risky, if that sounds dumb to you, people often ask me why I always say, like, oh, they gotta be careful with Ladiva, even though I play Ladiva. I'm like, I love Ladiva, you gotta be careful with her. I don't expect too many buffs, right? I understand why they, like, when they buffed her in this patch, they nerfed her as well. They gave her, like, counterbalancing stuff. I understand why there's these giant holes in her kit where her game plan just, like, doesn't work in the mid-screen. It's not the most fun thing. Ladiva's very fun, though. But, like, I get why, because Ladiva has this, okay? I'm sorry. Ladiva has this thing right here, which is
up there for best moves in the game, just period. Like, ignore the fact that it's on Ladiva and think for a second about just SPD in a vacuum, right? Think about this move in a vacuum, right? It's huge. It's like 4 times the size of the regular throw or something. It's like the size of her backdash, right? It's huge. It's unblockable. It builds her like 20 meter when she lands it, and it loops back into itself. And some versions of it now do 6,000 damage on hit, right? This does 5650, and if you have the buff up, it does 6,200, which is more than most SBA's non-technical input, right? It is risky. That's correct, but most offense in this game is designed in such a way that like you have to take on big risk to do anything. But this game essentially like does not let you. Like, you don't have to learn a lot of the game playing Ladiva because this move is so broken that it carries you so hard. However, because they gave her this, she pays in so many ways for the crime of having this broken ass move, right? She's quite slow, she has a very bad reversal, if you can even call this thing a reversal, right? She's got quite bad neutral, her 6XL is on the lower end of the cast for sure. Right? They even, like, as they tried to tilt her more towards SPD, they nerfed her mid-screen. Now, Ladiva still has some of the best mid-screen in the game. Let's not get too twisted. Right? But, like, they really do care to, like, give Ladiva these big, big holes in her offense. Her, like, main pressure tool is borderline reactable. This is the shit they don't tell you about, right? But, like, when you fight, like, really good players, Ladiva H headbutt is 17 frames, and it glows orange, right? This thing is borderline reactable with MDP. It's real tough. It's real tough. But like, since it is essentially the only way Ladiva can run like safe plus on block pressure outside of the corner, I've had people MDP this like 70% of the time that I do it. Tiempo is one like really bad offender of this, right?
Get grabbed,
Point being,
comma,
that
nerds.
they gave Ladiva these gigantic holes in her game plan because they gave her this broken ass move. When I say that you would really hate the game if Ladiva was top tier, the point is that Ladiva's design intrinsically prevents her from being top tier by virtue of, is Ladiva neutral even that bad with 2M jams? She's got some good buttons. It's damn true, right? She's got some good buttons. But even then, they're not like best in slot type buttons. Her 2M is quite nice, right? 2M is quite nice, and it does convert pretty nicely, right? But the like very, very slow move speeds and in general, not super great set of pokes besides these. Like again, far M is okay. 2M is quite, this is a damn good button, right? This is a damn good button. But again, general lack of mobility, forward walk speed, back walk speed, dash speed, a bad 6XL makes it a little bit tough for her, right? Like she does in general end up a lot of the times kind of like trying to rob her way through neutral with lariats. But point being, that Ladiva's design inherently prevents her from being like a top tier character because at the end of the day, no matter how explosive you are as a character, consistency, when we talk about top tier, we talk about tier lists, we talk about playing at high level, we talk about playing in tournaments, we talk about playing an Arc World Tour, we talk about beating like 20 people in a row, right? Consistency is king in a game, in fighting games in general, and in a game like this too, where there is no like near anymore, right? There is no just like goddess of the game that destroys everything. So when no one is like towering over everyone else like that, it really does become about consistency, which is why, for example, Belial is one of the best characters in the game. Catalina is one of the best characters in the game. There's other factors to it. There are parts of their kit where they're jacked up, right? But like, it really is just the fact that like, you are never going to lose because you are playing Belial, right? At no point, if you like, this is why I say like, again, Belial he doesn't carry anyone, but he's a good character. He doesn't carry anyone though, right? His big thing is that he just has all the tools you could ever possibly need, and it's up to you to use them well, right? You're never gonna lose because you're like, ah, man, damn, if only I wasn't playing Belial, that situation would have gone better for me, right? Whereas, sometimes, you're going to win, and you gotta be like, holy shit, Ladiva is stupid. Like, why can this character do, I don't know, right? Like this, right? Oh, hold on, I'm bad at the 720. But like, you know, why can this character do this? Holy shit, I didn't deserve that win. I only won because I was playing Ladiva, right? Like, you'll roll 5U, yeah, that's not good shit. Like sometimes, you know, you just hit someone for like this, by the way, on no break points, it's like 10,000 damage, right? So like, sometimes you're gonna win, and you're like, I only won that because I was playing Ladiva. But also, sometimes you're gonna lose because like you were running your offense and whatever, and you happen to like command grab for the kill, and they guessed correctly, and you died, right? And the character inherently is a slot machine. So, if her design inherently prevents her from being top tier because she's so inconsistent, then what do I even mean when I say you would hate a top tier Ladiva? Well, the only way to make a character like this top tier is either jack up their strengths so incredibly high that the weaknesses no longer matter. This is an insane example, but I do like to use extremes to prove a point. Imagine if this, right? Just imagine if this did 20,000 damage, right? If this did 20,000 damage, or even better, imagine if this did 20,000 damage, right? Obviously, that's never going to happen, but just stick with me. If Ladiva's light SPD did 20,000 damage, guess what? It doesn't matter that her neutral is pretty bad, or that her defense is right? Or that she doesn't really have like a good brave counter or throw bait, or that she's, reversals are pretty tough for her, and backdash kind of beats the shit out of her, and that she doesn't really function as a character like outside of the corner, but like it's hard for her to get you to the corner sometimes, because it'd be hard for her to find the hidden neutral. Shut the fuck up, right? Silence, Ladiva player. Everyone else playing Grand Blue player, which would be 0 people, everyone would drop the game, is speaking, right? If this did 20,000 damage, guess what? It doesn't matter. Ladiva's top 1. Now, of course, it doesn't have to do 20k, but my point is that one of the ways to make Ladiva top tier would be to buff her strengths so insanely that the weaknesses essentially don't matter, which I hope I don't need to explain in like big. Say, for example, this did 6k instead, which is like still insane, never gonna happen. But if we're talking about a top 1 grappler, maybe. Say this did 6k, right? So she actually killed the entire cast in 3 guesses that work in the mid-screen, and they looped in on themselves. Like, when I do this, and I can do this, and you're another 50-50, right? And if you guess wrong 3 times, you die, and, guess what? Her strike damage still does about 6k in that exact same situation, right? So in that case, again, suddenly it, like, doesn't matter. Because Ladiva genuinely needs to win, like, once, and then you are immediately in Hellworld. That's one way, and again, I hope it's clear why that would not be a good balancing, right? And again, you can't like make they buffed the damage on the command grab, didn't really matter. You can't like give her little buffs and make her top tier because of the way her design works. So you have to break through the limiter. The other way would be to remove her weaknesses, right? Give Ladiva like really good neutral, maybe like some better pressure that's like better at baiting BC and backdash and brave counter and things like that, right? Make her faster, right? Give her like a projectile or something, right? Like just take all of the weaknesses in her kit away. The fact that she has to like that she's always forced to approach even in matchups where that's not good. Give her something to do at full screen. Okay, what have we done then? Well, we've given Belial SPD is what you've done, right? Like you either have to remove her weaknesses or you have to buff her strength so absurdly that there is no game anymore, right? In that the reason that this doesn't apply to someone like Belial is that Belial has no glaring hole. He is not designed with a glaring hole in her kit, in his kit, right? Quite the opposite, in fact. The whole design of Belial is that there is no hole. That he's just yes, I laugh it up. But like the whole design of Belial is that there is no hole, right? He is just pretty damn good at everything. That's why he's good. Because Ladiva's intrinsic design is one of extremes, there is no way to make that balanced, right? You can try, right? Mid-tier grapplers exist. Some people will argue Ladiva is one. She's not. But like, people in Ladiva's current state, some people tell you this character is secretly broken, right? These Ladiva players, they're just bad. They're downplaying. Trust me, bro, this character's broken. I've heard like 2 people, not a lot, but like over the entire course of Rising, I've heard like 2 people say that when they were crashing out a little bit when a Ladiva when they guessed wrong 3 times and died on EX SPD. I've heard like 2 people say that at some point, and like, I get it. She's annoying to fight. Like, if people are saying that about the current Ladiva, imagine if she was actually like truly not a balanced character, right? And yeah, a similar thing you can argue goes. It's broken to me, darn it. Yeah. There's Ladiva's not the only. I'm not singling out my girl, right? There's a lot of characters like this, and again, I'm very consistent, right? Turn Ladiva into Pot. I mean, yeah, look what they did in Guilty Gear, right? Pot is probably. I'm not super familiar with Guilty Gear. But yeah, Pot is probably the best character in the game, from my understanding, and it does not look good, right? I'm gonna tell you, it seems very funny watching Potemkin do anything, and people fighting Potemkin are very not happy about it, and in very justifiable ways. I would not call this, again, I am a grappler main. I play pretty much only grapplers. Trying to get more characters to master in Grand Blue is the first time that I've really branched out and tried to play more archetypes. Like, I love grapplers. I play Ladiva here. I'm playing Geef in Street Fighter 6. I play Pot in Strive. I'm only going to pick up City of the Wolves probably because T-Zoc looks really cool, right? I love grapplers, but I can admit people are not being babies when they complain about this archetype, right? At the end of the day, Ladiva's entire thing is that she, tries to fucking goofball her way through her weakness. Like, just avoid the fact that, like, she has bad neutral or bad defense or whatever, and then, just, like, stick out a button. It happens to work. She has some of the highest reward at the game off random hits, right? She does some shit like this to you, and then suddenly your ass is in the corner, and now, you're guessing free game. And you can just guess right, sure. You can also just guess wrong, and it feels very funny when you lose to this character. I will say it feels pretty funny when you win as this character pretty often too. The meme of grapplers like when they guess correctly, they were in your head and they're a genius and they have the read, and when they guess wrong, well, it's a 50-50. What can you do? But people are not being babies about this, right? Vying for my spot, are we? I don't know about you're still a good 1,000 gems ahead of me. Oh, Gabby, I don't know. Give me your opinions on what we're talking about right now. Command grabbing someone 6 times in a row is a wild time. She doesn't even need to do that as much anymore. But yeah, only in the corner, right? My point is, I don't think when people complain about Ladiva, I don't think they're being babies. I think at the end of the day, to an extent, yes, in the sense like it's a video game. If you're like genuinely crashing out about anything, I think you need to calm down a little bit and like go outside, touch some grass, tell someone you love them, who matters to you, or something like that. But what's the take idea? My take idea is that people were. It's a conversation that happens a lot of just like, trust me, you would hate this game way more if Ladiva was like top 1 versus like a Catalina or Lucilius or something, right? And I'm just discussing why that is the case. But yeah, people are not like. I understand when people don't like fighting this character. I have a lot of fun, so hold that shit, right? I'm gonna loop you 3 times, and you're gonna die, and it's gonna be great. But again, it's intrinsically her balance is based around having a big weakness, which kind of prevents her from being really good by design. So you have to break the limiter to get through that, right? You either have to make her you have to make her strength so broken the weakness doesn't matter, or you have to remove her weaknesses. Neither of which is very good with a character design like this, which is essentially designed to remove interaction in any way, shape, or form, at least on offense, right? Like it does completely reduce the game to a series of guesses, fun guesses in my opinion, but guesses. There are other characters like this too, right? Again, like Ladiva is not. This is the same reason, for example, that like over time, this character, right? She is not very good. She's not horrible, by the way. And again, this is a good time to mention the idea that. Fairy she got buffed in 1.5. I'm gonna keep repeating it. I overreacted when I saw the patch notes. A lot of people overreacted. Some people were smart and they knew it right away, right? Fairy got buffed. Fairy is better now than she was in 1.4, in my opinion. Did she lose some pretty big stuff? Yes. But she didn't get buffed enough, quote unquote. They didn't buff Fairy to the point that it's like, oh my god, Fairy mains, we're saved. Because they're never gonna do that. Because this is also, I mean, they did it in vanilla apparently for a while, but like, with what usually fighting game devs will do their best to avoid this kind of character being very, very strong for kind of the same reasons, right? These are zoners and grapplers are 2 inverses of the same coin. Is it the hardcore archetype characters are based around a weakness? Character being top 1 usually means those weaknesses literally mean very little. Yes, exactly. And again, when you have a weakness that means when you have like weaknesses that are essentially negligible on a guy like Belial, he's good, but like, yeah. But when you have a weakness that's negligible on a character who has such a insane jagged strength, it becomes much more of a problem, right? Fairy's very similar. She is built around the idea that, like, yeah, Fairy will have rounds where you literally spend the entire thing at full screen unless you're getting fucking mixed by Hellrat, right? This happens. But Fairy's whole thing is she has 15,000 health. She has a pretty bad reversal. Her defense got made better, actually. They did buff her defense a bit with, like, the side swap, right? But because she can kind of put you in the corner if you fuck up your pressure on her when she's in the corner, and that's very nice for her. It gets her the whole screen back, and she can run her mix and stuff like that. But she's got, she dies very quickly. She's got bad defense. Her anti-airs are horrible. All zoners in this game, at least, are designed with a pretty shit anti-air for that reason, because they are designed with weaknesses in mind. How do you make Fairy top tier? Well, it's the exact same thing. You probably guess at this point, right? You either make her zoning so difficult to get through that it doesn't matter that once you get there she dies, or you make her like actually able to box you point blank, right? This is kind of and if you look no further than Season 1 JP, right? Season 1 JP in Street Fighter 6, he was basically this problem. He was too good for sure, but like it was the idea of like he had some very good zoning. His zoning is probably not as good as like a lot of the pure zoners in this game, funny enough, but his zoning was really good, and also secretly he just had like some of the best buttons in the game, and he had amnesia, which was one of the best reversals in the game, right? And that was the thing. It's like you get it on JP and it's like you don't even feel like you're winning. You actually are pretty scared to be in on JP. And that was a bad decision. And they rolled it back. And even now, even though they've kind of rebuffed him, they have still amnesia. Like him having like one of the best reversals, probably the best reversal in the game. They took that shit away real fast, right? Because that is inherently a horrible idea. It's taking away one of the biggest weaknesses of this zoner archetype, is making it so that when people get in on them, they win. That's not a good idea. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? In general. So this is not really, there wasn't like too much of like a look forward here. I just wanted to get out like a sort of organized I saw people in the disc saying Fairy 2H not being air blockable wouldn't make this character crazy. Would you say 1.0 Nier was in the same boat? Okay, so 1.0 Nier is a little different. We can talk about 1.0 Nier if you want. Nier is a little different in the sense that like her archetype doesn't really matter. So funny enough, Nier is actually an example sort of what I was talking about with the first way you could make Ladiva very broken. Because people didn't really like to hear this before Nier got nerfed. But Nier, pre-patch Nier, especially once they removed her DP, right? Nier had, or like her comboing off DP, Nier had significant weaknesses, actually, right? Having 15,000 health is not nothing, right? And she had pretty middling defense. Not bad. She had some of the best normals in the game to mash out with. But, like, she had relatively middling defense. Those aren't huge weaknesses, but for like a character that is undisputed top 1, it's like more of a weakness than like Belial has, or like that Siegfried had, or that anyone else in that tier had. It's just that her strengths were so overwhelmingly powerful that it didn't really matter at all, right? Because she did the highest damage in the game on average. She had looping. Talk about weak defense with a reversal. When they removed her comboing off DP, when she had her comboing off DP, but yeah. People, when they tell me that Sieg's weakness was that he's slow, I mean, it is, yes. If there's any balancing factor to Siegfried, it is that. That's not true. It's just that it's not that relevant in the grand scheme of things, right? He's still very good. But yeah, so Nier is kind of that first example, pre-patch Nier, is that example of like, her strengths were so ungodly strong that like clearly Nier is designed with a weakness in mind, in that she's, worse when Death isn't around, and yeah, she's not super good at getting people off her in the corner. But it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because she had looping 50-50s, the best use skills in the game, the best Oki in the game, the best pressure in the game, the highest damage in the game, right? Mix in a game that by and large didn't have mix, and it was the best mix in the game. Who cares? She had the best way to deal with BC in the game, the best way to deal with throw in the game, so who gives a fuck, right? So again, 1.0 Nier, that pre-patch Nier that everyone just despised, is very similar to what, in many ways, a top-tier Ladiva would look like, right? In that first case, where you just buff her strengths to the moon to the point that it doesn't matter what weaknesses she has, right? One example of that is an old Melty where Hime has slow normals and non-existent health, but also amazing mix, zoning, rush down, a fast DP, actual flight. Yeah, exactly. I really wonder how she made it through QC in the first place. Yeah, I mean, I've already made a video on this, but like, wow, 1.0 Nier, if we like teleport. Like, give Elsa, like, no game knowledge, but just Nier knowledge, just Nier tech knowledge. And put Elsa back in 1.0, and, like, no one is going to win anything except other Nier players who, she shares that tech with. But yes, anyway. Nier is actually a very good example of this, right? So, this is all to say, I guess if there is a point to this video besides just, like, me wanting... this is something that I bring up a lot. QA is very difficult, especially for fighting games. I mean, yes, I agree, and puppet characters are hard to balance and things like that. But, wow. Right? Listen. I will do nothing, but I praise the Granblue devs all the time. I talk about the 1.5 patch is like my favorite patch that I've ever maybe seen in a fighting game. I talk about how, I love the way they're balancing this game. They're nerfing Brave counter, not exactly in the way that I want it in Season 2, but like they are nerfing Brave counter seemingly. I'm very happy with the Granblue devs. But at the same time, I'm not just going to sit here and suck their dick. Nier is like the worst mistake I've ever seen, right? In knowing what we know, holy fuck, fellas, what were you thinking, right? Like, they didn't make, like, Nier a little too good. 1.0 Nier is so good, there is no tier list, right? There is, like, in actuality, if we had the tech, there is no tier list in Granblue. It's Nier, S+++, and everyone else in D tier. Belial and Fairy are the same strength, right? So, like, I will have to be like, what the fuck were we doing, guys? But, but yeah, if there is sort of one point to this, I'm probably going to be dropping this video a little bit before we get the patch notes for Season 2. The idea here, besides just like consolidating a point that I make often in like separate videos into one main kind of discussion point, is that when you see the patch notes in Season 2, you are probably not going to see big Fairy buffs. You are probably not going to see big Ladiva buffs. You're probably not going to see, like, Vasaraga might get nerfed, even though he's probably not... I think Voss is like a solid character right now, but he's not broken by any means. But I would more so expect Voss to get nerfed than buffed in the next patch, if I had to guess, right? Even, like, there are going to be characters better than Vasaraga that don't get nerfed as hard as he does, probably, right? But at the same time, you might see, you might not see Belial get hit as hard. You might not see Siegfried get hit as hard. You might not see, like, a character like Beatrix get hit as hard. Because these are characters that essentially are, in a way, more... okay to be strong. Now we can tune them down a bit for sure, right? We can tune them down a bit. Belial's fine. But, like, we can tune, you know, your Beatrice, your Luciliuses, your Catalinas, things like that. We can tune them down for sure. But, like, they are probably less likely to get shot in the head compared to a character like Nier, right? And it's not just because of the power level difference. It's because of, like, the inherent unhealthiness of having a character with that design be as good as they are, right? So when you look at the Season 2 patch notes and you don't see, you know, if you're like a Beatrice, a word and a half, yeah. If you look at the Season 2 patch notes and you don't see huge Matera buffs, don't be surprised, right? If you do, be surprised. I'd be very surprised if any of these, like, if Matera, you can clip this later and make fun of me, but, like, if Matera, Lediva, I'm gonna say Lwane, Fairy, Vasaraga, Yuel, Nier fits in here too. Avatar, I would actually also expect to get nerfed. That's probably about where it's, and Vayne, I guess, too, right? If any of these characters got huge buffs, I will be very, very surprised, right? You think Versuja might get tuned? I'm not sure. Versuja is weird in that people think she's a lot better than I do, so I'm not sure yet, right? I'm like, maybe Versuja's a current, people, sorry, my pop filter fell off my mic. Some people are not very happy with Versuja's existence. Maybe Versuja is an example of what I'm talking about, where she's supposed to be this character that has these, like, big holes in, like, you know, having not the best necessarily ways to get people off her and stuff like that, and, like, no meterless reversal, and, like, being a little slower, and having, like, a bad 6XL and stuff. Like, maybe her strengths are so overpowered it doesn't matter, and she's, like, top 5? I don't know. I don't think so. Versuja to me feels... this might be more blasphemous these days. Like, people did not disagree with this as much when she, like, first came out. Maybe she's been developed and I'm just missing out. But Versuja to me feels more like actually a very good example of about exactly how strong you can make a character like this before things break. Like, I've always thought Versuja was, like, solid. Like, he's, like, top half of the cast. Pretty good. Not top tier. I don't think she's necessarily sniffing at it even. But, like, pretty strong. But she also felt like, you know, pretty interactive in the sense that, like, her strengths are very strong, but her weaknesses are pretty easy to put her in those positions, right? So who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. But that has been my kind of impression on Versuja the whole time. She might be a little too good. Maybe you'll have to lower her reward in the mid-screen, like, a little, but I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of the point there. I as a Lediva main, I would like some quality of life stuff for Lediva, but I'm not surprised they don't make her good. Because trust me, you would not have a good time with this. If you disagree, by the way, let me know. It's not like I'm fairly confident in this. It's a take that I've had for a while, but, like, I'd be very interested to see if someone expecting Lucy nerfs. Yeah, I mean, I still expect, like, even though I can say, like, oh, like, you know, Belial, Catalina, Lucy, like, they're not inherently, like, horrible characters to be top tier. You know, I definitely expect a little bit of, like Lucilius, everyone besides Belial. I do, like, expect to get tuned down a bit. Belial's probably fine. But, like, you know, Lucilius, Catalina, I still say Zeta is in that discussion too. I don't care about her tournament results. Grimnir, things like that. I would definitely expect to get tuned down a little bit, right? I'm missing people in there too. Like, there's someone in that's not the whole thing. But, somehow Versuja's pretty safe doing close range spot dodge. Yeah, I mean, having a good BC bait, having good offense is not necessarily that bad, right? And I want to see a lot of character changes for Season 2 to start the system changes, then see how those affect everyone. Maybe. But I do... If the only system changes are, like, you know, counter hit HDP and Brave counter being nerfed, then, like, I would like to see a big shakeup with Season 2 for sure, right? Just, again, I don't expect that shakeup to be, hey guys, Lediva and Fairy are top 1 and 2 now. That will be very bad design, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, that about does it, I think. I want to talk about something else after this, I think. Because this next thing is going to be something I've been forming in my head a bit, but I want to talk about why I've actually kind of changed my mind on how defense works in this game a little bit recently. At least in how you can evaluate a character's defense. But yeah, we'll talk about that actually next year, because this is something that I'm quite interested in. This is all something that I want, if people have opinions, I'd like to hear this, because this is something that, it's like an idea that I'm still kind of forming in my head, right? Man is hoping for RS without death on Nier. The longest shot? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know. We'll talk about it next year. Next year, my bad. Yeah, but BC is a big thing, yeah, but... What's the discussion point? It's basically, I want to... My opinion on, like, Lediva and Versuja's defense has really changed recently for the positive. And it's because I've started in my opinion, realizing that the rewards you get on getting, like, hits in the corner matters a lot for how good your defense is, and it's something I started realizing when I was playing Eustace, right? In fact, let me just get the video going here, and we can talk about it in a little bit more detail. Let's play some Beelzebub theme. I like me some Beelzebub theme. Let's get like Eustace and Ladiva on screen here. So there's 2 examples I want to talk about. But it's something that I've also wanted to. I've kind of been. This is a less fully formed idea than most of the things that I usually talk about in these kind of videos. But this is something that I've only recently started to kind of have my opinion shift on, and I'm kind of. I'm hoping that like talking through it here is going to help me sort of form this idea. But something that I used to say for a long time is that characters like Ladiva, characters like Versuja, and some others of the like, right, had bad defense, right? And my idea when I say this is that, that they have, for example, I think having a good 6XL is very important for having good defense in this game, because like characters like Catalina or something who will like space you out with big buttons in the corner, one of the safest ways to try and take your turn back there is to like try and like guess when they have a little gap in their offense and like 6XL out and get your plus frames back, right? A character like Ladiva is not very good at that, and a character like Versuja is the worst in the game at that, at doing the instant 6XL, which isn't charged up. Her dash L goes nowhere, right? It's fun seeing the difference in balance discussions between current and old games, in part because for old games you have to accept that characters will not get touched in any way. Yeah, that's definitely there's a whole other paradigm. But yeah, so like that, things like this, like I'm like, oh, yeah, I mean, Versuja, for example, has some pretty good buttons. Ladiva has some pretty good buttons too, not quite Versuja level, but she's got some pretty good buttons to poke out with and stuff. Like yeah, no meterless reversal, relatively slow buttons, even if they're big buttons. Bad 6XLs, try and cheat your way out of the corner, things like this. Bad buttons to mash, like risky buttons to mash out with and stuff like that. But sort of a thought that has been occurring to me recently, and this started actually, I'll get him back on screen here, but this started when I was playing Eustace, right? And I was playing Eustace, and I was like, it felt much more uncomfortable for me to be in the corner on Eustace than it did when I was playing Ladiva. And at first, I kind of chalked it up to like, I'm just like more comfortable on Ladiva. I've been in defensive situations against a lot of characters like way more often on Ladiva. I have way more experience. So like it's just like it's a discomfort with Eustace thing. And that's true, yes, that all of that is true. But it came down to, I realized like, when I guessed right on defense, when I managed, because when you're in the corner, it's a bad situation for everyone, right? You are essentially like trying to RPS your way out of your opponent's pressure, and it's them favored RPS. Like they're gonna do more damage for being right than you are, right? So when I guessed right on Eustace, a lot of the times I got like, this. Well, okay, it would go 1, 2, 3, and then like this or something like that, right? A lot of the times you do the medium version there too, right? So you can save the thing. So I'll get like that or something, right? And that is really not good, right? You can get some more, you can get some better stuff, certainly, right? I mean, you can like if you want to spend some resource or something, right? But you're like sort of normal thing is that, I mean, even if you wanted to spend some meter, I mean, what are you exactly doing? I'm sure there's something you can do on Eustace, but it really is gonna be like, what, you're gonna do this? Right? I don't know, right? That's 2K. You can do this is the real thing, right? If you want your like reward on Eustace, you can do that. You can like bomb DP loop off that and all that. But you are spending a very, very valuable resource in your Brave counters, right? To do that in your VP if you want to do that. So like, I mean, everyone has some pretty decent mid-screen with that kind of stuff, right? But you could extend it a little bit off that. Even then, I mean, a lot of the times you were like, if you've spent a lot of resource, crouching hits get you red nade. Crouching auto combo will get you red nade. So if a lot of the times, even if I hit them with a 2L crouching, I wouldn't get red nade off this, right? Crouching auto combo gives you red nade, which you're very rarely gonna get on defense. Unless you get a 6XL, which to be fair, Eustace can do that easier than Ladiva. Eustace has a much better 6XL than Ladiva. But yeah, I realized as I thought about it more that I think the reason it felt so horrible to be on defense with Eustace is that the risk reward of the situation was just terrifying, right? It's like if I'm in this situation, a lot of the times, like even if I really ball out, right? I don't know, I'm getting what, like probably something in the realm of like 5K if I spend a bunch of resource and like, a Brave point and all of this. A lot of the times, off just like, the easiest hit confirms and stuff, I'm getting like 2K damage, right? Whereas, right, a lot of the, if you get like some random stray hit as Ladiva, to be fair, you have to spend some resource. But I mean, even if you don't, right? A lot of times you get like some random stray hit as Ladiva, right? Even like if it's like a counter hit of, I think like this works, right? Well, you're not gonna get auto combo, it'll be unfair to Eustace, right? You can like even off her lights, for example, she could get like this if you want to spend some resource now. She oftentimes can like go into headbutt as well, right? And like, I mean, you don't need to really talk about how good Ladiva's mid screen is, I think, right? Even with no resource at all, right? You can get some pretty damn good combos there, right? Even just this, right? That's 4K resourceless. Whereas again, if you want to spend a little bit of resource, well, I mean, you can start doing shit like this, right? Where like you just get a cruelly unreasonable amount of damage and corner carry, and you can get even more than that too. But like 5k, and more importantly even than the damage is the fact that now they're in the corner. The damage is good, the damage is better than Eustace, but it's also they're in the corner now, right? Whereas you notice again with Eustace a lot of the times, like if I just did my like even doing like the basic like meterless stuff on Lediva, you know, I'll do something like this, right? And then I'll do this. We're at least like back to half screen basically, right? You show the far L damage instead of 2M on Diva. Yeah, I mean, you can do the same thing on far L too, right? You can go far L into U Lariats. I'm actually very bad at meterlessly hit confirming far L, but you can do the exact same stuff pretty much, right? They'll say, yeah, sometimes you will be outside of the proper headbutt range, so you do stuff like this. That's still worse, right? That's still worse. But I mean, if you go 2L, 2L, far L. Oh wait, actually no, it's only on counter, yeah. You go 2L, 2L like this. You can still get like some decent stuff, right? Yes, you probably need a little bit of meter expenditure, but it's still much more worthwhile meter expenditure, right? You can still do things like this. Right, so it's not just the damage, it's also the fact that now he's in the corner, right? Alongside you can also just like if you get like really good punishes, you can get some pretty crazy stuff. But so can Eustace. Like if Eustace gets a close H, right? He can do stuff like this, and then you can go from there. You can get far L into this, right? And then you're kind of gaming for sure. You can do a lot of damage right there. But yeah, so my point is not necessarily just is that it felt much more rewarding in general to guess out of the corner on Lediva than it did on Eustace. And a big part of that was the fact that she got so much more reward, not just on damage, but also on corner carry, on hit, right? Even if we compare the light rewards, right? Not only is the damage much better, going like 2L, 2L, far L, like that, right? Even, I mean, again, if Eustace wants to spend some meter on that, I'm not entirely sure what, like, the best thing for him to do would be, right? To spend 50 here. Probably, can you convert off that? I don't think so, right? Like, I want to go, like, a very similar, like, apples-to-apples comparison here. I guess you could, yeah, because that's not going to do anything. Right, you 2L, far L into that? I don't know, right? If you want to spend 50, I mean, he at least gets back to full screen, I guess, right? But again, compared to this, it's not quite as rewarding, right? Something like this. And again, notice how we're on the other side of the screen now. So the reason that it felt so much better to be on defense with Lediva is because she got so much higher reward on every single hit. And I started thinking, like, does Lediva have better defense than Eustace? Right? I mean, they both. Eustace is not like the paragon anyway. It's like he has a better 6XL, sure. He's got, like his buttons are not necessarily that much better. His 6XL is better, understandably. But he doesn't have a meterless reversal either, and his reward is so much lower. And I was like, have I been evaluating this shit like backwards the entire time, right? Another big thing to mention, right, is that I mean, that's not what I was going to mention, but it's something else. That Lediva can also, if you're like slightly safe but minus, this is a Lediva exclusive thing. It's not really, I was going to talk about Versuja and other characters too. But if you're like slightly minus on something, Lediva can also put you in an SPD 50-50 a lot of the times, right? I don't think Versuja has the worst defense. I don't think she does either. But my point is, I'm starting to wonder if it's like if he's not even close, is my point, right? Because of the reward. The other thing is the health, right? Again, I have become much more risk-reward pilled as I've played more fighting games. And unironically, I think having higher health makes your defense better. All things, you know, ceteris paribus, all other things being equal. Just because, again, it's all about risk-rewards. And like the decisions that will consistently win you matches more often are the ones that balance the risk and the reward based on the information you have at the time the best. That's a very hard calculation to do in like at runtime, which is why fighting games are difficult, right? But inherently, if you have 18,000 health versus 14,000 health, you can just make more mistakes, right? You can be wrong on defense more often, and you know, you will win more rounds that you were wrong on defense once or twice. So yeah, and there's no skill to having more health; it's just passive. That's a good point. So with all that in mind, essentially, again, this is sort of like an idea that I'm still kind of forming in my head here, so bear with me. But I have started to realize, like, wait, how? Like, what does that mean? Like, what does it mean to have good defense in this game? And I think I had most of the components somewhat accurate, right? In the sense that I think, you know, like still having like good buttons to mash helps. Having good 6XL is still important. But the reward you get off guessing correctly does matter a lot. Funny enough, so one of the reasons, for example, that you could argue that, you know, Lediva's defense is not better than Eustace's, is, like, if I have Eustace do, what's the easiest way to do this? Probably. If I have him do, like, bonk, 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 I guess, right? Bonk, bonk. Right? That right there. Lediva cannot safely sideswap, for example, off getting a counter hit BC, right? She's not really fast enough. She gets a 50-50, so that's nice. But like, she doesn't really side swap that well because she's so slow off getting that counter hit. She can super jump, but like, right? Like he's up in time to try and 2H me there, and I'm not really gonna get the side swap. Whereas a lot of faster characters, Eustace included, if I remember correctly, can actually do that. Can Eustace side swap off counter hit BC? I believe so. Is he not? Is he? I mean, maybe this Eustace is a bad example then, in which case. But I think Eustace is fast enough to do so. Is he not? A lot of characters are. Eustace is not particularly slow, is he? If I have, I guess I want to switch the dummies here. I never have myself. I kind of use. I thought Eustace was a little faster. If he can't, then it's a bad idea. But my point is, and this is also something, for example, I would factor into how good your defense is. Right? Is like, how good are you? Like, can you get like a side swap like this? Which might not seem like defense. It might seem more like offense, right? I mean, he can side swap. I'm not so sure that he's gonna get like good. He doesn't really have a great like deep hitting cross up button. He is fast enough to do something like this, right? I'm not sure if you can 2H that. He can do a little better than she can. And again, his extra speed does mean that he gets out of there a little easier. I actually don't like that. I'm sure he probably can super jump way earlier. Yeah, like I think so, right? Like that super jump, I'm pretty sure they can't 2H that in time, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think he has to super jump it. But I don't think that people are fucking. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, he definitely can, right? I'm bad at the timing for this because again, Ladiva does not do it. But there, you can super jump pretty early with some dash momentum, and he definitely can. He definitely can, right? Look at the frame meter. True. When does Ladiva get up? He has to run up a little bit. Yeah, he can't just do it right away. But like, yeah. So I started my move. So Ladiva gets up at the end of those yellow frames right there, right? You can just wake up. You can just wake up to H. Also true. But yeah, Ladiva ends her recovery when that black bar happens, right? So there's a 4-frame gap there. She can't even close L, right? She couldn't even close L if she wanted to, and I'm not doing that properly. So again, he can do that. And by the way, again, maybe DP for some characters. Yeah, you could probably wake up DP. I mean, it depends on, I suppose, if you can land in time. To block it, right? Like if I just do this, I -8. No, yeah, it's a safe jump, right? Your DP is gonna take 9 frames to start up. The U DP would work. Yeah, you can alt DP it. DP has like 9 to 11 frames to start up. Yeah, so you could U DP this. No wait, is UDP 7, 8? I forget. Is it 9? It might be. No, it's. I always forget how fast UDPs are in this game universally. 8. Yeah, so UDPs might work. And again, I'm not doing that timing super well. Again, if you, like, I'm sure it's something like, if you play a character that can do this, you are doing this much more often, right? But yeah, the point is, I would factor this in. I wouldn't know my UDP's ass yet. I would factor this into how good a character's defense is. Like, you know, what is your reward off counter hit brave counter? What is your reward? I think grab beats whatever cross up we get. You're airborne. How would grab beat it? You're airborne. The grab wouldn't do anything, right? The grab would whiff. But my point being that regardless of Eustace's particular case, I don't want to spend this whole video labbing Eustace side swaps. My point is, something like that, for example, will be something that I now factor in to how good your defense is. The rewards you get when you guess correctly on things. So with that in mind, it kind of does start to recontextualize a lot of my opinions on character defense. I will say, by the way, real quick, I'm not quite so sure it does the same thing for like this guy. I'm not quite so sure because like this Voss has the distinct dishonor compared to Ladiva and Versuja of not having any good buttons to mash out with. At least, you know, like Ladiva has her 2M's pretty good, her far M's pretty good, and pretty fast. Versuja obviously has very good buttons. Vassaraga has the distinct dishonor of both having worse buttons to mash out with than these guys and doing less damage when he gets a hit. And his 6XL is better for defense than Versuja's. But yeah, when he has this up, by the way, Voss has good defense, right? Because then he can do this. And this is, you know, this is just bar none one of the best moves. This is one of the best defensive moves. This is just one of the best moves in the game. With Soulforge, like that first step right here, that's one of the best moves in the entire game, right? Like just fucking that thing right there is like a top 5 move or something. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but with this is just like it just covers everything, right? However, Suji gets corner to corner off 6XL. Yeah, but I mean that's her. I'm talking more so as a defensive option, right? At least as far as the reach. But that's the reward is a lot higher. It's true. It's true. But yeah, so Voss, I don't think this quite changes my opinions on Voss, because a lot of what I'm talking about here doesn't really apply. I mean, you could say that, like, you know, U-Tackle isn't that bad of a defensive option, because he does get, oh, it is a little finicky, but he does get quite a bit of reward if he hits that shit raw, right? But like even still, it's the reward for it is at its worst when he's in the corner like this, right? And he does not get a whole lot of corner carry. But you can say this is like a pretty decent defensive option because of how scary it is to get hit. Right? He can do quite a bit of deeps there for sure. But overall, I don't think this really recontextualizes my opinion on Voss. In fact, I mean, unfortunately, I think this does probably cement my opinion firmly that Vossraga has the worst defense in the game. Some people really don't like hearing that, but the only other competitor in my head was like, well, Versuja's 6XL is really ass, and her buttons are good, but a little slow and shit like that. But when I think about the fact that, yeah, any single hit that she just gets corner to corner in like 6K, like she's even better than Ladiva in that instance, right? So it's like, right. So like all this really does, like this new found thought process, just kind of confirms for me that Voss, in my opinion, probably does have the worst defense in the game by far, actually. Again, unless he's got this, right? But Voss, it can be hard for him to find an opportunity to have soul. If he's Soul Forge and blocking in the corner are not very conducive. Usually when Voss is on defense, he oftentimes does not have Soul Forge. He has meter, but his meter options are not amazing in my opinion. I mean, it's not even a reversal, right? I mean, yes, the reward on this is like higher than this, but like it's not even invincible frame one. So. Anyway, that little addendum there aside. So it does get me wondering, like, so what exactly, like, how do you weigh these things together? You know what I mean? Like, how do you weigh these things together in terms of how important is the reward in this calculation, right? Like, Versuja has some of the best reward on defense in the whole game, pretty much. Does that mean she has the best defense in the game? Well, no, because I will say, spoiler alert, there's one character I think who just bar none obviously has the top one defense. I was thinking about it for a while, and then I realized, oh shit, wait, no, it's not even a competition. We'll get to them in a second. But like, does this mean Versuja has like top 10 defense because she gets such high reward, even though she does, otherwise have maybe a little bit of a harder time getting people off her? But when she does it, they explode. I don't know. This is the part where I'm still kind of thinking about it, right? But I think it does really elevate my opinion of her defense and kind of her as a character quite significantly, right? I'm just not sure how much. Does Ladiva? I mean, Ladiva is worse than Versuja in this example. In both, like, her buttons are worse and she gets less reward off them than Versuja does generally. But like, she still gets pretty good rewards, and in her case, it also leads to a 50-50 a lot of the times. So like, does Ladiva have actually like top half of the cast defense? I don't think so. I don't know. I think having things like a meterless reversal and a good 6XL is still important, right? But like, again, is their 6XL really that bad, even if they get this off it, right? Like, if when Ladiva lands a 6XL, she gets, like, essentially corner to corner and like 6K. It's like, is her 6XL, not 6K, like closer than that, yeah, like 5K. Like, is her 6XL even that bad if she can do that off it? Eustace can't really do that shit unless he gets a crouching hit, maybe. So like, I guess it's not really that bad, right? I guess her defense is actually not the worst in a strange way, which again would elevate my opinion of Ladiva as a character like quite a bit, because it was in my head so far on these characters like one of the bigger like notable holes in their game plan. Now, Ladiva is still always like the worst thing about Ladiva has never been her defense. It's always been how hard she has to, like, how much she has to basically be a goofball to try and do anything in neutral. But like, her defense is not as big of a weakness as I thought it was, right? Same thing with Versuja. By the way, if you're curious, again, when I said there's a character who, like, obviously this character has the best defense in the game, and I don't think it's super close. We can talk about, okay, so when we recap, let's say good buttons, a good 6XL, really good reward off counter hit brave counter, good reward off stray pokes, right? Like we talked about, for example, all characters get like much higher reward off their auto combo than off like a stray far L or something, right? And a meterless reversal, right? Who comes to mind? Uno? Close. There is one character who is almost best in slot in everything here. I'm guessing it's Belial. If someone is competing with this character, it might be Belial, but no, that's actually not the person that I'm thinking of. Being Cat? Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm kind of curious. Sieg? Okay. A couple more again. Think good buttons, good 6XL, good reward off counter hit brave counter, high reward off pokes, meterless reversal, and like no like HP malice or anything like that. Okay, I'll stop. Level 5 Lucy, fair, but not always. Lucilius in general, not necessarily. I'm thinking Kat, Grand, Voss, not Catalina, right? Okay, I mean, I will say, her name came up the most, and I don't even think it's that close. Yes, I think it is Catalina by a landslide, right? Because Cat gets Versuja's reward off, like, more stray hits than Versuja gets it, right? And she has a Meatless Reversal, and she has better buttons than Versuja, straight up. She gets higher reward off of them, right? And she's still, like, not that slow of a character, so you can't get the side swap off counter hit BC, right? This character, yeah, it really is. I think it's Catalina, and I don't think it's super close. At least by my current metric of how I judge defense, it really, I mean, because, like, again, we talk about, like, like off the far L, for example, Ladiva's damage went down significantly, right? Guess what? Right? It's the same fucking thing. Guess what? Right? Guess what? It does not matter, I fear. I am actually, I've only, like, labbed out this, like, ice skating combo once, so I don't actually know exactly how to do it. You have to delay the ice skate a little bit, right? But I mean, just because I'm bad at this combo, you don't have to. You believe me on what happens after this, right? Like, you know what happens here. You know what happens when this happens. Have you played Grand Blue in the past 7 months? Do you know what Catalina does to you here? You can figure it out. Even though I'm just do 236 U twice, you can do that too. But she doesn't even need to do that. She only needs 50 meter, right? She only needs 50 meter. And this is off far L. Guess what? Right? Like, you're going corner to corner, you're taking like 6k damage, and you're going to hell. I play Cat, so this makes too much sense. Yeah. What is? I mean, real quick. You can get close M auto combo off that, right? How do you do it exactly? You have to delay the slide a little bit. What am I doing wrong here? After this, like, roller skate, you can get close M. I've heard. I look at my other monitor as soon as I get hit. Yeah, again, I like, just because I'm bad at this combo does not mean that you need me to show you it. I don't think, if you've played any kind of Rising in the past few months. I'm kind of curious for my own sake. How do you do the slide right away, or do you delay it a bit? I'm not sure, actually. Let me try doing it right away. I got close M, but it whiffed, so I think maybe I was a little slow on the link. This is not something that's very difficult to do for anyone who plays Catalina. Oh, there you go. Right, and you do EX Fireball after that, right? Slide right away, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're correct, right? Bonk, 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 and then it's that, and then it's that, right? Yeah. So anyway, you get the point. I mean, I'll try and see if I can do the whole thing here just for the funsies, right? And then it's this, and then it's, oh, is it not working with Diva and Vasaraga actually in that exact same way? I think that's it. No, is it not Enchanted Lanes first? Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh my god. Oh, you're right. It's so much easier than I thought. Okay, yeah. The thrust first? Yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea, though, right? You get the idea. That is off of far L, right? It's off of far L, and it's the easiest, it's guaranteed corner to corner. They could make the stage longer, and that shit is still corner to corner, and it's 5k damage, right? That's off of far L. God forbid you get hit by, like, an auto combo by this bitch, right? But yeah, so she has basically the highest reward with her back to the wall in the game, where she's tied for it, and she has some of the best buttons in the game, a lot of them. Look at that, look at that fucking 2M, dude. That shit's 7 frames, right? And guess what? Any stray poke, shake my hand, motherfucker. I hope you enjoy going straight to Valhalla, right? So she gets a ton of reward off it. Again, she is also fast enough that she can do stuff like this, right? She can side swap off her Brave counter. She has a Meatless Reversal and a, like, pretty decent one. Like, it's not like Charlotta, but it's a pretty decent one, right? She has not a good 6XL. Let's not say Cat has a good 6XL. Let's call it what it is. Cat has a pre-patch 6XL. Like in the patch where they took the range off all the 6XLs. Dude, what is this? I can't believe what I'm seeing. I've not, like, used this character. What the fuck is this? Are you serious? What in the world is this 6? Okay, yeah. So she has a really good 6, and the 6 still goes, like, from half screen, right? Yeah. We have to talk about it too much. But yeah, this to me is the character to me that exemplifies good defense in this video game in just about every single way. But I have had to admit that, like, Ladiva, Versuja, these characters, they share a little bit more with Catalina than I thought they did, right? Again, I still am not fully sure how this would change my opinions on some of these characters, but when I would have, like, when I would put, like, Ladiva on a tier list or Versuja on a tier list or something, I would always put it with the caveat of, like, but they have, like, bad defense and, like, so a lot of those ands are still true, but, like, bad defense. Is that true? I think, at the very least, they have okay defense, right? Same thing with, like, a character, this you could probably say a very similar thing about, listen, I'm not, people, I don't know, people are never gonna listen about Zeta, I don't think, but, like, She got some pretty fucking. She got a DP she can combo off of, and she gets a looping 50-50 on every single hit that she gets. It's good. Anyway, but yeah, like below. Is it? I mean, below average, right? Like, is it below average? Like it's very like this for example, Jita is a character that I find very confusing with like the new way that I do this kind of stuff, right? Because Jita has way better pokes than like Ladiva or probably Versuja too, even though Versuja's pokes are way bigger. Jita's are like faster and less risky, right? So like Jita has way better. Let's compare to Ladiva at the very least. She has way better pokes than Ladiva, right? But she gets like way less reward off of them these days, right? Like way less reward than Ladiva would. Right? It's like, right? So like, does Ladiva have better defense than Jita? I mean, Jita has a meterless reversal, right? She can do the counter hit BC side swap, which Ladiva can't. Again, she does have better buttons. She can get some better reward if she wants to like dump some meter into it, like a Raging Strike or something, right? But like, does that? But the fact that she does like significantly less damage, does that make like how comparable is Jita and Ladiva defense? You know what I mean? Heroic might be lower, but it's also more likely to cash it in. Yes, exactly. Because that's at the end of the day, that's what it's a weighted average of how likely you are to get the hit and how much reward you get off that hit, right? But like, what exactly is that weighting? Is what I'm struggling to figure out right? Like, it's easy to say that a character like Catalina has way better defense than Ladiva because she has better pokes. The likelihood of it's happening is much higher, and the reward is much higher, right? So sure, but like, if Jita has like a way higher likelihood of getting out, but her reward on it is oftentimes way lower, right? And by the way, Belial is very similar to Catalina in the sense that Belial is probably. I did say it's not even close, but like Belial's probably up there in the sense that he has if he can't quite compete with Catalina's normals as poke tools, but like also in the buffs that literally did not matter. They did give Belial this, so I mean, who needs corner carry, right? Like, I mean, you know, remember guys, the buffs literally did not matter, right? Besides the fact that Belial has good corner carry, but it's usually off like an auto combo or something. But like, you know, besides the buffs that did not matter, did give Belial this. So again, you know, maybe I don't need corner carry. Like, who cares really? That's the exact like there's an argument there that is about the same damage that Catalina did, and it works off any hit, right? Yeah. Right. So again, Belial, you could certainly put him in this cast too. But like, what about a character that, again, has like a way higher likelihood to get out? And this is why, for example, I would probably say that like this is one of those things where I would Sieg technically has full screen corner carry, true, with the Eureka. This is where I would say, like, you know, it actually turns out that, like, that buff they gave Fairy, is actually pretty huge, right? Because I mean, what was Fairy's reward for mashing out of the corner beforehand, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't know Fairy combos, which probably, like, you know. I mean, first off, she has. You want to talk about bad buttons to defend yourself, right? God damn. Right, look at that far L. 8 frames. Pretty big, but 8 frames. But like, and by the way, also 1 attack level lower than it should be. Like, Vasaraga has a far L, but like, you know, she probably does. I don't know. Probably she would have done like this into like the Gespenst. Does that even combo? Even on counter hit? No, it doesn't. 2U into Gespenst, right? And then pull you into her, and then do some shit. Boss Farrell's a medium, yeah. Fairy Farrell is a crouching light. It's a 2 attack level difference. But yeah, so I should probably do something like, I don't know, like this, which is a 10 frame move, and to like pull you into her and do some auto combo and some damage. Probably like, you know, 3-5k something. But now, I mean, with that side swap, that is a huge increase. Because essentially, yeah, she doesn't get like the same kind of damage if she does that, but like, boom, full screen corner carry, basically, right? Essentially, and it sets up into her 50-50. So like, this was actually in many ways a huge buff. Doesn't she side switch? I'm saying before she got that buff. Like, this is like this. Starting to think about people's risk reward in terms of how good their offense and defense is has really recontextualized a lot of things in this game for me, including, for example, how huge of a buff this was for Fairy, right? The fact she just gets to do this, and then again, she's plus 34, so it like leads pretty perfectly into her just like, you know, hitting you with some nonsense, right, off that side switch. So it's again, some still kind of forming in my head, but this is like, this makes me want, like, this one thing makes me want to make another tier list. Just because, would a way to balance Light Wall be to make it lose to lows? You could. I think in general, it just needs like one Light Wall or you Fireball needs to become a worse corner carry option, right? But like this almost like this one thing makes me want to make like a completely different tier list. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it actually would affect things like a lot, right? Because, you know, you gotta spend a lot of characters have very good corner carry in this game. You gotta spend a lot of time on defense. And like, if my whole point of view of how good character defense is not quite like has been changed in a lot of ways, then like, right? This is, by the way, this applies. It's not the topic of this video, but in a very similar way, this applies to offense too. I was having a discussion with someone in the server, Luca, about Nier and how I think, like, he said that Nier's pressure is fundamentally the same after her nerf, and he's right. Like, Luca knows a lot about Nier. He's a very good Nier, right? So he's not wrong in that, like, realistically, she's doing the same things on pressure as she used to. They didn't remove any pressure tools besides, like, her, like, Raging Strike, unblockable, I guess. But the thought that I had was that, like, well, but her risk in doing that pressure is so much higher because of how much worse BC and throw tech is for her nowadays. And, you know, the reward is a little lower. It's still very high, but it is a little, well, it's a lot lower in that it doesn't loop into a 50-50, and it doesn't, and it does, you know, and also, like, in general, she costs more stocks, and she does a little bit less damage because there's been, like, damage scaling on the cancels and stuff like that. So, like, in a very similar way, this has, like, thinking about things this way has made me even less high on Nier, right? Because in my head, I was like, well, okay, but at least, though, right? At least she does still, like, she has this crazy fucking damage when she gets a hit. And that's still true in the mid-screen, right? She still has, like, some of the best neutral in the game in the mid-screen. But it also has made me, for example, sour a lot on Nier's offense. In a weird way, though, she can get a lot of reward if she finds a hit on you in the corner, in the same way she always did, right? I don't know the Nier stuff, but you get the idea, right? So it makes me feel a lot worse about her offense and a lot better about her defense. So I'm not sure if it would, like, fully shift my opinion on Nier. I think she's still just, like, not very good. But yeah, factoring the reward into things is been very odd for me, I guess. It's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, is there any other, like, real weird examples of it, right? I guess not, right? But it would be the kind of thing that I would have to I would have to really sit down and think about how much this affects characters. And again, health does matter. So Nier having 15,000 health, Fairy having 15,000 health, Seox having 14,000, right? Like, it is, at the end of the day, fighting games are protracted risk-reward simulators that are a weighted average of how likely you are to get the hit versus get hit, and how much damage you are going to take when you take that hit or when you get that hit. This is, like, that might sound reductive. This is inherently a big reason of why being in the corner is worse than being in mid-screen in the first place. Because it does both, it makes both sides of that equation worse for you, right? In the sense that you are much more likely to get hit because your opponents can freely adjust their spacing. They can walk back and walk forward, and you can only walk towards them. And when you get that hit, it's much likely, or when they get that hit, it's likely they're going to do much more damage to you than they would if you weren't in the corner. On top of, you probably, unless you're like Catalina or someone, are probably going to do a lot less damage if you get that hit. So it makes every single aspect of that equation a lot less favorable for you, right? You are more likely to get hit. You are less likely to get the hit. When you get the hit, you will have less reward, and when they get the hit, they will have more reward. This is sort of inherently why being in the corner is a bad thing in the first place. So I don't think this is like a reductive way to look at fighting games. It is what they are, essentially. They're very, obviously, the risk reward is constantly shifting based on the person you're playing and the likelihood of them doing different things, since we're not simulating AI here. But if you ignore the player for a second, that is essentially what's happening. Is we're just doing a bunch of, like, weighted coin flips until someone wins. And the characters that are going to have that coin be weighted in their favor more often are gonna be, like, the kind of characters you might think are top tier. Characters that are either at advantage slightly or heavily, or very rarely ever heavily disadvantaged, are gonna be better characters, right? So when Belial is in the corner, he is not as disadvantaged as a character like who's I guess Vasaraga. We'll say Vasaraga. Just, if you disagree, just bear with me for a second. Because, right, he has a much higher likelihood than most at finding this hit, despite him being in the corner, because of how nice a lot of his buttons are and how, you know, like, nice they are for poking out, or, like, you know, how big they might be, how fast they might be. Far H is a real menace in this case too. His 2L, which is just, I mean, what the fuck is this thing? Why is this 5 frames and so huge, right? He has a much higher likelihood of getting those hits, and when he gets them, he'll have a much higher reward. So being in the corner is inherently a little bit better for him than it is for anyone else, right? He has those same good buttons, give him, you know, and that big toolkit gives him, like, a higher likelihood of winning neutral. It gives him a higher likelihood of doing a lot of damage and winning when he has you in the corner. So, like, in general, this equation ends up tilted towards Belial more often than it would be for a lower tier character like Vikala. Everyone agrees Vikala's bad, right? It's not going to be controversial if I say that, I think. And a big reason for that is just that when I say consistency, right? Fighting game players love to say consistency. What is consistency, in my mind at least? It is exactly how often... God damn, I'm gonna pull out the Microsoft Paint. God fucking damn it. I'm gonna have to edit this video down. This is too long already. But it's exactly how... If let's say... So YC is your chance. YR is your reward, right? TC is their chance, and TR is their reward, right? This equation, essentially, like I put a minus here or something, probably. But, like, these two multiplied and these two multiplied, kind of like this is, to me, what fighting games essentially are. And how, the way you determine if a situation is good for you or not, is if your chance to get the reward plus your reward for finding it is higher than their chance to get the reward times their reward for finding it, right? And maybe you could probably argue that in different, like, this is not exactly like a 1-to-1. There might be like a weight where, like, you know, maybe reward matters more. Like, it's their reward times 1.5 or something like that, right? Or, well, I guess this multiplication's cumulative, but you get the idea, right? Like, maybe you could like amplify the reward aspect here, like make this way more into the equation in some way, or you could amplify the chance depending on how you're rating things, right? But this equation right here determines if a situation is good for you or bad for you in a rough situation, in a rough sense. And if in a lot of the situations that can come across in a game, right, if this ends up being positive for you, if your chance and your reward ends up being higher or close to their chance and their reward, right, it means that you're gonna probably be winning a lot, right? Would this mean that Abel also has some of the best defense? Well, here's the interesting thing about Abel, right? So Abel is a very extreme case of this, in the sense that Abel does the highest mid-screen damage in the game, point blank period, right? So, yes, but he has like 10,000 health, right? That's another factor to this, right? Like, I would argue that their reward essentially is amplified, like the character's HP factors into this, right? The higher or lower the HP of your opponent, reward is not equal, right? The same 5,000 damage combo is more rewarding on Abel than it is on Vasaraga, right? So this, while Abel's own reward, right? So if he's, you know, your chance, your reward. These two are both pretty good for him, right? Abel has some pretty nice fucking buttons, some very nice pokes to defend himself, right? No, he has a good chance too. Abel has a good chance to get out of the corner as well, right? In the sense that he has like some very nice pokes to get you out of there, right? His 2M is pretty decent. His 2U is okay. His far right is a god button. But he's got some pretty nice buttons. His far L is very nice, right? And when he gets those hits, he probably will end up getting a lot of damage out of it. But the opponent's reward is multiplied significantly on Abel because of how low his HP is, right? Because again, Abel does not have 14,000 health. That's a psyop fed to you by the government to keep you stupid and broke, right? Abel has like 10,000 health, probably. Most rounds, Abel has because again, that super high reward he gets comes at the cost of a lot of EX specials in this patch, right? So like, Abel has closer to 10k HP in reality in most rounds. So any hit you get on Abel is almost 50% more rewarding on him than it is on anyone else in the cast. And it's 80% more rewarding than the same hit would be on Ladivo or Vasaraga, right? If you think about it, Abel is essentially on no Brave points all the time, right? On no BP, you take 50% more damage. Abel has a little, almost half the effective HP of like Gran, right? Almost. So Abel is basically on no Brave points at round start, in a way, right? Because he will spend his own HP, or else he's gonna lose. If Abel's not spending his health, he's gonna lose, right? He's not a character without like all the EX specials, especially in this exact situation where like we're saying his reward is so high. It's because of said EX specials that reward is so high in the first place, right? It's which pack follow-up is it? Is it it's like down stomp or something? Forward? I forget. I don't know how to do the different. I've never played Abel. I'm gonna learn him eventually. But like it's because of those EX specials that his reward's gonna be that high in the first place, right? So, point being that where Abel struggles, why I wouldn't say the best defense in the game, is because he multiplies this reward factor by the opponent hugely, right? So he really does just like he really volatiles this whole equation to hell and back, right? But for example, right, it is a nightmare, I think, to fight Abel as a lower damage character, right? Because the less damage you do, it's a multiplicative factor, right? So the less damage that you do, the less that multiplication from Abel matters. If you're doing 10k a hit,
then that's a lot, it's much more preferable for you than if you're doing 5k. Because the guy doing 10k is getting 15,000 damage effective, whereas the guy doing 2k is doing, 3,000 damage effective. So depending on your own reward is going to depend on how good Abel's defense is. He's kind of a weird character in that way. And that's why, for example, the Ladiva-Abel matchup is so funny, right? Because Ladiva does a lot of damage in the corner if she gets a hit. But Abel has quite a high chance to get out of that pressure, and his reward is very high when he gets that chance, right? Simultaneously, if Ladiva is in the corner and Abel has her in the corner, her chance is not very good to get out of the corner, but her reward is multiplied hugely. Because suddenly that 6k combo is, again, effectively like hitting him on no brave points. So that's why that matchup starts feeling so funny, even though on paper it probably does still end up being Abel favored, but like it can just be so volatile, right? So that I've kind of gone off the rails here, but my point is that I view fighting games essentially as like these risk reward simulators, right? Abel also wants to have low HP. Yeah, this is a simplified. So in reality, right? You're gonna make me. In reality, this is very simplified, right? If you take let's take that whole equation, right? And that YC, YR, TC, TR, and let's call it X. Just bear with me for a second, right? So in reality, a fighting game match is like, you have X1 and you have X2 and you have X3. It's like, plus X2 plus X3 plus X4, dot. There's like plus X36, and it's all the different possible situations you could be in, and the TC, TR, YC, YR are going to be different in those different situations based on, you're in neutral and you have some amount of meter, and they have some amount of meter, and they have some amount of brave points, and the screen position, and the character you're fighting, and the matchup, and, again, like the player that you're playing and what they've represented so far, and all of this. Again, this is why you just gotta solve a fighting game, right? It's a very complicated equation that your ass is not doing that shit in your head at runtime. But again, the rough idea of how it's gonna average out is gonna determine how good you are. So when I then realized that I've just been ignoring risk-reward on defense for a lot of these characters, right, it makes me kind of rethink the strength of a lot of the roster, right? And it genuinely makes me pretty interested to try and make like remake a tier list of some sort, trying to factor this in. But I don't want to also. You want to be careful over factoring in like some new thing, right? It's like, oh, Ladiva's defense is better than I thought. Suddenly she's top 5. No, that's not quite right, right? But like, for example, I will say, I was just talking about this earlier, and over the course of 45 minutes, I'm like, well, goddamn, one of my biggest opinions on a weakness for Versuja was that but she's got bad defense, right? And like, turns out her defense is probably not amazing, but it's not bad. So what does that mean about my opinion on Versuja? This character is like one of the most interesting ones to me right now. Because I've said it, I've been saying it for months, where I'm like, Versuja feels pretty balanced in that her strengths are very strong, but her defense is probably like close to bottom 1. And then now I'm like, well, I don't know if that's true anymore. Versuja probably has like better defense than Jita does, for example. And I wouldn't necessarily classify Jita as having bad defense. Is Versuja's defense like Catalina level? No, it's not. But like, he's probably like, if we're talking on a scale of 1 to 5, it's probably like a 3. But if that was supposed to be like her big weakness, okay, so like, is this character actually really good? Are people right? Are people telling me that Versuja's like top 10 and shit? Were they actually right? I don't know, right? But like, this one, when I say it like recontextualizes a lot of stuff, it's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Is Ladiva actually a little better than I thought she was? Probably, right? Does this make like a character like Jita a little worse in my mind? Maybe, right? Does this make Vasaraga, like, I mean, I always thought he had bad defense, but in hindsight, it's even worse now. Does it make him worse in my head? Does it make Seox worse? Does it make Abel better? I don't know. Does this mean 2B is a little worse? 2B can get some pretty nice corner carry, even if she's not gonna get a ton of damage. But yeah, off stray pokes, 2B gets a decent amount of reward, right? It depends on her skill. As always, 2B is exactly as good as how filled up that skill bar is, right? Like, she can do some, like off like, stray pokes or something. 2B can, she can get quite a bit of reward. It just depends on that skill gauge. I mean, you could argue that in that case, she needs to, like, invest more resource. Like, does that mean that she's not as good? Maybe, I guess, right? What can she get the guy off of? I don't know, but she can get, like, this guy right here, right? And that extends it pretty hard for her, right?
So like again, it is a very, it's something I gotta think about basically. U-beam. Oh, okay, yeah. And again, I mean, it's, a lot of characters they get their best stuff if they spend 50, but like yeah, I tried to 6XL with 2B just now. Oh god, yeah, that's a little bit of, you get U-beam into that. If I go bonk into this, I see, yeah. So too, that's right. So if you get some decent corner carry at the cost of a decent amount of resource, right? So like it's not amazing, but it's not bad, I wouldn't say, right? Like she has to probably spend more resource than like your average very good defense character, but she has some pretty nice buttons to do so, right? But she's got like one of the worst, like one of the most expensive DPs in the entire game. Right? Again, there's a lot of characters that are like somewhere like middling roughly somewhere in here, right? Again, you're only like your amazing defense characters are the ones again that are they're going to have great buttons, they're going to have good reward off BC, they're going to have high damage off their hits, they're going to have a good likelihood of getting those hits with good buttons, a good 6XL, meterless DPs, all of this, right? So like your characters are like, it's like your Catalinas, it's your Belials, it's Lucilius would be L5, certainly, but like before then, he's only okay, because his buttons are very good, his 6XL is quite good. But and Lucy's mid-screen damage is quite high, even without like a ton of blade level, right? Like obviously at BL5, you go to hell. Like even at like lower blade levels, I mean, it kind of depends on what hits he finds, but if he can get like something like you know, into this or something like that, even that, like it's not like the worst damage, right? If he wants to spend some meter as well, like we've been giving all the other characters sort of the benefit of doing, right? He can do stuff like this, right? And get like some pretty high reward. Would Percy count if they have stocks? Yeah, probably, right? Again, with stock, but yeah. I mean, Percy has, again, good buttons, not super great mid-screen reward without the stocks, right? What about Lowain? He can basically reset with his SSBA and with his SBA, yes. Lowain's weird in the sense that Human Pyramid is a very good defensive option. Because it's a super that you can't really do anything about, right? Like you have to play, like you can't just like safe jab Human Pyramid, right? You do have to get through the Mario Party. So like Human Pyramid probably is the best defensive super in the game, but you know, outside of that, his reversal's pretty ass. His reward in the mid screen is not great. I guess with the U Awesome Sauce, it has been better, right? So there's it's not, I wouldn't say it's amazing, but again, there's a lot of characters that kind of sit in the middle there, right? The U Awesome Sauce gave him much better reward in the mid screen now, right? If he's got some meter, because he gets like he can go like, which one is it? It's like long, right? He can like extend off this like pretty well. So like that does help for sure, right? You can get it off any little poke and shit too. Like I'm sure I'm not doing proper Lowain mid-screen, but you get the idea. So like, yeah, Lowain, I wouldn't say it's like horrible. This thing is pretty bad, but like it is at least a parry, so it does still have like some benefits there, even if it is like probably the worst meterless parry in the game. So yeah, that's it. I think that's about it. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do with this yet, but it's just like a new way of looking at like factoring risk reward a lot more heavily into especially characters' defense. Okay, I've been doing that with offense kind of subconsciously already and like neutral and stuff. Like I just never really, I think I was missing that part of the equation before. I would always just think about like how good are their buttons, how good is their 6XL, right? If they have a meterless DP, how good is like how good is the reward off like BC or something? But like I didn't really think about just like the actual reward they get when they get their hits as much. And it turns out it changes a lot of shit, man. So I don't know. Yeah. I want to play some more. I kind of want to play some more Ladiva. Can I be real with you? You guys hate me if I played some more Ladiva. But yeah, I think that's kind of it. Let's go. That's sort of getting the idea out there. We'll see how we might remake. I kind of do want to. You know, I kind of do want to remake a tier list just as like my final thoughts for season 1 before Sandy comes out. Presumably, hopefully, with a big shift. It's not going to be that long. Maybe we do that now. Actually, maybe we do that now. I'm kind of curious to do that. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do that. I actually can't. I'm a little bit. It's like it's not going to be very different, right? It's not going to be very different, but they're like with like not just this, but also other things that I've thought of as I've played more of this patch. My opinions on certain characters definitely have shifted upwards or downwards, right? Yeah, let's do that. Sure. You seem to do a sauce tier list too. We got to do that when Sandy's in the game because he might be. Who knows? Another tier list where Belial's top 1. SMH. SMH. Well, I guess, okay, Belial's not top 1, but Belial does have some pretty funny looking combos for sure. A few characters I wanted didn't get in season 2, but 4 to 5 characters have my attention. Oh, 4 to 5 characters have my attention. Yeah. Let me get this mic. I have to edit that video down prodigiously. I definitely did. We went on a bit of a ramble there for sure. We also get to put Bacala on a tier list. Yeah, so this is not gonna be. I know normally when I make a tier list, the video is like 5 hours long, but we're not. I think this. I'm genuinely gonna try and keep this like hopefully under an hour, probably even less. It might be. It might because is this gonna be an update, right? There hasn't been a big patch or anything. Maybe. You know what? I'm gonna challenge myself to do this in less than 30 minutes. Actually, I believe in myself. I think I can do it. We'll see. Maybe I can't, but I think I can do it. Let's see. Let's get this on screen. Oh, and I get to play. Oh, this is the last time I did this was when we were talking about pre-patch Nier and where like how the tier list would look if she reached her full potential, right? Let me play some peak OST real quick. Hold on. Silence Granblue. Silence Granblue OST enjoyer. A Dokkan OST enjoyer is speaking. Let us. There are some good ones for the part 2 of the anniversary too, but this Gokul Fusion OST is gonna get me every time. Unfortunately, I am very biased. It's too good, man. What do you want from me? Ghost is the tallest character in the game. He's about to hit the Enkidu stance. Yo, is he actually? I guess that makes sense. I think of HP as a resource. Think of neutral, where Hugo can eat more fireballs to get into mix-up range than Akuma. Yeah. Right. Again, having higher HP does matter. Having lower HP does matter. Even taller than Versuja. Funny enough, Vasaraga is the actual tallest character in the game. He just has very bad posture. Right? Let me move myself over actually. If we're gonna be doing this, let me bring chat with me as well. Okay. Bonk. Boss is 7 foot tall. I think he's 6'10", but yeah, you're pretty close. You're pretty right on the money there. What were the tiers for the last one? I don't think I've changed them in my head. I just want to make sure it's the same. Like, I don't think there's like a lower tier or a higher tier. It was S plus, debatably S plus, S, A plus, A, and A minus. You know, let's do some setup here in advance. Actually, not. I'll just make the tiers and stuff. S plus. Debatably, there will actually be probably fewer people in debatably S plus, but there is still one character that I'm a little debatably. Is that not a word? Is there an E there still? Does the E? Oh, is that? Wait, does the E not go away? Oh, it doesn't. I thought the E went away when you did that. Okay. Debate. No, it doesn't. Or it oh, is this not a word? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna call it possibly S plus and dip. Bro, this shit's too hard. Voss taller than Wilness, but also hunched. Wilness is 210. Oh god, so true. All right. Let's keep going here. This is. Then what did I have after that? I had S, A plus, and then A, and then A minus, right? Okay, and let us go below and go. Oh yeah, this is A. This is A minus. And then let's stick with the color scheme as well. That guy's red. This guy is orange. This fella is yellow, which he already is. That's perfect. This is blue. Yep. And then green, and then light blue. So true, bestie. I actually feel like this gradient is not the best. I feel like it's actually better for this to be green and for this to be dark blue. Thoughts? Yeah, I think I like that. I think that, I don't know, that feels like a better gradient to me. Do horns count towards Voss's height? I don't know, actually. Yeah, Galanza is a tall boy. Galanza, I think, is like 7'2" or something. But yeah. Let's do this thing. Yellow plus blue makes green, so that makes more sense. So true, yeah, gradiented. Voss's horns go sideways anyway. This thing's pretty groovy, right? I'm a big fan. All right, yeah. Let's do that. So this is not. Hopefully, if you're looking down at the bottom here, this is not like a 3-hour tier list video like the ones that I usually make, because there hasn't really been a major patch, right? The Vakala patch had like a couple bug fixes and stuff, and like, but it was mostly like a ranked system change and stuff like that. And obviously, Vakala is here now. But like, I just wanted to give this a quick update, I suppose, because Sandalphon is coming out in days. Hopefully, he'll come with a very large shakeup to the game's meta. And even though I did make a 1.5 tier list, and I felt pretty confident in it at the time, and I still agree with most of what's on there, as we've played more of the patch, as I've gotten more experience, I do have some thoughts on characters that have shifted a little bit, right? Certain characters I'm not quite as high on anymore, certain characters I'm higher on, and most of them are still the same. So again, with that in mind, this is going to be an update, hopefully, This is not too much different. So let me just real quick. Let me rebuild this list the exact same way that I had it last time, and then see if I have any changes in my move. There are at least a couple that I know for sure I do feel differently about, right? But so we had S+, which was basically unordered. Like, it was just, like, in my opinion, like, the characters that were the strongest in the game, right? And I had Belial in there. I had where's Catalina? I had Catalina in there. I had Zeta in there. I had Beatrix in there. Where are you, Beatrix? In the DLC right there. And I had Lucilius in there. At the time, I had a debatably / possibly S+ tier, which I included Grimnir, Siegfried, and 2B in this list. And then S rank, which is just, like, you know, strong characters, but don't quite have the sauce to be top tier in my opinion. I had Percival, I had Soares in here, I had Uno, this little guy right here, Pringles fella, I had Cagliostro, I had Beelzebub, where'd he go? I'm very bad at finding people apparently, and I had Lancelot. And then in A+, so again, these are like roughly ordered, I guess. At the time I had Zeta here. These are like, but like realistically, it's more like the differences in the tiers. I did at the time, I probably still do, I'm not sure. I think that Belial's the best character in the game, right? But like, there's not a huge difference between like Belial and Lucilius or something. Like, him being here does not mean that like Belial's 2 times as good or anything like that. And then yeah, A+ though was where there was a little bit of a separation, I recall, in the sense that like I had in my Seox to me was kind of the gatekeeper of S rank, right? If you like, you had to be better than Seox in my opinion to be an S, right? And what else? Artonka, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so then I had Jita in here, I had Gran in here, I had Vera in here, I had Versuja in here, I had Abel here, I had Narmaya in here, and I had Eustace and Vasaraga. This is like most of the game is in this tier, I think, which are just like solid characters. I would not be surprised if these characters like won a tournament, but they are, you know, just again not like a few steps below, again, like the gods of the game in my opinion. Again, the game's not very imbalanced right now. And then in A rank, I had Charlotta in here, I had Zoe in here. That's kind of also kind of the gatekeeper in my, like, Zoe's probably the best of these characters in my head. I had Lawayne in here, which this character I can't figure out. I used to be higher on this character. Then I was lower on this character. I'm gonna have to think about him for a second when we get to him. I had Yuel in here, and I had Anila in here, and then I had an A- tier, which was Nier, Matera, Vayne, Fairy, and Ladiva. I think I ordered it like this, roughly. Yeah. So this is the tier list. Obviously, Vikala was not here, right? Vikala was not here the last time that I made this. It was 1.5, right? So this is what I had. By and large, I still agree with this, but there are a couple of characters here, notably, who my opinion has shifted on a little bit, right? I think realistically, I think the top tier is not that, like, the guys in S rank or S+ rather are not that much different in my opinion, right? But as far as like who do I think is the best, I probably would say Belial. I will say, if I have to roughly order this, I will say I do think my opinion of Catalina has gone up very high. Again though, all of these characters, I'll talk about Zeta in a second. Like, all of these characters to me, if you wanted to put any of those 5 characters and like really just slam your nuts on the table and say this character is top 1, you know, if you want to say Beatrix is the best character in the game, if you want to say Lucilius is the best character in the game, Zeta, Catalina, Belial, it's fine by me. I will say, 2 changes that are happening is that this was downplay, right? That was downplay, that's my bad. I mean, I wasn't downplay on purpose, but like, as I've seen more of Grimnir and Siegfried, I don't, you know, Siegfried, yes, did he get nerfed? Yes. Where did the nerfs matter? Yes. But it just took it, like, you know, the general power level of Rising has gone down, right? The general power level of Rising has gone down. We don't have a pre-patch Nier. Belial is the best character in the game, is arguably roughly as strong as he was last patch. I mean, the Fireball buff is huge, but the removal of the Guard Crush is pretty huge. He's maybe a little better, but Belial was probably like the 4th or 5th best character last patch, and now he's kind of best, in my opinion. So like, overall, the power level of the game has gone down, especially at the top, right? So Siegfried being worse than he still is definitely in that discussion, right? Same thing with, I mean, Grimnir, again, as I've just learned more about what he can do, I think he's just, you know, he has the second best throw bait in the game, probably. Very high reward off getting hits in mid-screen with his seals up. The idea with Grim remains the same, that Grimnir is a setup character. He's not very good without the seals. I will maintain this. However, I think Grimnir's setup is the easiest out of any character in the game to set anything up. It's for how high reward it is for Grim to have those seals on screen. He like doesn't have to work for it at all in like 95% of matchups, right? He just puts that H tornado down, he hides behind that shit, he gets the seals up, and now you're fighting a top tier character, right? It really is not. I'm talking about to go to sleep. Want to make sure, is tomorrow wall brawl for not master rank? Yes, Jim. Tomorrow's wall brawl is for intermediates. Wait, no, it's not tomorrow. It's Wednesday. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Wait, today Monday? Today's Monday, right? But yes, so it's on Wednesday, Thursday. Unless you're in a different time zone, in which case, yeah, the Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern time one is intermediate. But yeah, so Grimnir, just as I've learned more about him, I think he is probably, yeah, he is that good, right? Is he like, oh my god, broken, why is he in the game? I don't think so, right? I don't think any of those characters are. Some of them are too good. Well, probably all of them are a little too good. But I don't think Grimnir is like, you know, no one should be breaking their monitor over Grimnir. But he is a very strong character at the end of the day. Again, he has a 50-50. People tell me that shit is seeable. I think you have 4 frames to react to whether he's on screen or not. I'm not quite so sure I believe it, right? In the little high-low that he has, right? Very good offense. Decently, like, not great defense, and I will say, I made a video about this just earlier today, but, like, I will say that, like, my opinion of how good a character's defense is has, like, really started to shift recently in terms of if they get a lot of reward off their hits when they get them, I factor that in much more heavily than I used to, right? Whereas before, I always used to kind of think of it as, like, you know, how likely are you to get that hit? Like, how good are your buttons? How good is your 6XL? Stuff like that. Now, I still factor that in, but also, you know, if a character is getting 2k damage off, like, their, you know, their combo in the corner versus, like, 6k and full screen corner to corner, then that character's gonna have much better defense, all things being equal, right? That's a big reason, for example, why my Catalina stocks have gone up, right? Because I kind of have realized that she probably has the best defense in the game, and if anyone is competing with her, it's Belial, just because they both have very, very good buttons and very high reward off getting those buttons with their different use skills, right? I probably would argue Zeta's in there too, with the parry she can combo off of, and any hit leads to a 50-50 in the mid-screen. That is also one of the best BC baits in the game. But yeah, these characters get a shit ton of reward off getting hits, which is why their defense is so good, in my opinion. Kind of a similar-ish thing with Siegfried, similar-ish thing with Grimnir. Grim's mid-screen is pretty good if he's got meter, which is kind of like, you know, in general, you'll have at least 50 a lot of the time. If you can do like H Tornado into like U Bionic Arm into stuff, like even without seals, you can get some pretty decent damage for mashing out of you on the corner. Or, sorry, mashing out on you in the corner, even if his back's to the wall, but it won't be as good as like these guys. So his defense is still like relatively weaker compared to some of the top tiers, but he's got a lot of stuff, right? Yeah, so 2B, I don't know, right? I actually can't, like, you could talk me to putting her here. You could talk me into putting her here. I actually don't know. And I think she's gonna be the only character that's still in this tier. I still can't quite get a read on this lady, man. She's obviously good. I mean, here, or here are both very strong, right? But I just don't know exactly how I feel about her. This is kind of like the same way I was 6-7 months ago when the Versucha patch dropped and I made this tier list like a month later, right? She's obviously good. I'm just not entirely sure how good is she, you know. I don't know. So I'm gonna keep her here. I think it's gonna be the only character that's still in possibly S+. But yeah. For S, there's been a few things that have shifted around in my head, probably. I still think Percival's quite strong. I think I'm a little bit less high on him than I used to be, right? He probably goes, like, near to the bottom of here. Uno, I feel is probably, like, Uno to me has become the gatekeeper of top tier, right? If you're not better than Uno, you're not top tier, right? I think this character, I've said it multiple times throughout the past few weeks, that this, to me, is, like, the definition of he's not top tier, but this character is right outside of here, right? He's got the best throw bait in the game, in his J214H, right? It beats both methods of throw teching. It's plus on block, leads to a combo on hit. It's a good defensive option too, right? He uses a cooldown, sure, but it's only an H skill, not a U skill, right? Like, he has the best throw bait in the game. He has, he's very tricky with his air movement because of how he can, like, punish you for trying to 2H him a lot of the times, right? His parry is pretty good defense. His 5U parry is less good defense, but it's also very high reward. So again, that factors in, right? It can be very just threatening running defense on this dude a lot of the running offense on this dude a lot of the time, right? Uno's essentially his only weakness is that he is pretty slow. And oh yeah, also he has he's one of the best zoners in the game. This is like the most well-rounded character in the game, probably, is Uno, right? He's just he except he has some real bad mediums, some very slow mediums, and pretty slow movement. So there's a lot of things that like everyone in the cast can punish damn near, besides like Vasaraga and shit. That like Uno just can't punish because his like fastest medium is 10 frames, right? For example, this guy right here, right, like this -7 H roundhouse kick from Soares is essentially just unpunishable for Uno, right? It's safe on block for Soares because -7 spaced out, Uno can't do anything about that. And a lot of Zeta's Rhapsody follow-ups too are like -8, stuff like that, and spaced out. A lot of characters can punish those, not Uno. So like that to me is like that is a big deal. He's so good that he's still here, but that to me is a big enough deal that I don't really think he can be like a top tier character. But like my Uno stocks have been going up and up and up. Listen, luckily, you know, from talking to Blast and all that at the beginning of the game's lifespan, like I already knew that Uno had some sauce. Like the more I learn about this character, the more I think he's really quite good, right? Sora's the exact same idea as last time. I think this character is real good. Kag is strong. Bubs is strong. I will say, beep, boop, right? I think my opinion on Lance has probably soured a little bit. I'm not super, honestly, like I'm not super high on Lancelot anymore. I mean, he's still good. He's still a good character. But I do think for, you know, he's been like kind of worse Seox for most of the game's lifespan. And I thought because Seox got nerfed harder than Lancelot did in the 1.5 patch, right? And I think that kind of led me to be like, well, Lance was worse Seox, but not by that much, right? So like, surely not Seox got nerfed harder, Lance is better. And I'm not quite so sure I believe that. In fact, Seox did again. I'll say it every time this comes up. The 10 biggest nerfs in the Versuta patch went to Nier, right? The 11th biggest nerf went to Seox. Right? Besides Nier, the character that got nerfed the hardest was Seox. Losing 2,000 health is gigantic. But this character is still pretty fucking strong, right? I think he still probably is, in my opinion, on like the lower end here a bit of like these just not barely not top tier characters. I've seen some people put him like here. I get it. I mean, the character's good, certainly. I do think there's an inherent inconsistency to having 14,000 health. That makes him not quite that good, right? He does a little less damage, but he still does very high damage. He still gets some pretty good reward, again, even back to the wall, right? So his defense, he's got like the safest parry in the game, so his defense is quite strong outside that 14,000 health, though that's the kind of thing that matters too. If we're going to factor in defense into, risk-reward into their defense and how good it is, then like having less health multiplies your opponent's reward. So it does make situations inherently more unfavorable for you on defense, right? So, Seox is better than I thought he was. I don't know, man. I mean, like, I could probably see him as high as like, yeah, I mean, he could be here. I just don't think he's as good as these characters, right? I don't think he's better than Uno either. But like, you could put him here. Oh, you could put him like here, and I wouldn't really mind. I'm gonna probably put him. I don't know. I'm a little less enamored with Percival compared to these characters. So I'm gonna put him here and call it a day. Yeah, I mean, Lance, he's so rare. I think he is still good. He's still, like, I'm not gonna like start like, oh, Lancelot's so ass. No, I think he's still good. I don't know that he's quite like a gatekeeper of A+. I think a lot of these A+ characters feel very similar to me at this point, right? Like, it's just that before, whereas before, like, Seox was like, he was notably in my head better than all these A+. He just didn't quite feel S, right? Percy's high in my eyes, he's just slightly worse Sieg. Yeah, it's just he's a little less. I thought he was gonna be a lot less stock reliant than he was when the patch dropped. He is less stock reliant now, but he is still decently stock reliant. It's not hard for him to get those stocks, keep in mind. Again, Percival's good, S rank is good, but like I'm a little less happy with him than I thought I was going to be when the patch dropped. I will say, this is still this guy and this guy and this guy to me are my sort of like expectations for mistakes in the Sandalphon patch. Because they keep buffing this dude, and he's been, like, for most of the game's lifespan, he's been pretty okay. And then they buff him, and then they buff him, and then they buff him. And the buffs are always significant, and I think they're gonna do it again in the next patch, and we'll see, right? Wouldn't that be the same argument for Grimnir as he's seal reliant and gets set resource just as easily? Grim's resource is easier to set up and better than stocks for Percival, right? That's actually a great reason why Percival's not up there, right? Grim seals are better than Percy stocks, and they're easier to get. So, you tell me. Just hopping back in, what's this list for? It's an update to the tier list that I made, right? Cat is more the better Percy than Sieg? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, people say better, like, worse Siegfried a lot, but like, they are, you know, one poke into high reward character. Yeah, that's a good point. Percival and Catalina are both one poke into very high reward characters with good buttons, but Cat just does all aspects of it better than Percy, basically. She's meter reliant instead of stock reliant, which like meter is like water in Grand Blue, right? But yeah, this is an update to the 1.5 tier list. We're not gonna take too long. We're almost done actually. It's just that with Sandalphon coming up, I wanted to update this real quickly with how some of my thoughts have shifted over the course of playing this patch for a long time now, right? But yeah, so Percival's not bad, but again, I think he's a little worse than I thought he was. Look out though, I'm expecting this is gonna be one of our top tiers in the next patch, right? There's no way B and Zeta are better than Grimnir. I mean, it's roughly ordered S+. I would not, like, if you want, again, any one of these 7 characters, if you wanted to tell me they were top 1, I wouldn't really argue. If you wanted to say Grimnir was the best character in the game, I wouldn't really be too mad at that. If you wanted to say Lucilius was the best character in the game, if you wanted to say Siegfried was the best character in the game, if you wanted to say Belial or Catalina or Zeta, yeah, right? No, stop that. So, I mean, these characters are all, to me, just like the obviously strongest characters in the game. People get mad at Zeta, so like if I wanted to do that, this probably would get me less complaints, but like I think this character is very good. Entirely understandable. What about Anila? Would you have her as lower realistically? She doesn't have as much? Yeah, I mean she already is. Sora's and Uno are the 2 characters that aren't S+, but yes, and this is not because, you know, Osaka Nasan did really well in like that one tournament and did very well in Psy Games Cup, and it's not because skill like won Cryonic Cup with Sora's. These placements both happened before either of those, right? Uno was like here was different. Sora's was always here. These characters, they're obviously very strong. I feel like, right? I put Vasaraga just before Uno. I disagree strongly, but I know a lot of people don't agree with me on that, and apparently I'm a Voss down player. So, but yeah, so anyway, Percival. Lance is probably roughly here. I don't know, you can put him like roughly here. I will say I've probably soured on Vera a bit. Not enough to like knock her down a tier, but like I think she is a little worse than some of these characters, right? I think he's top 10. I really don't, but I understand why people would feel that way. I'll tell you, so here's the biggest change on this list. You want to talk about a character that might be top 10 who's not right now. So I have had a bit of a realization recently, right? And by recently, I mean 45 minutes ago, because I realized I've kind of been a hypocrite about something. I have recently been judging character defense a lot more based on the risk reward that they get when, like, how likely they are to get that hit and how rewarding that hit is, right? And there is one character, very notably, who I said was a very good character, but the balancing factor for them was that they had some of the worst defense in the game. And that's kind of been the message that I've been peddling this entire time. And I've recently realized that with my newfound belief that like the reward you get off your stray hits in the corner matter a lot for how good your defense is, I have realized their defense is actually, it's not great still, but it's not that bad. And as a result, the one glaring weakness I thought I had in their kits was more like a glaring meh. And they remain incredibly strong in all other aspects of the game. It's not obvious. If you're watching the stream today, it is obvious. But that character is Versuja. I'm not on the Versuja top 5 train. I think Vermilion is maybe still a little going a little nuts with that. But Versuja, I think, is a lot better than I thought she was. Right? If anyone's going right behind Uno, it's Versuja, not Vasaraga. She's not better than Uno. She's not top tier, I don't think. But she's a lot better than I thought she was, right? That's on me. Like, as I kind of like had a sort of refined my framework for what makes characters good in this game, and realized the thing I thought was like a glaring weakness in her is just not a glaring weakness, as it turns out. Again, like, her defense on a scale of 1 to 5 is like a 5. Or sorry, no, sorry. It's like a 3, right? That's not great, but for that being her only thing that's like lower than a 4, she's pretty good, man. She's pretty good. So, I mean, yeah. She still is not, I don't think she's like over here though, right? But she jumps significantly, personally. Me watching myself going from one corner to another from one Versuja close L catch me? Yeah. Her defense is still like, she doesn't have needles reversal. She still has a very bad 6XL, a horrible 6XL for defense to hit anyway, but she gets a lot of reward off of it. She will get you corner to corner for a shit ton of damage. She is, in many ways, by the way, for to talk to Cal, she is better Vasaraga, right? Do you remember when I mentioned that when Versuja came out, I mentioned how she felt very similar to Voss in like their game plans essentially, and that they are very reliant on getting this like thing up. But then, you know, when they get that thing up, they're very scary. It turns out that Versuja's stock is not as good as Soulforge. Point blank period. Soulforge is one of the best things in the entire game. But Versuja is much more functional without that than Vasaraga is, essentially. Is what it comes down to, I think. So yeah, I'm way higher on Versuja now than I used to be, I think. Yeah, and she can also side. Yeah, she can corner to corner. She can side swap. She can do whatever the hell she wants, right? And she has a lot of damage while she's doing it. So it's because like reward on hit is corner carry and damage, right? If we're talking about back to the wall, if you're the one on defense. So yeah, that's the big change for sure. Is that Versucha is much better than I thought she was. Besides that, I mean, Abel, he's rough. I think my reasoning is exactly the same. Abel is the best character in the game, except he dies, right? Abel is the best zoner in the game. He's got some of the best neutral in the game. He does the highest damage in the game on average compared to anyone, right? Especially when you average out mid-screen damage, everything. He doesn't have the best offense in the game. Like, it is relatively, he doesn't have like real mix the way that some of the best offense characters do, but his reward off that offense is the highest in the game. So it's still one of the best offenses in the game when he gets that hit, right? And he does still have like ways to like force you to do something with that command grab dive kick, for example. And if he gets SSBA, then he actually has the best offense in the game for real, right? But all of that is just, he has 10,000 health, man. He doesn't have 14,000 health. He has 10,000 health, right? He's gonna, because all of the good stuff that I'm talking about and all that reward comes from those EX specials and how they balance him in this patch, right? So he's just spending his health so goddamn much. He has the lowest health in the game by forever. And if we're talking about risk reward, again, what this does essentially is multiply your opponent's reward. Most characters in the game can basically treat it like they're hitting Abel on no brave points all the time, compared to someone like Gran or Jita or something, right? So I think consistency is very important, and I think Abel is just not ever going to be able to be consistent with the way that he's designed, even though he is really fucking good, right? Narmaya, Vera, yeah, I mean, listen, Vera maybe is I don't know. I still feel like install Vera is very good. I think it could be a little difficult to get into install sometimes, but like, you still, I don't know. You need to find a hit and get 100 meter, and like, it's not the worst thing in the world. Base Vera is not super good. Install Vera, I think, is pretty scary. It's not the easiest thing to get there, but yeah. So I think Vera, I know a lot of people are not very high on Vera. I don't think she's like horrible. Right? I mean, she's probably, yeah, it's probably in the like bottom half of the cast, but I don't think she's that bad. Eustace is about the same, even after getting him to master, right? I don't really think I've changed my opinions on Eustace very much. And listen, man, Vasaraga, I just will never agree with some people on Vasaraga, right? Vasaraga is, to me, again, the problem with Vas is Vasaraga, weirdly, to me, is very similar to Abel in why I don't think he's gonna be like top 5 or 10 anytime soon, right? Vasaraga does the highest damage in the game in the corner, basically. Soulforge is the strongest unique mechanic that any character has. Is that right? When Voss has Soulforge up and he hits 2-2H, that is like 2-2H with Soulforge is just one of the best things that any fucking character can do in this video game. But, right, like, again, we talk about the risk reward on, like, if anything, this like newer way of viewing like a character has good or bad defense depending on the reward of that defense on hit. That kind of all that does really is cement for me that Vasaraga, I think, has the worst defense in the game. Yeah, sure, you tackle. Oh, so scary. You take like 4K when he hits you with it. It's not a reversal, right? It has a 5 frame startup on the armor, but like, yes, 4K, sure. But his like safe dabbable standing up reactable reversal does 2K, and his what else? He's getting like 2L. He's matching out with his 2L, right? The odds of him getting a hit on defense are quite low, and the reward he gets off it is not very good. Now, quick big caveat: if Vasaraga has Soulforge when he's on defense, I take it all back, because again, 2-2H. Soulforge 2-2H is just like straight up one of the best moves in the entire game. Take it all back. It's still, by the way, it's not a reversal, just because it does still have a 5 frame startup, but that's where it's like, it's you tackle with the same reward and none of the risk, right? You want to talk about like when people, the weird thing is, when people complain to me about Vasaraga, like, oh, what do you talk about, his defense isn't bad, they'll talk about like you tackle and shit. I'm like, that's kind of like, I think, a bit of a self-report in the sense that like, no, man, if there's any reason that I'm wrong about Voss defense, it's that fucking, can I just get, I like to show this every time, because it's not the full RPS out of the stance, it's not all that helps, definitely, but it's exactly, not this, it's exactly that right there, right? This fucking thing, right? This little stepper right here. If there's a reason that I'm wrong about Voss's defense, it's that thing. But he needs to have Soulforge up while also being in the corner to do that, which like happens. It's not like it never happens, but like, that is not a super. a lot of the times, at least when I'm fighting Basaraga, I find that if he is on defense, he usually does not have his soul for his own. So I I don't really think I've changed my opinion on Boss very much. He's not, by the way, like, again, this is, like, there's not a, like, you say, for example, Jita is the best character in this tier, right? Because I don't think Lance, I think I'm a little lower on Lance than her. Say, like, Jita is the best character here. Jita is not 100 times better than Boss. This is all roughly equal, right? So, I'm not saying that, like, oh, like, if you want to put Vasaraga here, I wouldn't really, that's fine, right? I think he, in my opinion, like, him, Vera and Eustace are, like, on the slightly lower end of this, which is why I'm putting them here. But again, it's not like, Gran is 100 times better than Voss. Far from it, right? Yeah, I mean, so, okay, Zoe and Anila, to me, actually are very similar characters. I don't know that I'm gonna really switch them around very much. Both of these characters can do a lot of stuff, but they do it very poorly, right? Like, if Belial is, like, the guy who does everything and does it very well, right? Zoe and Danila are relatively, like, they're well-rounded characters, but, like, everything they do, they don't do very well, right? Zoe does very little damage. Zoe has a really strong 6XL game and Anila don't. That's fair. I mean, you could argue Anila has, like, better pokes and stuff like that, right? They're both, in my opinion, these are both rather similar characters. Let me take this chance to plug this. Zoe has the worst mid-screen in the game. Sure, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, sure, bar none. Even with meter and shit. I thought with the U, like her U little slash thing, she could get some decent carry. Right? She does the lowest damage. What about the carry though? Because corner carry matters a lot, right? I feel like I've been carried decently, like, a good like 60-70% of the screen sometimes, but like U skills and shit. And carry? Zoe has great corner. Yeah, I thought like with meter, because again, a lot of it is without spending BP, even with like 50 meter, even with a U skill. Huh. Still though, I don't think it really changes my mind too much. Again, because my thoughts on Anila and Zoe both, again, is that they can do a lot of stuff badly, right? They just do a lot of stuff badly. They have a couple of like more specialized things they can do, but again, like everything they can do, like they're more well-rounded than like most of the characters underneath them, but like well-rounded quote unquote, and that they can do 10. They're not even jack of all trades. They're like bad at most everything, but like at least they can do everything, right? Compared to like a character like, I don't know, like Matera or something, right? Yuel is a weird one to me. This is now, so back when I made this list, I was like, Eustace is the character I know the least about. Turns out I was right, in my opinion. After playing Eustace, getting to Master, I don't think I've changed my opinion on him as a character at all in terms of strength. Yuel is now the character I know the least about, for sure. If damage is all that mattered, Vayne would be insane since he gets half your health bar off of 2H. Well, no, it's not damage to all of them. It's the combination of the damage and how likely you are to get that damage, right? It's the risk and the reward. It's the likelihood and the reward, right? Also, even then, Vayne would not be that insane, because, like, that's the, the main thing that gets this insane damage off of. Talking strictly BP, let's see, I mean, the BP carry gets pretty standardized, right? But yeah, so Yuel this is the new question mark for me of, like, the character that I don't really get that much, in the sense that, like, she seems, I don't know, maybe? I was commenting on the idea that Zoe has bad mid-screen because she does no damage. Well, I will say that does factor in, because, again, your mid-screen, if your reward in the mid-screen is very low, then, again, you're going to lose in the mid-screen more often, even if you win. If you and the opponent both win an equal amount of times in neutral, but they get twice as much damage as you will die, right? So the reward does matter. I'm not disagreeing with Tubby. I'm just saying that I don't really think that changes my opinion on her, just because she is still a little bit more versatile than a lot of the characters below her, in my opinion, right? But yeah, so Yuel, I don't know. I'm going to put Yuel here and kind of, like, go, like, She doesn't seem... I think Zoe's mid-screen is hella underrated. I'm not gonna, you and Tubby can talk that out. I'm not gonna have a dog in this fight. I think if Zoe has, like, unless she's got, like, Catalina level mid-screen, I'm not sure it, like, moves her really any higher up, there, right? But yeah, so, Yuel I'm just gonna put here. She's got a lot of tools, but, like, again, she is relatively linear, I suppose. The thing she does linearly, she does quite well, right? But there's a lot of characters that are on the lower half of this list that do one thing linearly, but they do it quite well, right? So, like, she might be higher. I've heard some talk of, like, this UL character is actually secretly broken. I don't know, maybe. People say that about every character. People have said that about literally everyone on this list. So, like, I'm very open to being wrong about UL here. I don't think she's lower than this. She might be higher than this, but I couldn't be. This is still a character that, like, I almost never really see her that much, and I'm not entirely sure what I think about her. This is my gut instinct, and I'm gonna stick with it, right? Now, the two characters I'm the least confident in back-to-back, right? Lwane is a fucking weird ass character, man. I used to be way higher on this guy. I used to have him like here, you know, and then like as I've learned more about him, I kind of want to put him like here, and now as I've learned more about him, I kind of want to move him up a little bit, but like I think the reason that I have a hard time pinning down my opinion on Lwane is because he is like he stomps some characters in this game harder than like almost anyone, right? Lwane has some like Lwane's got some really fucked up matchups, right? Like in the sense that, because the big thing is, the reason for this is that like Lwane eating is one of the strongest things in the game, right? It's one of the it's one of the single strongest win conditions in the game. I would probably argue the only better, like, assuming like, you know, not in terms of how easy it is to access, but in terms of like how it works when it's actually going. The only thing better than Lwane just eating a bunch is Lucilius Blade Level 5, I think, right? But again, it's very matchup dependent how much he gets to do that kind of shit, right? So I think I want to keep him here roughly. He's a confusing one though, because again, he is, I'd say if anything grounds me here, it's that the characters that Lwane beats the shit out of are not like these guys, right? It's not Belial, it's not Catalina, it's not Beatrix or Zeta or Lucilius, right? I actually don't know if Grimnir is a weird character. He's a weird character. I'm not sure if there's some weird matchup there, but like, you know, it's not Siegfried. The characters that Lwane tends to beat the shit out of are like characters that are like worse anyway, right? So I don't think that just because he does, like, when he gets going in certain matchups, he's like impossible to beat. I don't think I really care about that too much, right? All right, someone asked why Charlotta was that low. I don't know, man. I still think Zeralim has got all you motherfuckers tricked. Listen. She does one BSG. She does one again. She does one. She got, you know, some pretty, like her whole thing with like the jump arc and the mix and shit. I get it, right? But like, I just don't understand what this character does. I guess maybe I'm wrong. But like, there is not that much threat from this character with, I don't know, with the guard button existing in the game. She gets a lot of plus frames, I guess. I just don't really get it. I've never really fought a Charlotta and been like, yo, what the fuck? Why can this character do this? Like, even when I like run into Zeralim on Q or something and he beats the shit out of me, it's usually just like, I don't know, it feels like, you know, I get outplayed. Like, it feels like, you know, I got red and shit. I feel like standing up into Demon Flip and shit, then this character's broken, right? But like, I don't know, a lot of her plus frames come from specials. So like, she's rather easy to BC a lot of the time, right? And like counter hit BC at that is kind of a weakness that Suarez and Uno both have too. She does pretty high damage when she gets hit in the corner, for sure. Her mid screen is okay with the meter, right? I don't know, this character just does not, like, you know, does not scare me very much, I suppose. Maybe I'm skewed by the fact that I play Ladiva and I think this is a good matchup for Ladiva. But like, a lot of Charlotta to me feels more like it's annoying, right? Like, Charlotta feels like she's annoying to fight, not actually that oppressive to fight. The DP being like relatively hard to punish is annoying. You know, her jump is annoying. But like, even if she gets the jump in, right? It's hard to 2H her. She gets the jump in, you just let her do it. Then what? Right? She's gonna demon flip you? Right? Like, unless you're standing up into the command grab, like we talk about risk reward, you're gonna get command grabbed by demon flip and you're gonna take a shit ton of damage. Cool. But like, realistically, you should very rarely get hit by that shit. And then what? You're taking the overhead for 1800 or 2Hing her for like 9,000? And even if you get the command grab off demon flip, unless it's in the corner, she's taking more damage for demon flipping than she's doing, right? Like, if you 2H her ass, and it's not that hard to 2H demon flip, I mean, you could say that it looks like her jump arc. I don't know, right? Like, maybe, but it really does feel to me like she does one, again, she's kind of like UL, right? In that she does one thing pretty goddamn well, but like, right? Right, and she's got like some pretty miserable buttons as well, right? Like, I mean, hold on, I'm open. Am I stupid? Hold on, like maybe, I mean, her far M is pretty good, right? Yeah, it's got a nice far M, right? It's got like some decent buttons, right? Her far M is quite nice. It's not that big, I guess, but it's fast at least, right? I mean, yeah, a lot of her buttons are quite slow, right? Her own anti-air is pretty shit. So I just don't, you know, I just don't fully get it with Charlotta, I guess, right? I don't fully get like the idea besides, I think that Zerom is fucking nuts, and he makes this character look broken. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not super confident. I'm not like, there are characters here that I'm like, you know, you're not gonna change my mind on their placement on this list. Like, you know, most of the characters in the top tier, you know, Uno, Suarez, at this point, Versuja as well being very good. I believe in all of this very heavily, right? But like, Charlotta, I'm not gonna like, you know, yo, Shiro, thanks for the raid, man. I'm not gonna like pound my fist on the table and say, no, Charlotta is bad. You're an idiot. But like, I just don't see it personally. And it's been, I have never seen it. I keep not seeing it. The more I fight her, in fact, the less I see it. I mean, you could, if you want to put her here or something, if you want to say she's like better than like Zoe, cool. But like, I don't know, right? She just doesn't really break in to the rest of it, in my opinion. And then yeah, I mean, I think so. Here's an interesting thing, right? Here's an interesting thing. So Nier, I think, is bad. I mean, I had this opinion when I read the patch notes, and there was a lot of pushback on it, and then it seems like most of that pushback has stopped. So Nier is not very good, I don't think. You know, pretty like usual suspects here. Again, these characters are not like unplayable bad, by the way. I think they just do have like, you know, either most of these characters have like big holes in their game plan, or it's an inconsistency problem, right? Like they take a lot of risk to do the thing that they want to do, or like, yeah, pretty much, right? Or like they're not very good. Like Vayne, for example, is not very good at like, his primary like zoning thing is not that great, right? Like, you know, Fairy and Matera have some pretty good zoning, but like they do just like die. They take on a lot of risk to like run their game plan. Same thing with Adiva, right? She takes on a lot of risk to run her game plan. Same thing with Nier. Vayne's is not necessarily like as risky. He's got a little bit more health and stuff like that, but it's just more so that like it's just a lot easier to get around his zoning than it is like Vayne or Matera or Fairy. You could say like, oh, but then he actually can fight pretty decently up close. That's true, but yeah, he's kind of like, the buffs helped. The buffs helped Vayne for sure. And I'll tell you this, So, okay, I'll talk about Vayne in a second. Ladiva is an interesting one to me, because Ladiva, in my opinion, still, like, her biggest weakness has always just been that she just has to, like, her neutral, she cannot really play, like, good, honest neutral with most characters and come out unscathed, right? She has to, like, take a lot of, like, very high-risk guesses, high-reward guesses, but very high-risk guesses to, like, get in. Now, of course, when she gets in, oh boy, right? But that, to me, has always been her biggest problem. If people fight Ladiva the way they are supposed to fight Ladiva, in the sense that they don't just run at her, they force her to come to them, right? It's going to be very difficult for her to do anything. However, with that in mind, that's still true. But like, Ladiva is also, like Versuja, one of the biggest benefactors of like this idea that I've gotten now, where I'm like, well, if you have like not the best defense in terms of like you have a bad 6XL or not the best buttons or something, but you get a really, really high amount of rewards when you do guess out of the corner, right? Then your defense is actually not as bad as I thought. Like I would have, you know, prior to this, I would have said that like, you know, just like Vasaraga, I would have put Versuja and Ladiva in like, you know, that bottom tier defense category. Whereas again, Ladiva is worse than Versuja just because like her reward off the hits is a little lower and a little more inconsistent depending on what hits you get. But with meter, with Eularia, she can get basically corner to corner off even a far L, right? Like her far L hits you, you get put in the corner if she's got 50. And you know, without some meter, she can still do like 4K, get you 70% of the way across the screen too, right? So her defense again is probably like, you know, 2.5, 3 out of 5. Whereas before, I would have told you it was like 1 or something. It's like, you know, U headbutt is probably still up there for worst reversal in the game. Her 6XL is not great. She has some decent buttons, but a lot of the longer range ones are a bit slower, stuff like that. So I almost want to I want to move Ladiva up, but I'm not sure if I'm tripping. You know what I mean? Like her biggest weakness is still her biggest weakness, right? In the sense that her inherent game plan is very risky, right? And her ability to get in is very difficult, right? But with like one of her bigger weaknesses, in my opinion, mitigated heavily, you know, with just like, again, just by like realizing like, you know, is her defense really that bad when like she gets 6K when she hits you off of any random hit? I almost want to do like this, I think. You know what I mean? Like she's still not great, right? You're not gonna ever see me putting Ladiva like up here for a while. But like I think she is a lot better than I was giving her credit for, right? Yeah, right. And honestly, I think you could make a similar argument-ish to Vayne. with like the buffs to the mid screen they gave him, he's still the thing is he's still just not as good as Ladiva at it. I could do something like this for Vayne though. Vayne is like almost breaking containment in my mind, right? In the sense that like he feels like if you wanted to put him a little higher, I wouldn't really be too mad about it. But I think he still is just, there's a fundamental flaw in the way they designed him in that like he feels very heavily designed around shield, and shield loses to dashing, which is what everyone's doing all the time. You know what I mean? But like he's not bad. He's not bad, and he can hit like a fucking hammer, right? I mean, so can Nier, so can Matera. The only character that's not hitting like a truck every now and then is Fairy. That's because she has like some mix, right? Where Ladiva, for example, also. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, Nier, Matera, Fairy, I don't think I'm like too concerned about moving them. I don't really think these are not bad characters, not horrible characters, right? But I think they're just, again, notably more full of holes and inconsistent than the people above them. Like, I would rather take, so we're talking about Zoe and Anila being like characters that can do everything, but pretty poorly, right? I would take that over a character that does one thing really well and is otherwise full of holes, right? Which is what Matera is, which is what Fairy is, which is what Nier is. You know, zoning, neutral. He's kind of weird. He doesn't do one thing really well. He does a couple of things okay. So that's why he's a little weird to me, right? Similar thing with Ladiva as well. Ladiva kind of does one thing incredibly well and is otherwise pretty full of holes, right? Shield loses the 6/6 delay L. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know if I can like reasonably remove Vayne from bottom tier when he loses to Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising, right? Like his biggest weakness is 6/6 L. 6/6 delay L is Vayne's biggest weakness, and like I just can't. You know what I mean? I just can't. I can't move him out. I don't think with that in mind. But maybe I'm being too reductive. Maybe I'm being too reductive. Fairy does one thing very well, right? And especially now with the side swap, it's even better, right? But yeah, I don't think there's like again, this is not ordered. I don't think Fairy is necessarily bottom one. Like all of these characters are roughly the same to me, right? I mean, I probably let me just say actually, I don't think any of these are really unordered, rough order, rough order. Honestly, unordered. Unordered, probably. Again, if you want to say any of these characters were the best characters in the game, I wouldn't really, like, I don't, you know, yeah, like, maybe super rough, but, like, no, yeah, if you want to say any of these characters were top one, I wouldn't really be too mad at you, right? Alright, so that brings us, so again, that's, so already, how different is this from last time, right? If I just bring this guy over here, right, how different is this? I feel like it's a little different, it's not hugely so, right? It's a little different, though. Yeah, we got Grim and Siegfried up there, right? Percy's moved down a bit, Uno Swords has moved up a bit, Seox is in there now, Lancelot's moved down a bit, Versuja's moved up a lot, right? Otherwise, A+ remained mostly the same, A remained basically the same, except Ladiva got moved up. Yeah, like, it's not huge, right? It's not huge. It's not like it's a completely different thing. But yeah, there are, like, my opinions on some things have shifted a bit, right? Which, of course, brings us now to the character that was not here the last time I made this list, and, you know, Lucky Cookie Vicky. I mean, I don't think it's. I will say I've seen a lot of people doing this, right? I think you're smoking a little bit of crack, right? I like, she's not a tier worse than every other character in the game. I think this is trolling a little bit, right? But like, yeah, the call is not very good, right? Like, you know, there are like ways, there are just ways in like ways that weaknesses she has like no other character has, right? Like, again, for example, Nier is the only character in the game that, like, can't Raging Strike half the time, right? That's pretty fucking bad. Vikala, there are things that, like, only are problems for her, right? Like, the RNG in your combos, she's getting that alleviated a bit, in the sense that now, if you get hearts or cheese, they still have, like, a knock-up effect on them, right? But, like, Vikalas have, like, it's the only character that can, like, get a hit, and they get bad RNG on their cannon, and so it drops their combo. Right? Healing the enemy? Sure, yeah, but it's not even the heal. It's like, if you're like having a juggle with Vikala, and you get the cannons, and the cannon says hearts or cheese, even if you don't fire it, which is the thing to do, RNG just dropped your combo for you, right? I mean, like, I guess you could like react to it and like do something else, like you could convert in some other way. But, like, RNG made your combo worse. And again, yeah, you could, if you're not like super attentive, you could heal the enemy or give them meter or shit like that. And like, what does Smoke Bomb even do? Like, her unique, too high. You can adjust for RNG to keep the combo going, but yeah. Like, so it's a lot of investment for like no reward, right? You have to be really attentive playing this character to really not get very much of anything. Her unique mechanic is unfortunately like not a weakness. It's a weakness most of the time, right? Star is super good, Spike Ball is super good, Bomb is super good, but like, I mean, would Vikala just rather, I don't know, would she just rather have like only the middling options from her RNG? Maybe not. Maybe the high rolls are still worth it. But like she's just not designed as like a fully formed character, I think. Now, I don't think she's like that much worse than like Fairy or Nier or Matera or something, right? She probably, if you have gun to my head, worst character in the game. But like I don't think it's like, you know, undisputed, obvious, you know, please help. And again, at the end of the day, right, she will be, like, zoners they're gonna keep them weak on purpose, right? Similarly with, like, you know, grapplers and stuff like that, too. So, like, I'm not too surprised, but she is getting some buffs. That might help, right? Like, some buffs and the ability to see your item RNG in advance and stuff like that, right? So, like she, you know, the buffs should help. But for now, she's not very good. Yeah, knowing what your next item is going to be, heart and cheese not affecting the combos because they still pop up and stuff. Like, because right now, the problem with Vikala, and if she is the worst character in the game, it's because she's the only character in the game whose unique mechanic is a weakness. On average, right? Like, it's not good a lot of the time. And even if it is good, it's inconsistently good. This whole tier list, I've been talking about consistency, right? The reason Belial is up here, or Zeta is up here, or not Zeta, well, Zeta, sure, yeah. Like, Catalina is up here, all these characters are here, is consistency, right? The reason that, like, you know, for example, Vasaraga, in my opinion, is a little bit lower down, is, like, he's very strong, but he's a little bit inconsistent in when he can access that strength, and when he can, like, Vas will have rounds that just roll you over like no other character in the game, but he's a little bit more inconsistent. Same thing with Abel, stuff like that. So when I'm talking about consistency this whole time, a literal RNG mechanic that your character relies on? In tournaments? Because remember, in tournaments, you might have to win 9 times. 10, 11, 12, 13 times. You might have to go through 500 men. But if you lose twice, it's over. You know what I mean? So even 50-50s that kill you when they go wrong are not very good. That's why Ladiva, for example, is not very good. Because you need to be winning more often than you're losing, right? So her RNG being like kind of ass for her like half the time, it's not scream consistency, right? And the biggest issue isn't that you heal, give meter as the cheese hard do. If they do show up, you're minus 50 because they don't have hit stun yet. How are Narm and Vera in the same tier? I'm not hating. I'm just curious. Yeah, I mean, do you really? I assume that you think that Vera is lower and Narm is higher. I feel like that's probably the normal take, right? I think. Yes. Okay. I think that's pretty normal. So I guess to argue both parts of that, I feel like Narmaya is strong for sure. Again, this is not like A+ rough order, but she's not like she's not like worse than Jita or anything like that, right? But I do think that she has basically a top 3 throw bait in H flip, but and very good offense in general, right? Narm has like very scary offense, but outside of getting like a stray flip, her mid screen's not amazing. The flip buffs helped a lot with that, right? Flip in general is a lot worse of a tool, in my opinion, than most people say it is. TKH flip in the corner, you got me. Top 3 throw baits, top 10 move in the game overall, maybe, right? Top 10, like genuinely, like TKH flip, you got me. But like, you know, H flip, like neutral H flip, M flip, U flip, I don't think are as good as a lot of people complain about them. I think it's the kind of thing that does fall off a lot as you get better and better at the game. When I got her to master, people in S and S plus are like flip victims, man. She's top 5. I'll tell you what, if flip is like as good as people often complain about it being, she's like here. But like her almost entire power budget to me feels like it's kind of put into the different flips. And the only one that's like truly absurd is the TKH flip. Besides that, a lot of her buttons are like pretty fucking bad. She basically doesn't have a meterless DP. It's possibly S plus ordered. Yeah, indeed. She basically doesn't have a meterless DP, and Kagura, again, her reward off stray hits. I mean, she can get some pretty good reward with the meter, but it's nothing amazing. She's just fine. She's strong, right? In a similar vein, Vera is a little bit different in the sense that non-install Vera is quite bad, right? She non-install Vera is more so like Zoe and Anila and shit, a little bit worse, but like in the sense that non-install Vera can do a lot poorly, right? Non-install Vera can do a lot poorly. Install Vera, I think, is genuinely still like one of the better characters in the video game, right? So it's not super easy for her to access that install. But install Vera is still like pretty terrifying. Very good mid-screen, very high damage, like some nasty setups on offense, Lunera and shit, right? So like I think Vera's a little bit more lopsided, but I think Vera's heights are better than Narm's, Vera's lows are worse than Narm's, but it about evens out. You know what I mean? I really don't. I don't think personally that, like, you know, Narmaya is like here, and Vera's like here or something. That doesn't quite seem right to me. Maybe, but like they don't seem like hugely different power level characters in my opinion. Yeah, that's about it. Is there anything else that is like notably weird? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. I mean, I'll say again, like, I guess I did say I'll talk about her and I didn't. Yes, there are no Zetas in Arc World Tour Finals. No, I don't really care. It's always been my opinion that, like, in this game in particular, with a relatively small competitive scene and a very large roster, right, I don't really think that a character not having results is like a guaranteed they're bad. I think we can use the opposite. If a character has a preponderance of results, that's probably a sign, right? Like, you know, when like the CEO Taku was 6 Niers, that's probably a sign that something's a little off, right? But I don't think that tournament results are the be-all, end-all of character strength. I think they are circumstantial evidence at best. Also, not just because that not every character has a shit ton of like world-class representation. I also think it's because the player matters a lot, man. Like, there is, past like this point, essentially, like from this tier and upwards, all of these characters are good enough to win shit often, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we had like 3 Narms in Arc World Tour Finals, or like maybe not Abel. Abel's kind of a weird one, like, just because I wouldn't, but also really would. Then he's just a little like, maybe Abel should be lower than this because of how explosive he is. But like, you know, if we had a couple Jitas, obviously he has a Catalina problem, but like, assuming there wasn't a better character to play, right? If we had a couple Jitas there, if we had a couple Lances there, I wouldn't be too surprised, right? But like, at the end of the day, like, once you hit a certain power level of character, the player is going to be factoring in much more heavily than the characters, right? I mean, even in like some of these lower tiers, man, people are still doing great shit with Fairy and Charlotta and shit like that, right? So I don't think that, like, oh, Zeta has never won a major, therefore she can't be good. It's not an argument that resonates with me, personally. I think at the end of the day, this is the only character with looping, meterless 50-50s that doesn't really pay for them at all, right? Yeah, Materis and Arc World Tour, exactly right. Like, you know, this character has looping 50-50s and pays for it heavily. This one too, but they all pay for it very heavily. She just, like, doesn't, right? I'd be surprised to see multiple Unos. Well, just because no one fucking plays him, not because he's weak, in my opinion. I'd be surprised to see multiple Unos because only one Uno exists, basically. But yeah, like she has a looping meterless 50-50 that works off any fucking hit you ever get. She has a DP you can combo off of. She has some pretty good buttons. She has not the best offense in the game or anything like that. It's not like her offense is not amazing, but her Oki is very terrifying. And her offense is still very good, right? Like, she has a really good throwbait in her like instant TK H Arves or U Arves, right? Her U skills still control a lot of screen, even though they don't do as much damage as they used to. I really actually don't see the argument for this character not being top tier, except, but Mr. Streamer, she's never won a tournament, right? Which I just don't really care that much. It's good circumstantial evidence. It is not the be all end all, right? So like by that logic, is, I don't know, man. Like, I guess Sora's is top tier now because there's one of him in Arc World Tour. Has nothing to do with has nothing to do with like skill or anything like that. I don't mean like skill the word. I mean skill the guy, right? But yeah, I said I was gonna talk about this and I didn't. So let me just bring it up again. That's gonna do it, I think. That was a little, you know, I said I was gonna keep it under 30 minutes. I didn't, but I did keep it under an hour. It's probably the shortest video I'll ever make because, again, there was no big patch. It was just sort of like discussing how my opinions have changed over the course of playing through the 1.5 patch, getting a bit more experience, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see what comes with Sandalphon, man. Is Jita still better Gran in the top half of the cast? I find her way less threatening in this patch. No, Jita is not better Gran anymore. They are different in, like, at this point they are different in ways that fundamentally matter, but I will probably still say that I give Jita the slight edge, I guess. At this point, Gran is higher damage Jita. Jita is better neutral Gran, right? Like, Gran is higher, like, better mid-screen and better neutral Jita. Jita is better neutral and better buttons, or sorry, higher mid-screen and better damage Jita. And Jita is better buttons and better neutral Gran. And, like, I'll take the better neutral and poking over the higher damage on average. But I don't think there's a huge difference. I think Gran is quite good. I think Jita is quite good. I think they both suffer now from, like, the Catalina problem.
where Catalina is higher damage Gran and better buttons Vegeta. So like, why? Unless you just think unless you really like them or something. Rhapsody isn't really a DP, loses to higher low, and throw and EX isn't generally comboable. Rhapsody is only loses to low if you're doing lighter M. The EX, you're right. The M Rhapsody is what's it called? The M Rhapsody or the L Rhapsody? The M Rhapsody is the one where he blocks low. EX isn't generally comboable. I mean, it kind of depends. Yes, until it's the best BC bait on the scariest Oki in the game, and then it kind of is. Yeah, M's low only, L is high only. Yeah. But yeah, until it's like, you know, until it's it's like a BC bait that just kills me in the corner, right? H Rhapsody. Also, like not as often, but like yeah, EX Rhapsody is comboable occasionally, and usually when it is, it's terrifyingly so, right? Uno can do a similar thing, to be fair. It's not like it's only Zeta that can do that kind of shit. But yeah, how the fuck is Rhapsody the best BC baits? Not necessarily because it's super low risk. I mean in terms of the fact that it comes off of, like, you really, really, really want to BC Zeta Fuzzy, right? It's very scary otherwise. So it's not that Rhapsody itself is like the perfect counter to BC. It's that the situation Rhapsody finds itself BC baiting in is much more likely to work than most other situations, right? Because essentially, if you don't, like, it's, fuck you mean no risk? I did not say no risk. Okay, so Zetas are mad because they're literally taking the exact opposite thing. BC is not the only way to counter 50-50. I mean, you can block high or low, for sure. You can punish Rhapsody. Did I say no risk? I literally, okay, so I explicitly said, I'm not saying that it's like some no risk counter to BC. And Zetas heard that and said, oh, okay, so you mean it's no risk. I'm saying that because of the situation that it's in, you want to BC very often, right? Roll it? Is that just not the same as guessing high? You know, we're talking about like roll it, because the JH hits you meaty. We're talking about roll the pogo, right? Is that, what's the difference between that? No need to be mad? Well, you saying fuck you mean no risk. I'm just, like, you literally said the opposite of what I meant, and then are like, what are you talking about? I feel like I'm not the one who's mad here. But if you roll it, is that not the same thing as blocking high? Or Uno parries Rhapsody and Light Wall are the grossest BC baits? It's more likely to catch BC? Yeah, that's what I just said. I said that because of the situation that it's in, being very heavily incentivizing you to BC, right? It's a very scary BC bait. And she does get a lot of damage off of it. She gets a very high reward off that BC bait, right? But again, it's not Rhapsody, right? Again, you can, you know, Rhapsody is good, but my point is, again, the meter, like, it's the looping fuzzy that works off essentially any hit in the mid screen that makes her so good, right? If Pogo's a consistent answer, I don't think it'd be as impressive as it is. I mean, rolling is the same as guessing high, I think, because I assume he means rolling the Pogo, because Pogo should miss. It doesn't hit below the knees, right? So rolling should be Pogo. But, like, you know, you could also, you could block high, and then once she Pogos, right? Pogo, like, once the Pogo is blocked, there is a lot more counterplay to it now than there was before, right? Like, you can always, if you know the heights, you can always either 2H or close L after a Pogo, right? You just have to know, like, how high the Pogo hit you. If she hits you high up, there's enough of a gap you can 2H her. If she hits you lower down, there's more recovery, so you can usually close L her and get a combo. So, like, once the Pogo is blocked, it's not like it's gonna loop forever or anything. But, you know, that's the rub right there, is blocking the Pogo. And I guess if you roll it, you could probably also punish it, but, you know, very similarly if you block it, right? Anyway. Yeah, I think that about covers it, right? We can play some Ladiva to finish off, I suppose. I didn't want to give a well, I say quick update. It was about an hour, but that's quick for me. Usually it takes me like three hours or something. You can walk under fake Pogo pressure. Yeah. Like, listen, Olive Branch. Once you block the Pogo's not. Yeah, they said they want to make Pogo like less oppressive in like pressure, and it's true. They did that, right? Like, once you block a Pogo, it's really a skill issue at that point if you're getting like farmed by Pogo. That's not quite what I'm referring to. It's the blocking of the thing in the first place that is so spooky, right? But yeah, that about does it, I think. What about the risk though? Joking, don't shoot me. Yeah. It'll be cool to see how much things change in 1 to 2 months' time, maybe. I mean, potentially even sooner, depending on how impactful shit is, right? The block high case leaves both in RPS situation where both can win, but roll can catch her off guard and makes you most likely to win and punish hard. But yeah, it's basically block high. Okay, maybe I heard wrong. That was mid-match. Yeah, I mean, I did say no risk, but I said it's not like it's no risk. My point is that it's very likely for you to want to BC there, right? Is block high better? Fair enough. I mean, I suppose it's better against the high, worse against the lows. You'll get counter hits if they call you out on it. Wasn't my intention to cause drama? It's not drama. It's like, you know, people need to be a little bit more just, you know, a little bit more willing to have a dialogue, I think, before they're like, fuck you mean.
Will you be streaming the Sandy Guide live stream in a few days? I don't think so, because like that's like at 5 a.m. my time. So like I don't think so. But like I'll make a video about it. I probably won't. I think it's. If she hits slow, the punish is basically the same. She can't. Really? I think it's more placement. The placement is Lucian Grimly is considered higher, but it was also labeled as unordered. Yeah, again, like I don't really. I could put Zeta at the back just like people complain less, but like, right? Can't wait for them to add 6/6U into the game. That's everyone's idea. That's like everyone's idea to nerf 2B, right? Is give like a universal new mechanic a 6/6U, and then that buffs everyone but 2B because she does not have a 6/6 in the beginning. Kind of disagree with your placement, but it's not my tier list. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean that's totally fine. I think generally what I like, I'll tell you when I look at other people's tier lists, if it's within like genuinely, because people like fighting games are hard, man, and like coming up with what is genuinely like there's no answer usually. If it's like within a tier, I usually call that shit fine. You know what I mean? Like if I have someone in like the second highest tier and someone else has them in top tier, or like if I have someone in like the bottom tier but they have them in the second lowest tier or something, or like mid tier but they have them in the second lowest tier, it about works out, right? At the end of the day, like I don't think any two people have ever, unless they made the list together, even then, I don't think any two people have ever looked at, I look at your tier list, you look at my tier list, and we go, yep, right? It's just not that easy, right? If fighting games were that easy to solve, they would not be as fun of a genre, right? When it comes down to brass tacks about the players in the arena, yeah, I mean, obviously the tools matter, but yeah. There are still, like, you know, 2B being S+ is insane? Do you mean, like, first off, I said debatably. Second, you sound like you're about to say that she should be lower, right? Is that the opinion? That's a little strange to me. But, you know, you're entitled to your opinion.
It doesn't matter who your opponent is.
Tier lists kind of become less important. Yeah, I mean, again, like that's why I tried to highlight that, like, essentially, like like if you're in like the top 20, I would not be too surprised if you were able to, if you could win, right? Like any character in like this game is relatively balanced. Like any character in like the top 15, if they were in like the Arc World Tour top 16, I would not be surprised at all. If there were a couple of them, I would not be surprised at all, right? Ow. Oh jeez. Hello. A little bit of rollback in my life. A little bit of Terra by my side. Oh god. Oh, my hit confirms our ass, I fear. Not like this, man. Save. Yo, no. Spot dodging here. Miss Terra. That's not how that shit works. Which characters are currently not represented at Arc World Tour? A lot, like most of them, right? Because we have a couple duplicates. I think we have 2 Belials, 2 Catalinas, 2 Beatrice. So like you know, a good like 20 or something. Yeah, exactly. Who is it again? We got a Soras, we got a Matera, we got 2 Belials, we got some Catalinas. Do we have a Siegfried? I think. Can't remember. Ow. Lucille, yeah, there's a Lucy, yeah. Seahawks, yep. That's right. Rookies won that shit way back. Is there 2 Seahawks actually? I think there might be 2 Seahawks. Ow. Perish me. Oh, they fucked it up. Get away from me. Oh, should have done Eularian. That would have been way more damage. I thought they were gonna do a less risky projectile. It's not bad. Oh my god, checked. I should not match there, but you know what? Kind of panicked, and perhaps it worked. But, okay. I thought I had the height for plus H right there. Personally, I think Zeta is high tier but not top tier like Cap, or Grim, where she yields at least some risk because she's committing something big. Now on my Zeta, no, it's okay. I mean, again, I'm totally okay with people disagreeing with me. Just like, you know, let's be calm about it. No, that's fair. I can see, you know. Yeah, again, like if she's high tier but not top tier, like if it's like within 1 tier roughly, then like fair enough, man. I like, you know, I like, you know, I'm totally okay with that. It's not my opinion, but that's fine. Get me out of here. Oh god, that's H. Oh, that's kind of cool. The BC bait there with the butterfly and the 2H. Nice. I'm not gonna say she's bad. Like again, if you know. That's why, whenever I look at anyone's tier list, if it's within 1 tier of each other, I'm like, you know what? Fair enough. Wait, I hit her here? Yeah, I am. That's fine. Is it fair to want Grim to have a slightly harder time setting up the seals? I would tend to agree. That'll be about what I would want as well. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I have to block that first one, huh?
Maybe I could have... No, yeah, roll wouldn't help. Yeah. I have to block that first bit. Trying to have you reconsider Matera's placement. Look up this BC bait. Matera does have a pretty nice set of offense on her, for sure. It's definitely not her problem necessarily. Ow. 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 I'd agree with 2B being S+ if they gave her a standing overhead. Interesting. I think 2B having kind of easy to block out pressure is basically the only thing that is weak for her, so no. I would very much disagree with the fact that she needs something like that. Because the reason everyone down backs 2B's pressure is because she forces you to do so. Because you basically have to give her... Percival outside of B tier is wild. What the heck? Is the tier list still on screen somewhere? Standing overhead on 2B? Yeah. The reason everyone down backs 2B's pressure is because you most of the time have no other option but to let her get a turn or two in. So the fact that her pressure is relatively easy to survive is like the fact that her pressure is relatively easy to survive is kind of like the one thing that that grounds her a bit, right? If 2B had like really like if 2B was very good at opening you up, she'd just be like top 1 probably. That would not be like oh finally balance 2B. One thing. Oh no!
Battle 2. Engage.
Overhead, sure. Crosscut 2H is wild, for real. Wow. So true, bestie. That's what I get for trying to funny, though. No funny for me. Get backs around, however. Funny for me. Whoa! What the? Okay, fair enough. I have not had that happen to me before, certainly. That's quite wild. The butterflies covering her DP. So true. Everybody already has so many weaknesses compared to the roster. Sure thing. You are entitled to your opinion, certainly. Oh, that was very lucky. But you know what? Being lucky ain't a crime. That was meant to be... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was meant to be 6-2-3-U. I tried to do technical input and I fucked it up. Now I'm scared for my life. Oh, fuck. It's not good. I should not have done technical input. I didn't need the extra damage. Ow. Ow. El Gamba machine. God dang it! I shouldn't have done the. If I tried to do like the actual technical input, I don't think I really needed to. I don't really think low player count should be too considered in tier list placement. No, I agree. I'm just saying like when not every character is represented to the maximum extent in this video game, I suppose. That's why I would like because the player base is a little bit smaller too, right? Especially competitively. Vicola. Hello, Vicola. Geriatric Flowcharter. Yo, Vicola, the only character with a lower GM threshold than Diva. I think, well, someone got really low. I think Percival's was really low too, if I remember correctly. Fellas? Okay, let's see here. Put my mouse. Go to this guy real quick. Oh, I can't headbutt that. Right. Okay. He's got a nice 6XL, that Vicola lady. You gotta hand it to it. You gotta hand it to Alcada sometimes. Oh, nice. I thought she was gonna do another, but it is reactable. Oh, thanks for the healing. It's reactable, so I shouldn't, like, try and call it out like that necessarily. Yeah. You get grabbed. Well, to be fair, the Matera is not like a player-based thing. It's like, the Materas that do play her are fucking grinding. Like, Matera doesn't have a very big player base, but the Materas that do play her fucking grind. That's why her GM threshold is so high. Oh, really? I could have sworn I could Eularia past that. That's news to me. Spot dodge. Spot dodge. Oh. I meant to headbutt. I love counterplaying a burst option, not only losing my combo, but healing. Yeah. Bonk, bonk. Am I in far M range here? I don't think so. Yeah, no, I was not. Bonk, stay down. Get thrown. Get tossed. Rato. Ratok, even. I'm doing that much damage. I'll hook up my grab. It rejuvenates me. Oh god. I'm misinputting everything. Someone help. This should get her. Yep. Behold! Oh, fuck. Hit far M. I should have had a little bit of a faster button than the scramble there, I suppose. That's on me. Oh, nice. You gonna SSBA me? Yeah, you are. Okay, okay, fair. The Eep, indeed. He's Eep maxing. Points isn't about popularity, it's about win-loss. Well, yeah, but there is definitely like a... There is a bit of a you know, a correlation between how many people are playing a character and how high the GM threshold gets pushed up, since it is competitive at the end of the day. Like getting that bottom floor pushed up. He's not doing M Dormouse, which is very clever. Certainly. Oh, damn, that was my chance. That was the window. Oh, she's -6 there, right. I don't know why I thought that shit was medium punishable. Oh. Oh. Oh, I tried to SBA. What? I got lit. Oh, I tried to SBA there. No. I was like, once I get to 100 meter, it's over, right? It was not over. I messed up my SBA. Not like this. Ow, wait. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah. JM, my beloved. SBA loses to Dormouse as far as I know. It is the projectile, but like there is some strike invuln on the SBA still. So usually it'll pass through it. Kind of like Setsuna. It can do the same thing with Narm Setsuna. At least it did once. Maybe, but even... Well, maybe you're right, but I didn't get hit out at the start of it, right? So I don't think that's what happened there, but maybe. It can, though, yeah, because it's not a projectile, right? Dormouse is a strike, so you have less invuln.
It's not curtains yet. Battle.
It kind of depends, I suppose, on where you're spaced when you do it. I can't lab Vicky's Arnold for certain. We can try after this. I'm curious. But then I know it can. I've also had it beat and lose to Setsuna. Oh my god! Thanks for the meter for this combo I'm about to hit you with. Oh, oops. Yep. Unfortunate. Elbow drop the tiny rat into oblivion. That's the plan. That is the plan. You wouldn't get fake save jump, would you? Oh yes, you would. No, you wouldn't. Based. Oh, but it's disgustingly safe. Unfortunately, yeah, that move should not be -49 on whiff. I'm right here with you, man. That SB. If you he got the hard read and he lost anyway. Isn't that great? Make that shit more like Bub's SBA. Make it -83 or whatever the fuck that one is on whiff.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
I mean, you can backdash and get the punish every time, but like still, you got the read. I feel like he should be rewarded. Fair. Oh, I got crushed by that. Interesting. M Lariat's a heavy attack level, I thought. Maybe it's a medium. Maybe it's heavy. That's a heavy attack level. Like that. Get grabbed. Bonk. Oh, DP. Sure. Also gotta try and grab you again. Rare footage of me blocking Vikala's 6-6M. It's happened twice in this match. Oh, she was still in range for that. Oh, that's wild. Fair. People do like to swing sometimes after they block that 6-6H. She did not do so. Oh, wow. That still was in recovery, huh? God damn. That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Make able SSBA so that you don't get hit by the explosion hitbox if you backdash the grab part. I mean, his on the bright side, if you do jump it, he is very minus. So you can jump and land and spot dodge and punish him, right?
Battle 2. Engage.
Oh, I keep thinking I want to beta 2H, but yeah, they keep far H intelligently. Oh, okay. We eat those. Those whiffs, that is. That's fair. A little predictable, the lariats. Or, oh, no healing this time? Vicky? Come on, be a pal. Yep, there you go. That's more so what I picture when I think of having 50 meter and her doing that. Didn't fuck it up this time. We take those. Nice side swap, nerd. Okay, nice DP, nerd. Have you tried perishing? Smoke bomb. Rare footage. Oh, start. Not a big fan of this one. It's actually a good item for her. Oh, JM, my beloved. That's just not fair. You even saw her start up her shit, huh? Is she dead? Wait, she's dead, right? Oh, damn. Wait, she's dead for real. She's like pretty dead too. If I'm not wrong. Yeah, I don't think it was that close either. She's got 15,000 health, and that's 720, man.
It's a fast track towards
Owie.
just don't get carried away.
Goddamn. You know,
As entertaining
this character's fun. This character's fun. Man, I'm dead phase 2. Yeah, yeah. That's fine. Fair and balanced. Lediva S plus confirmed. Listen, man. When she's going, she's going, man. You will not catch me for a second telling you that Lediva's like offense is bad or some shit. Especially if she's got your ass like, or her damage is low or something like that. You're not gonna catch me for a second talking about that kind of shit. Those are not Lediva's problems. That's for damn sure. If she's guessing correctly, she is rolling your ass over. Yo, Brick, give you some points, some channel points, or some crystals. Next patch, Voss now gets to combo off El Command Grab. I'd be surprised if they, you know what? I'd be pretty happy. I want them to buff Voss so I can redeem myself in the eyes of the Voss haters, you know? Please, I want them to buff Voss more so I can be like, okay, guys, yeah, he's broken. He's broken. Give me some crystals, well then run into me then. Don't worry, Lediva will be top tier next patch. Pot was a tester for her, maybe.
here begins fate's
He's broken. You guys are right, Voss Ragas. I give it up. Beatrix, George Floyd. Oh God, no.
believe in
Man, who the fuck are you, man? What is this? This is not. Oh, I'm doing this right now? What the fuck? Alright. We have to try our best to kill this person. We have to do our best to not let... And then maybe block them after, too. I don't think I'm super interested in this. Ow. You can't win? I suppose. I don't know, man. This is truly something, certainly. Yeah. Who do you think will be more toxic to the top tier, Pot or Lediva? They're very similar. I mean, in general, there's a little bit more bullshit in Guilty Gear, which, like, weirdly, I think would make Pot a little bit less toxic, because there's more bullshit to deal with him, whereas, like, the characters in Granblue are a bit more restrained. I mean, though, Lediva herself as a top tier will be much more restrained than Pot, but the basic grappler mix idea remains the same, right? Oh, what the hell? That shit beat him. Oh, it low profile my J. That makes sense. Take a roll. Yeah. Go ahead, sure. DP, fair. DP, fair. Oh, man. Bonk. There you go. One of those. Get down here. Get grabbed. Get murdered. And... Are you dead? I think so. Yeah, and get one and done. Get the fuck off my screen, please. Get out of here. Oh, he one and done me too. Ah, how surprising. Alright, hold on. How do you do this? This Lediva character broken? For real. How do you do this? How do you block people? That man. I'm sure, listen, I understand. Some people are 12, and they don't fully understand, like, I don't know, problems. Like, they don't understand main menu, match history, thank you. Like, some people are very young, and stuff like this is funny to them, and this is kind of, like, how they, like, explore their comedy and stuff like that, like, they're learning. But, like, man, like, this is, like, one of the worst things that, like, has happened in the modern day, man. This is not funny, right? Like, this is... I don't know. Like, I don't know really how to... If I really need to explain to you why this is, like, very not funny, then hopefully you're very young, right? Press A for info. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I was wondering where... Yes, okay, thank you. Then blog. This is the first time I've ever done this. I've never done this to anyone. Like, hopefully I don't have to explain to you why this isn't funny, right? Like, if I I get it. Like, I had an edgy humor, haha, don't worry about it, calm down, liberal, it's called dark humor. I get it. I understand. If you're young, you're exploring things, trying to find your identity, I'm not gonna, like, torpedo you for it, but, like, hopefully, if you are, like, an adult, you understand why that's not very funny, right? It's not like it's not like it should be illegal or anything, but what happened just got back, not, let's say a very inappropriate username. Calm down, liberal. Yeah, exactly. It's like, listen. If you're like sick, I understand exploring. What is, like, pushing the boundaries, things like that. This is how people are when they're young. I understand. If you're not young, I think that's, like, it just shows, like, a complete lack of, like, human empathy, and probably means that I don't want to be anywhere near you. If you are young, I get it, but, like, again, I have no interest in seeing that, right? Or just too sensitive for real? Yeah, calm down, liberal. I'm just making fun of, like, one of the worst things I've ever fucking seen.
Yeah, imagine having empathy, you fucking loser. Imagine having empathy for such you know, such a horrible situation. People forget that dark humor still has to be funny. Yeah, you can't just be like, you know, you can't just like reference something bad that happened and be like, isn't it funny that I'm talking about it? That's not really how that works, in my opinion. Anyway, I'm no comedian. I'm no comedian. It'll be a wild start to the video. I don't know, man. I might edit that shit out. Honestly, I might not get that in the video. Oh, he got hit, and also I misinputted my shit. Wait, he didn't have any soul for it. That's real. He was fronting on that. Fireball. Yo, I tried to super. I didn't do it. Oh, he did it again. Right, I forgot he could do that. The double. Oh, so true, Mr. Raga. Unfortunately for you, that shit was fake. Not there. Crimson, you better not lose. I mean, listen. The matchup's even, I think. Gabbo will probably disagree with me. It's any consolation, that's your country's history now too, Brick. My country's got its own. Listen, both of my countries have got their own. They don't need America to make them look bad. I'm Egyptian, bro. We were the first slave owners. Don't even fuck with me. I don't think anyone does it quite like us. Bonk, bonk. You're so right. Yeah, like we invented that shit. I'm pretty sure. It's like us or the Chinese. I do not need America to help bolster sordid things that happened in my nation's past. Luckily, I am not my nation, so I don't really care that much. Does that make me feel bad or anything? What the fuck? It's me. Ah! Oh! Okay. I don't like the position that I'm in. Oh! I wasn't ready for the double backdash. Competitive. Dark humor used correctly? Yeah, see?
Battle 3. Engage.
Oh, fuck! Why'd that whiff, man? Oh, shit, so true. Hey, could you, like, die? See, this is the part I don't like. I've let Voss get Soulforged, and now I am not having a good time. He said, having a good time. Thanks, Psy Games, for those 6XL buffs. Fucking awesome. Okay, we gotta light his ass to death. I forgot to light his ass to death. I did too many lights and pushed myself out. No, sir! How dare you, honestly. Get grabbed. Doesn't do as much damage on this big guy, I will say. What if he did a Nilo Masters next to get all the drafts done? Oh, fuck. The world's greatest misinput? The world's greatest? Oh, that's fair. The world's greatest misinput? For real? Aha! Aha! Even me and Ladiva made the same noise. Aha!
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Get grabbed, you fool. You buffoon, even. I love guaranteed combos off a block special. Remember reading somewhere there wasn't as much slavery in ancient Egypt as people think? Oh, maybe we're based then. That'd be pretty fucking sick. That was like, you know, my like general snapshot understanding of it was not that, but like that'd be pretty based. That'd be pretty based, I guess. I was unaware. I'll take that. It's good news if that is true. Oh, he didn't tech. Oh fuck. Yeah, you want to sit on Vatsaraga's face and never let him get anything started. Ideally, oh, you know they nerfed my light SPD range. Last patch, that shit would have hit for sure. Don't even fuck with me. Is he dead? I don't think so. Vatsaraga is not dead. Everyone else would be here, but Voss and Ladiva are not. Yep. Good old 18,000 health, man. Yeah, I mean, listen. I get it. People will tell me U tackles are reversal. That shit's not a reversal. You know? That shit did just die to me, like, running offense and completely disrespecting it. Get grabbed. These pyramids were built by paid workers? Really? What do they mean? I don't know anything about my own culture, man. I just kind of assumed. I was like, there's no way anyone would do that shit unless you force them to. Right? That shit sounds miserable. But fair enough. Oh, you know what? That's good news. I'll take that. Oh, yeah, he unreactable for my part. So true. Oh, he's still in range. Horrifying. Now he fights. Do that, just for the carry and the meter. If you're paid nickels, you're still a paid worker, so true. See, with Soulforge, he's a little scarier, because 2-2H, this does not have the same kind of associated risk as his other reversals. So yeah, with Soulforge, Vatsaraga's defense is much stronger. I'm not gonna hold you for a second on that.
Not bad, not bad.
Let's get to it.
I think Ladiva's optimal is pretty, like, weirdly simple, right? I think it is just this into the 720. Yeah, I'm not, like, off the double close H. I don't think there's anything, like, too fancy that you do here. I'm gonna be missing the scrolls. It's like one close M into the 3 headbutts, into a close H, into this, into a close H, into the 720. I'm pretty sure this is the most damage he does off this. I mean, I think you can maybe fit in a 6-6H if you get the height instead of a close H there at the end. But I think that's the most damage she does. It's lower than it used to be, for sure. They did nerf her, like, max damage. Her average damage is still pretty high, but her max damage is certainly lower than it used to be. Do 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 boo boo boo.
Episode. La Diva versus Zoe.
Zoe. Hello, Zoe. RDG.
Battle 1.
What is that shield? Oh, this is one of the more cursed skins I've ever seen. It's not even a Vern skin either. It's just that bad. Oh, yeah, that's my bad. You can't be air blocking that shit. Ow. I gotta be spot dodging some of this shit. Oh, not that shit though. I'm right, but not that shit. Not that shit. Some of that dragon shit. That shit right there. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I love guaranteed combos. Thank you very much. Oh, I wanted to just walk up and SPD her. I messed up the 720. I gotta stop trying to do 720 on Wake Up. I can buffer it in combos. My ass does not have it like that on Wake Up. Handsome Vern. Yeah. I should have just done 236 S plus U. Neither kills there anyway. Oh, 668 anti. That's so true. That's right. No, man. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Rare footage of Ludiva 66H actually being useful. I mean, it's a good button. It's just not a very good combo tool, I guess. They tried to make it one in the patch. But it is like pretty, it's like always safe on block on the right side, which is very nice. DP, sure. I thought they were going to jump that time. I guess they couldn't tell that I tried to SBA last time, so there was no conditioning to be had there. Nice. Okay. Probably could have done more damage there. Probably could have killed her there, in fact. But it's fine. We will take that shit. Devotion or bust, by the way. Emphasis on the bust. Okay. I was wondering what happens if I just do that. That is the brain worm that's always speaking to me. It used to be round start jump. Now it's round start. Oh, shit. Now it's round start M lariat. Oh, God. They didn't convert off of that, so we'll take it. Oh, really? I can't run in time to get the 6XL there. But yeah, it's something I find a lot. Nice. Ow. Dust loop. I wish I had SSBA. Make me feel a lot better about my current situation. Can you chip me a little bit more? Thank you. Oh, you know, I wanted to just like immediately, they gave me SSBA, I wanted to just like roll and kill them, but you can't roll past the lightning. Got it. It's not quite how that works. Trying to stare at Leva's chest because it's a 10-0 matchup in her favor. So true. Yeah, I tried to get the funny, but you can't roll the lightning like that, I fear. That was silly Billy activity. Oh, good cancel on the blocks 2H there. To not give me too much of a window. Fair. Oh, shit! Preemptive Brave counter. Strikes again. Ow. I guess I would have punished the Brave counter on whiff, probably, that lightning, right? That's fair. Lariat, not exactly the best. I didn't think they were going to be so aggressive. I thought wrong. Dust loop, dust loop. Okay, so that's how you do it. It's the Dragon Flame launch into that, huh? I ate my nose up. Call it. Doo-doo. Boo-boo.
I believe you can do better.
I believe you can do... Thanks, Zoe. I do appreciate it. Oh, okay, I thought they would try and go for something a little faster to beat the M Lariat. Not quite that much faster. Oh, really? Even on the whiffed 2M? I guess maybe I could have JM'd earlier, honestly. I oftentimes do not believe in JM. And it can hit from higher up than I give it credit for, quite often. Owie. Ow. Ow. Oh shit! She gets full cinematic from any height. Pretty nice. This is not going very well. Yeah, the lightning keeps her safe there. Sure. Oh, nice. Oh. Let me just start playing like a monkey real quick. It's our we've gotten this chance. We can't waste it. We've gotten this chance. We can't waste it. I wasted it. I wasted it. Oh, I wasted it. Man, I had the hit confirm. I was gonna kill, and then I didn't do it properly. Not like this. Okay, that's sad. I was like, yeah, they messed up. We had the chance, and then I did in fact squander the chance. It happens. It happens. I messed up the hit confirm on that final combo there. You were locked in. I was like, you know, I was like, I just gotta pick all the weirdest options right now. They're gonna be scrambling in their head, thinking, oh man, why did I drop that? I even said GG after Eularia, you know. Oh, is that you, Tubby? I don't think I play you that often if that was you. No, okay. GG's Mr. Brick? Oh, there he is. Hello. GG's indeed. Hey, Suki, wait, I'm not Grandmaster anymore. I can't get you gems. You can pick the right option every time? Yeah, but you know, it's okay. I did indeed throw. I dropped the combo. The game winner. Never ask a lady. Not quite. And backdash is a nowhere. That backdash does pose some slight problems for this Ladiva champion. Oh god, so true. Gets her a lot of screen space back if nothing else, which is good. I tried to check that. I was a little off on my timing. I guess I should be maybe 2U anyway. Oh, you're not supposed to spot dodge that, but I'm never ready to punish people who try it. Get grabbed. Get put down. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Hit, hit. Are you ready to guess for game? Oh, he guessed right. Nice. Not like this. Not like this. I hate when they guess for game and they guess correctly. Isn't that just the worst? Fair. Oh, that shit hits me round start. I guess I'm a tall boy. Well, a little bit of... We do a little guessing to get in this house. Certainly. Yep. Gotta stop delaying my 5Hs quite as much on the diva, since her 5H is already inherently very slow. Yep. Gotta stop delaying my 5Hs. Should work the crowd buff her super damage to be very funny. I mean, no, only because her supers already do too much damage, to be real. Grappler's saying ready to guess for game, but we're talking to ourselves too? Yeah, exactly. I'm talking to me and Suki. That's the secret, cat. Oh, I didn't think that was gonna cross me up. Jesus, the far H really has like a big old reach on it, huh? Or the far HH, like she lunges real far forward. Thought that was very much a JH angle for the horizontal reach, not a JU angle for the cross up. I was wrong. Oh, right. So true. Oh, I thought it was U-pillar. Yeah, I saw blue, I thought it was U-pillar, but it was not. Not at all. Indeed. Oh, dude, you're not supposed to spot dodge that, but I keep being very bad at punishing him for doing so. Oh, nice backdash. Oh my god, I can't believe I got there first. Holy shit. Save me. Oh. Okay. Neither of us have any break points. Oh, nice. Ah! You can't do that! That's cheating! He's cheating! Mom! He's cheating! Oh, it's combo limit. Oh! I forgot those combo limit. Oh! He's cheating, Mom. He's cheating. Oh, okay. See, he let me win so he could get me to Grandmaster so that he could farm gems off me. It was a frame kill, so for real, for real. She's fast as fuck when she gets that shit going. Oh, he didn't even use the stock. Clever girl. Cheating. But, like, you know, clever cheating. So we let it rock. I tried to brave counter that 2L. But I did it a little too late, and now I'm dying. It's worth taking the Brave Point off her for 50 meter. We will take that deal. I don't blame you. Damn good deal. Oh god! I didn't think you would have time to crouch there. Oops, oops, oops. I'm dead? I think so. Pursuit should have the gas in here to kill me. Yeah, so I'm gonna get launched just now. The combo's scaled to hell. And I do have 18,000 health, but she gets a lot of heavies, exactly. So the heavies, the scaling does not matter.
Battle 2. Engage.
Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, sure. Oh, 2U. Or 5L was still in range there, so 2U got smacked. I'll BC your close 8. I ain't scared. I'm not scared you. I'd be scared you just a little bit. Oh, good spot dodge. Ow. Ow. Oh shit, that was combo. You all set. Get grabbed. Oh, I don't have those conversions. I suck. Unfortunately. Call me Rashid, the way I suck. Oh, what? The 6XL didn't follow him in time. That's the worst news. Okay. That is better news, certainly. Ah, no, the content. Okay.
Careful not to strain your eye.
Though I can feel
Careful not to strain your odds. Well, he's not GM yet either, because the threshold for Zuja is so high. Goddamn. Yep. Okay. Oh! He's had a break counter distance. That's horrible news. Goddamn. The triple 2L. Street Fighter 6. Okay, nice. No, man. Okay, I'm trying to be a little too funny with it. When he stopped being. We gotta give him a reason to not react to the 5U before we just get to throw it out like that. Fair enough. I was hoping he would Anitia or something. He did not.
1 round left.
I am what I am.
Battle 2. Engage.
And that is a master. Bilal's right. I am what I am. Okay. Gotta command grab more. Have not been command grabbing enough as of right now, I'd say. It's a little bit more command grab. Wouldn't hurt. That's not the conversion. What the hell? I tried to lariat there, which also would not have been the conversion. Not on a crouching opponent. You got a U lariat for that. U lariat would have worked pretty well though. Okay, that's very nice. Certainly, you won't catch me complaining about it. Oh, those doesn't link. Okay, but we got him. Okay. Shit, did not link though. Memories fade. What if I super jumped? Huh? Fair enough. What if I super jumped? Fuck! Okay, but what if I... Hold on. Super jump. Okay, fine. You know what? Okay, fine. You got me. What if I super jumped here? Holy shit, it works. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Oh. Okay, well, never mind. I'm gonna die. Oh, he didn't do it again, but I was ready to punish at that time, but I missed the far M. It is -8, right? I really gotta stop doing it. A lot of rounds have been going pretty well for me, and then I do that, and then they stop going so well for me. At least do it off a cancel, you know? Oh, nice. Caught me dashing at him. Very well done. Owie. 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. It's true. It's true. Yeah, I gotta be a little bit more careful doing the 5U. I mean, it's genuine. It's not like as much of a meme move, but like, you know, you need to like do it off a position where like you've represented other options there first. Like off 2M, like 2M on block sometimes it can be not a horrible idea. Like as a cancel off that. like in certain like high risk, like high pressure situations. But just like doing it like off any knockdown like that, that shit is it is 34 frames, right? It is decently reactable, certainly. I've been whipping my 360s a lot, which is definitely unfortunate. Well, I do want the extra 10% damage too, since like the damage on this is the whole point, basically. I mean, I guess it's not the whole point, but it's a big part of the point. GG's Brick Thing, GG's Suki. Joke's on you, I'm not even, not reacting even if it was 60. I mean, if only everyone was like you, but unfortunately, people do be cooking my ass for this shit. On occasion.
Here begins Fate's episode. Vicola.
Oh, is this the same Vicola? Yeah. Oh, Kuro. Geriatric Flowcharter. I got you. I'll hop on Master Q. Wait. I await your presence with bated breath. But we're not gonna be on for this. Actually, might be our last set. Now that I'm looking at the time, I got a little carried away making doing all these like discussion videos and tier lists and shit. This is a little. How much more damage you get for doing technical input? 10%, which on that Ladiva command grab will be like 400 more damage. So it's not like it's the biggest difference in the world, but like I'll take it, man. It could make a difference. 400 more damage per loop. I will take that shit. He recovered in time! Oh god, not like this. Oh boy, look at those extensions. Cagliostro? Cagliostro Jr.? Weenie Hut Jr.? Oh, across it. Okay. She didn't recover. Well, she actually did recover in time to kill me again that time. She just didn't have spot dodge on the brain. If she blocked it, she could have spot dodged, right? Those are the rules, I fear. I want her to DP because the headbutt kills her DP. But she probably is aware of that. That's probably why she's not DPing through the headbutts very much. Oh, I was dead if they SBA'd. I'm probably still dead, right? Oh, I'm not. Oh, I tried to break kind of the 6XL, but I did too late. Some characters are good, it's true. Ow, ow, ow. Broken ass Vicola. For real, bro. Top one. Me, the best character in the game is the one that just beat me. Oh, spot dodge is not. I really gotta start killing people for spot dodge on that thing. It does not have a lot of recovery on it, that M lariat. It's all startup. So if you spot dodge it, it is usually not a very good time for your ass. Get to the corner, please. Oh ho ho. Fair. Oh, damn. I was really hoping that second 2-on would hit. It did not. Oh, they dropped. At least presumably they dropped. No, I don't imagine they did that on purpose. Oh, snap! You don't expect the caller to run at you suddenly, certainly. Oh. Spot dodge. All of those were punishable. They just haven't, they've used so little. They've used so little of the M Dormouse so far that I was not ready for them to use more of it. That's fair. Those U-Lariats, like in those situations, I was at advantage too. I should not be U-Lariating like that. It's needlessly risky. OMG Brick on Ladiva, for real. Hello, Face Rolled. How's it going? Help me defeat broken ass Vicola. Oh. Sure. Oh, my command grabs, dude. Okay. Getting her break points off her is good shit. We'll take it. Okay, okay. Bomb? You wouldn't end Dormouse again. Oh, God. Tried to command grab them again. It did not quite work out for me. It's a lot of shit. I'm not happy about taking that shit. But I work with what I am given. I tried. That was supposed to be SBA. Oh, God. Okay, okay. Pretend I got the roll SBA. SBA, that is. That was definitely what I meant to do there. And, yeah. Do 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 do.
It's
Oopa doopa doo.
battle 2.
Boopa doopa doo. Oh! Ah, shit, too far away. I should have just layered it. The headbutt hit too late. Nice spot dodge. Oh, I did headbutt him? I just didn't get any meter. I guess it's not a projectile. It'd be the same as like clashing with a normal. I don't think he's a projectile. Really gotta start these like fake pressure strings. I gotta start punishing with U-Lariat. That's fair. I did get kind of stuck in a rhythm. Oh no, Vikal. Oh, yeah. Flash is gonna dorm. Oh, you can roll that one. Oh, nice.
Give me one more round.
Boo, 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 boo.
Battle 3. Engage. Never ask a lady. Great.
Okay, 50 meter is where a lot of more fun possibilities open up for us, like dying. Hold on. I meant possibilities like this. Exactly. Those are the possibilities I was referring to earlier. Those are said fun possibilities. Alright. Can I vent about hating the Vikal matchup? You can do whatever you want, man. As long as you're not too fucking wild about it. And as long as you don't hate on any real human beings, and only a fictional character from a video game. Oh, I could have punished that, actually. Doesn't matter who I play, it's never a good time. There's a, like, she's not very good. There's a reason why, right? It's because, like, again, very similarly to a lot of other characters, if she was, like, really good, it would be not very fun, the video game. Even less so than it might be to fight, oh, like one of the other top tiers right now, right? Yeah, I think the big thing is I really gotta challenge a lot of those, like, more fake strings a lot better, right? Like, the far H into, like, the doo-doo-doo-doo and shit like that. Like, that is fake every single time. I let him go with a lot of that, which just means, you know, Vikal suddenly just gets infinite pressure if you let her do that. Which, obviously, she does not have. But, yeah, you gotta actually be a little bit better about stopping her from doing that, right? So, hopefully one more set here, potentially. That was a long-ass set with the Vikal, though, I will say. It took a while. As you might kind of expect. I got a little impatient near the end, too, certainly. The allegations, I am not beating them. What is going on here? What's happening? I'm getting like very large walls of text in my chat. I actually don't know the context. Vikal's one of the few matchups where I'm happy to be a boss player. It's true. Oh wait, this is the guy who was saying like any tier list with Percy above B tier is ridiculous, right? I don't think it's. You know, I don't know if this is a person who's going to be willing to have a serious back and forth with UConn. I think they are very entrenched in their opinion, which they're entitled to do. But it's about Percy on your tier list, as they believe Percy's B tier. I didn't even have a B tier on the list, so they're saying Percy's bottom one in his own tier, right? Like a letter grade below Vikala. Again, they're entitled to their opinion, but like I don't think you're gonna get a very productive conversation out of that individual. Under the tier, yeah, like, you know, Percy's so bad that he literally is like, he's the worst character in the game by a factor of 15. Fair enough. Whatever you say. Bonk, bonk. I was wondering what the, because like the walls of text were so long, I couldn't see the username attached to them. And I was not really paying attention. Backdash? No! Oh, backdash. They didn't DP and I didn't guard button. $10 that guy plays Percy, you know? You still have vanilla mob break? I forgot to ask. I'll saw people posting about it on Discord, yeah? I'm not really a big vanilla guy, but like, that seems fun for people who want to play it. Like, sort of like an update to vanilla to bring some Rising characters in there and some other stuff. It seems like an interesting idea. I'm happy for, I know a lot of people like just wanted vanilla again. It's like, this could be nice. I'm certainly happy for those people. I'm not so sure that I'm terribly interested in it, but if I'm gonna try vanilla, maybe it'll be through that in some way. Maybe for a David, it could be fun. Yeah, like, that's something to try. I'm not opposed to it. Oh, wait, she can't punish that anymore. That is a nerf they gave her, which I'm very pleased about. Side games, thank you. Oh, right, yeah, the whiff cancel. Oh my lord, that's fair. The rollback doesn't really mean anything there. It does mean that. Oh, okay, the rollback does mean a little bit there. It doesn't really mean anything on the 2H. It just means that it's a little bit more surprising when it happens. Could you lariat her for this? Actually, that was quite risky. I thought she was gonna do something a little safer. The super works, but again, yeah, you lariat would have worked equally well. Actually, better. Would have been higher reward and less resource investment, right? Oh. Bonk. Oh, I missed my guaranteed combo, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Had a feeling, but unfortunately didn't have a conversion. What happened? Oh, I tried to 6XL. Interesting. As a new player, would you recommend me to learn Voss? He looks very interesting, but I'm not sure if he's worth getting into. I mean, if he looks interesting, I'd probably recommend it. Yeah, that's about where the buck stops. If the character looks cool, you should learn them. Voss is like a little weird. He's quite good, but like it's he is like very odd. Like he plays kind of his own video game, right? But like, yeah, if he looks interesting, I'd recommend it. That's about as far as it goes, really. The character that you have the most interest in, or like they have the most fun with, will be the one that you enjoy the game the most playing, and probably also do the best on. Oh, I tried to chase that, but I did fuck it up a little bit. Voss, like the diva, has his own personal minigame he has to play. It felt even more so with him, but yeah. Get grabbed. P is fair. The 2B normals actually do like come out of nowhere with the rollback. Not that they're reactable in the first place, but it makes them even more of a jump scare. On the bright side, it makes stuff like that even more of a jump scare too. So I guess I am both benefiting and getting hurt by the lag, as is always the case. He's jumping. Nice. Oh, nice. Okay, we're still fine. If we were far enough ahead there, that risk is not really going to cost us. There will be a lot of corner carry. Not a ton of damage on the right side. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, nice. I guess that's why exit forces can take that. I die from one more of these? You know, outplayed, I suppose. I touched on this before, but how do you feel about the other master runs affected your overall game? The first one was the most impactful for sure. Like, playing Soras and having to learn, like, how to actually run offense in Grand Blue without a command grab was pretty huge. It helped the Ladiva quite a bit as well. Okay. Since then, like, I'm not sure exactly, like, how transferable, like, playing Vasaraga is to anyone, or, like, how transferable playing Eustace is to Ladiva or something. But definitely, like, getting a little bit of exposure is certainly nice. And seeing, and also, most important, I guess, it teaches me the matchups, right? Like, I feel much more comfortable now fighting the characters that I've played compared to the ones that I haven't. Like, if I fight a Vasaraga, or if I fight a Eustace, or an Armaya or something, it feels much more comfortable. Which is nice, certainly. Nice BC bait, nerd. Tried to jump, got 5H. Oh, and they built SSBA too, this is nice. Normally, Diva want to play the same, so kind of transfers, I suppose. But I don't think it like necessarily taught me anything that I didn't learn on the Diva. Oh no! Oh, I got countered. That wasn't even a punish. Oh. These have been some long ass sets. I guess it was Vikala into 2B, right? Two characters who are both gonna slow the game down quite prodigiously. Oh, nice. Bad guess. Thank you, JM, right below it. Bonk, bonk, bonk. They go the meterless DP, so true. I got to Masters of Grand, I finally learned how to strike throw properly. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's, you know. If you play, like some characters, like, are not going to need to rely on, although you learn some skills more than others, basically, right, depending on what character you play. I definitely did not have to learn, like, proper fundamental Grand Blue offense on the Diva, because, like, you know, it's a Diva. Oh, okay, I am -4 there. No one throw punches that, which is very interesting. That third headbutt is throw punishable. But again, no one has ever done that to me unless they've been another Ladiva, basically. That was a very unfortunate drop for Mrs. B. Oh. Bad time to miss input. Oh, am I dead? I actually don't think so. I don't think 2B quite has the horses for this. Especially with the 18,000 health and everything, yeah. We're on a great spot. Oh my god, I can't believe I hit her there. I thought I was dead. Oh, but why? You know what? Sometimes you gotta do it.
I got hella far with Zeta with a lot of bad habits because no one punished Rhapsody. Yeah. I had a very similar thing for a long time with my Eustace with like the little, the Rekka into like the jump back. Welcome to the love show, indeed. Dude, wait, was that game 2?
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Oh. What if I did this? Holy pog. I fucked it up, man. I suck. Okay. Once in every 17 times I try that, it works. And then the one time it works, I don't even convert properly. You hate to see it. She's been, yeah, leaving big gaps when she does that, so I figured I could just do that. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Gets safe jumped upon, dare I say. Oh, they got rollbacked into blocking. I almost tried to hit confirm that. I heard the noise. Nope. Anti-air 6XL. Truly a cursed world we live in. Oh, I saw her block that, and I did the, that's actually one of the rare times, that's one of the rare times that the rollback actually did matter genuinely. Because I saw her block that, I did the hit, I timed the SPD as if she had blocked it, but she had not blocked it. Yep, little delayed 6XL right there. Works out. They don't know how to play against Zeta? Yeah, because she is, at the end of the day, she is still very rare, right? It's definitely... The amount of like little things that I notice people don't really know what to do, like they don't really know the counterplay for it against the D.Va too. People usually don't know, like, most people do not know the matchup unless it's like one of the most popular characters, right? Or one of the ones that's like literally everywhere. Fair enough. What the hell? What are you doing over here? This is be a thing? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, she did immediately take her turn and back that down. Fair enough. Odd. You in range? No, just barely not. Oh, but you backdashed away. So, we're still fine. Drop my conversion just a little bit there. Get grabbed. You're dead? Yep. Good games. Alright. I love grabbing someone from 40% life and having them be dead. Ooh, giving 2.0 patch, giving D.Va a way to feint SPD or Lariat? No. No. You know, the BC getting nerfed is already pretty nice for her. Hey there, dude, any tips against D.Va? I don't queue against her a lot, but whenever I do, I get rolled a lot despite knowing most of her shenanigans and when players want to grab you. I mean, again, unfortunately, the big tip I'll tell you against D.Va is basically, I don't know who you play, but like, once you're here, there's no tips, right? Like, once you're here, it's just guess and hope for the best, right? The big thing is a lot of people run at D.Va. I mean, Seox and Gran, if that helps. Seox is tough. Seox is her best matchup, probably. But I'll tell you, the big thing is, like, almost even Seox, honestly. Even if you play Seox, I think you just have to you have to force her to approach you, right? There is no real advice when you're here, besides backdash if you're going to guess on her grab. Don't jump, because it's more risky. But, like, you're just guessing, right? You're guessing, and the guessing is generally not going to be in your favor. I mean, Seox and Gran have some good mid-screen, so it'll be a little bit better, but it's generally not going to be in your favor, right? But more so, I would just say, like, in the neutral, force her to approach you. Her approach is... It can be very rewarding, but it is, in general, her just, like, making a bunch of guesses in a row and hoping that you, like, say she'll do something like this, or she, like, run at you in 6XL and she's not that fast, or she's, like, if you stand a bit further away from her, she has you some pretty committal buttons or something, right? Her mediums are pretty good, so, like, try to stay out of the range of these where possible, right? Like, he's not gonna win off just doing these unless you get close enough to her, right? But yeah, like, her ways to get in are all, like, big, like, risky stuff. So try to punish her for coming at you, right? Otherwise... if you're talking about advice for, like, once you're in this situation, not really, right? That does not really exist. Of course, you don't want to just, like, do one thing forever or you get predictable. So, like, most of the time, you force her to come to you. Every now and then, like, freak her out, but, like, she's, like, so hyper-fixated on trying to approach you, every now and then, like, 6XL at her or something. So she can't get too used to what's going on. But yeah, that's the main advice I have against D.Va. D.Va's biggest weakness is her neutral, right? So, force her to play, like, her approach. Once she's in, she's quite scary. I guess the other thing is in the mid screen, her offense and Oki rather is not really that real. In the mid screen, if you get like an SPD on you or something and you're like knocked down here, you should usually backdash. Backdash will beat command grab and give you a very meaty punish. And a lot of the time, even if she gets a strike, it'll either be difficult for her to hit confirm and convert it, or even if she does, it's not. It's going to be a significantly lower damage strike combo than if you had jumped or mashed and she you know counter hit you or anti-aired you that way, right? So in the mid screen backdash, honestly even in the corner backdash, but in the mid screen especially, backdash causes her a lot of trouble. Her offensive structure is not really that functional in the mid screen because of the way backdash works. She can still, like, if you backdash, don't get it twisted, right? She can still, you know, she can hard call it out, for example, with like you lariat, and then bad things happen to you, right? Or even like she can like 2M or something like that into you lariat and go from there. But like, you know, it's not. She has to spend more meter, and it's usually going to be like less rewarding for her. You see, I already hit complement versus again, like say you mashed and I counter hit you, I get this. So. Backdash in general is the best answer to Ladiva's offense if you think she's gonna grab, right? That's about all I got for you though. That's also about all I got. God, it's 9:47. We went a little bit longer today. That's all I got for the stream as well. We did a couple of different things there. I spelled chill completely incorrectly on the stream title, but yeah. Thanks a ton, man. No worries, no worries. Soy streamer I didn't tell him the best Ladiva counterplay. Pick Cat. Yeah, so true, so true. That is probably. I mean, Seahawks and Gran. Yeah, Cat probably is her worst matchup if I had to guess. Yeah, Seahawks is probably her best matchup, or it's up there. Or at least Seahawks is one of her best matchups. So, I think he's bad. Probably not being hyperbolic, but realistic 5th worst character. That's again, man. That's fair. I disagree rather strongly, but also I don't really feel the need to get in a very long discussion about it right now. But you know, I'm sure you have your reasons. At the end of the day. Tier lists are entirely subjective. But yeah, that is gonna do it for the stream. I think we'll find someone to raid on Twitch here, and we'll end it on the YouTube side. Hope you guys had a good time. It was a longer stream a bit there. I got a little carried away. Yeah, let's find someone to raid.